Oops, I dropped the soap. It's me, Bussy Tisdale, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. Today we're going to be reviewing the freshly announced cast of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8. And yes, Sasha Coley was just crowned, but did you really think they'd let us go an entire week without a new season of Drag Race announced? Not today, Satan. Not only do we have the cast announcement, but entrance looks, promos, and interviews to cover. Oh my. So without further ado, lights, camera, action. Let's get started. First up, behind the gap, it's Heidi in Closet, who's returning to All-Stars off the back of a blessed and highly favored run on Season 12, where she not only won Miss Congeniality, but also our hearts. And sure, back on Season 12, she may have not been the most polished contestant. She admits that, and Nicki Minaj infamously called her out for it. I hate your hair and makeup today. That still traumatizes me. Seriously, like I think about that once a week. But let's not forget, she did win the product marketing challenge on her season, one of the more difficult challenges, I'd say, in the Drag Race catalog, and proved every time she was in the bottom lip syncing that she's an incredible performer. So I think she's absolutely one to watch on this season. She walks in the workroom saying, "Hey y'all, what's gappening?" Which I think is a great play into her brand of embracing her famous teeth gap. Whoa. Teeth? That is hard to say. Teeth gap purse included. Honestly, my first thought when I saw Heidi walk in the workroom was, wow, her body looks incredible. The silhouette of this outfit is right. And I love that ferociously feminine, Mugler-esque businesswoman silhouette she's giving in this multi-piece suit. Girl, she means business. This look is hot. And her promo look continues Heidi's theme of polished aesthetic with this almost MJ Fedora meets Carmen Sandiego inspired look. She's presenting to the world a whole new closet. Insert laugh track here. Literally and figuratively. And I love the way that, yes, those shoulders do match those hips with the giant blown out proportions on top and bottom. And I love like the beautiful detail of the silky lining inside of this coat slash glamorous dress. This look is absolutely hot. Next up, Kasha Davis. Mrs. Kasha Davis if you're nasty. And she lets us know there's always time for a mocktail. Cause she's what? 7 years sober. And that I think is really brave of her to openly talk about on TV, considering the industry of drag being mostly centered around bars and clubs and partying and all that jazz. Plus, I'm sure it's a topic that's not necessarily easy for her to talk about in a setting such as this, considering the one thing most people know her for, if they know her for anything, is her catchphrase, "There's always time for a cocktail." So all that is to say, congratulations to her on her journey, sharing her story, and being a new person who, as she says, knows where she's at this time. And she hails from Season 7 of Drag Race, where she finished 11th and didn't win any challenges, but I think that that is not necessarily a bad thing, considering Season 7 was so long ago. She essentially has a clean slate to present herself on and wow us with the talents that she wasn't able to show before. And for her entrance look, she is literally a tube of lipstick, and she's also carrying the tube of lipstick. She here is presenting a very carefully curated 50s aesthetic, but all dragged out. And what she's wearing is not necessarily what I would call fashion forward per se, but I think very obviously presents herself and who she is in drag. And I say this look is absolutely hot. And for her Fame Game promo, she's giving us a little bit of 80s, I think kind of giving me a Madonna goes to prom at the drag pageant, but all wrapped up in glamorous red carpet camp. I love that giant purple scarf that she's got dangling from her arms, and the very branded, as we're seeing, giant girl, like how many wigs are in their hair that she has now done for her entrance and promo of All-Stars 8. It was camp. This look is hot. Next up, the beauty is here. It's Naysha Lopez. So Miss Naysha Lopez comes all the way back from Season 8 of RuPaul's Drag Race, where she reminds us that she was eliminated not once, but twice. A title very few queens can claim from the franchise. And Miss Naysha is a really interesting personality from the franchise because it's not like on her original run she wasn't polished. I just think maybe she wasn't necessarily ready for what Drag Race is as a competition. Because in fact, she actually was a veteran of the drag scene, having won Miss Continental back in 2013. The very same Miss Continental that Sasha Coley won the year prior. Like, this is somebody who knows the industry inside and out, knows every single queen's tea, and since her time on Drag Race has been hosting the Roscoe's viewing parties in Chicago, which I reference from time to time in my Hot or Rot videos when I'm covering main seasons of Drag Race, and you can catch on the Roscoe's YouTube channel that I've linked in the description of this video. But if you go in person, don't film it, or she will have you removed from the venue.
There's absolutely no filming whatsoever, so if you see your phones, you'll be escorted out.
And for her entrance look, she's giving us a little taste of orange is the new black. She's She's all up in glamorous prisoner garb, and instead of the name of an imprisonment institution, she has the RPDR initials on her chest, which I think is really interesting commentary that could go one of two ways. Like, I think she either here is saying that she as a queen is imprisoned or chained to the RuPaul's Drag Race industrial complex and can only find success through reappearing on the show, or she perhaps is maybe doing commentary on drag becoming a crime in conservative circles, or maybe both. Why not both? And for this look overall, I would say the silhouette is nice, and I love what she's done with the crop top portion and those giant pants, but something about this feels a little unfinished to me, and the black buttons on this stark neon orange outfit do feel a little disparate and not cohesive. And so that is to say, I like the general idea of what she's presenting here, but overall, I'm gonna give this look a before her promo look. She's dripping wet. For our pleasure. And this look is a complete 180 from the entrance look. She is giving me perfect pageant perfection, and I would say that the whole wet hair thing is a little overplayed, but I think she really found a way to bring it back and make it work here in a new, interesting way. She's kind of giving me 20s finger waves mixed with like a 90s grunge aesthetic with her hair and makeup that I think is really model-esque and beautiful. Plus the gown itself is absolutely gorgeous. That blood red color is, chef's kiss. It is absolutely hot. And next up, our little baby drag queen, as she refers to herself when talking about her time on season 11, is all grown up. It's Kahanna Montrese. I loved how in her Meet the Queen, she was not afraid to tell us that she has not only put in the work to become a better queen, but gotten the work done. She says she's got enhancements on her nose, teeth, and backside. Oh my. But on a real note, I actually really love when people are open and honest about their cosmetic enhancements, because I think it helps people, especially our younger audience of shows like Drag Race, understand what's real and what is close to real. Her entrance look is beautiful and literally an entire show all on its own. She's giving us Las Vegas showgirl meets Cirque du Soleil Barnum and Bailey ringleader realness, and this is actually one of the most exciting and interesting looks of the entire cast as far as entrances go. And for someone like Kahanna, who originally finished as a lovely 15th alternate on her season, having a big wow factor entrance look is super important, because this is her reintroduction to the world and actually new introduction to tons of new potential fans in this new era of Drag Race that we're in. She's in her circus era. This look is hot. And in the promo, woo girl, she is almost too hot to handle for YouTube. But wow, absolutely amazing. She is, again, with this kind of circus performer thing, giving us a larger than life silhouette and body oddy for days, days, days. And overall, I love this kind of rebrand that she's doing into this showgirl fantasy. And I love that this look for me is evoking a Kasha from Queen of the Damned with all those dangling crystals everywhere. It's absolutely fierce, and girl, I'm ready to take a bite. This look is hot. Like, if there's one thing I'm getting from Kahanna's looks, it's that she's gonna give us a good time. And next up, if you don't have star quality, Kandy Muse is gonna let you know in a spicy untucked moment. So as you probably know, Kandy Muse is a very outspoken queen, which I do think polarized her to an extent in the fan base, but I am begging y'all, if she rubbed you the wrong way on season 13, give her another chance. She's so talented, has amazing runways, beautiful makeup, perfect hair all the time, and is somebody who I think is very underrated in the Drag Race fandom. Plus in this era where people are always trying to watch what they say, having somebody on TV who's not afraid to speak their minds and give us good TV moments, girl, that should be valued. So thank you, Kandy, for doing that. Plus, like I said, she's a fierce competitor. She finished as runner-up in season 13 and proved she's funny in the comedy challenge that she won. She died. Plus showed us she's a great lip syncer in the 3 different times that she lip synced on her way to the finale. And like I said, look at her entrance look. She's giving us an orange fantasy. Trend alert, there's a lot of orange looks today. She looks absolutely gorgeous in this color, and I love how it's complemented with that pink on the underside of the lining of that peplum collar. Plus Kandy Muse never goes wrong in a beehive. I love this look, and it's absolutely hot. And for her promo, she says that she'll do Drag Race promos 50 more times if she can, because she loves doing Drag Race promos, and she does them correct. She's in a gorgeous, perfectly proportioned, wild silhouette lavender look that is really breathtaking, I think, to look at. She's got these little lavender feathers coming off all the different parts of the dress, and I think this is probably from the same designer that worked on one of her finale runways that had this similar feather concept in the yellow and black. And even on the rare occasion where a look from her might not hit in the way she intended, like that green alien runway, she still gives us something to talk about. But this promo look is absolutely hot, sugar plum perfection. And next, let's take a dip into the cool, refreshing waters of Darienne Lake. And this is a queen who I was so excited to see announced in the cast of All Stars 8, because when I think back to her time on season 6, I think of somebody who was comedic, congenial, and a fierce lip syncer. Like back on season 6, she won the acting challenge in Drag Race Me to Hell, and even finished 4th on her season after sending home Binda La Creme, as controversial as that was. But wow, the nostalgia and excitement that I have for Darienne Lake, I can't wait. And her entrance is, in a word, stunning. She looks so beautiful. The hair and mug is absolutely right. Like, girl, you wanted All Stars glow up? Miss Darienne Lake is giving it to us. The face card? It's not declining. The dress she's wearing though in her entrance, I'll say, is a little simple compared to, I think, what maybe we as Drag Race fans have selfishly grown to expect from the queens. Like back in the earlier seasons, entrance looks weren't the big hoopla that they are nowadays. And so using current Drag Race entrance look standards to Darienne's look here, I think isn't totally fair considering the season that she comes from, but something more elevated and conceptual is, after all, I think what we as fans do expect nonetheless. And this simple gown, as pretty as it is I think deserving of a soft rat. Her promo look though has the Bussy Queen Lake fully flooding. She's giving me a touch of Marilyn, a touch of classic Hollywood beauty, and I love that beautiful tulle sash that she's got adorned with flowers in 2 different places. The hair perfectly coiffed. And again, the mug, absolutely right. This is the level of All-Stars eleganza that we didn't deserve, but absolutely needed to see from Darienne Lake. And girl, the gown with the built-in gloves, she's ready for any occasion. This look is hot. And next up, Monica Beverly Hillz, who originally finished 12th in season 5 of RuPaul's Drag Race. We really brought the OG queens back for this season, and I'm excited. And Miss Monica, in her Meet the Queens interview, was talking about how she really wasn't ready to compete on season 5 and relives the really emotional breakdown that she has on stage with everybody in this interview. This was when, you'll remember, she comes out to Ru and the rest of the judges and her peers as not just a drag queen, but a trans woman. And wow, what a reminder this was at how far Drag Race and the show's relationship with trans contestants has come. Like back in Monica Beverly Hillz' time on Drag Race, this coming out moment for her was a big deal that really did pave the way for a lot of future trans contestants to be on the show. And MBH as a contestant here, I think is a really interesting cast pick because from what I understand, she did take a step back from actually doing drag for several many years, but has more recently stepped back into the art. And I think we can, at least based off her entrance and promo, say that she's gonna be serving some looks. In her entrance look, she's dressed as a Girl Scout, which I hate because I just realized how hungry I am and I'm craving Thin Mints now. But also I love because she looks like an absolute doll. This is a super cute and dragged up fantasy of what a Girl Scout could be. And I love that super draggy cape that she's got on with that beautiful lining. She's paying attention to the details and the fashion moments and giving us drag camp, literally, and supermodel beauty. This look is hot.
And for her promo look, she definitely brought the party. She's giving us a little disco ball bodice underneath a gorgeous, kind of evoking red carpet, velvet shrug and dress skirt. And I'm imagining that part of this is a tearaway reveal that would make the costume really great for performing in, because that disco ball that she's literally wearing would look so great on a stage. This look is beautiful, severe, and I love how it's showing off so much body, yada yada. She's got legs for days, and this look is hot.
Next up, wig styler for the stars. It's Jaymes Mansfield. Did I do it right? Miss Jaymes Mansfield, you'll remember, originally competed on season 9 of Drag Race, where she went home first. And Jaymes to me has always been such an interesting queen because she's somebody who I think has always known exactly who she is, but didn't necessarily have that TV polish back in the day. The polish is absolutely a quality I would say that she carries with her now. And I've been watching her growth and journey on YouTube over the past couple of years, and it's been fun to watch her grow, not only I think personally, but as an entertainer, and really figure out who she is and how to present that to the world. And her entrance look, I was really excited to see because, oh my god, she looks polished head to toe. The wig, the hair, the gown, this gorgeous, gorgeous gown, everything is perfect. And I also love that this look is a very clear callback to the original workroom entrance look she presented to us all. And I also love that this look is 100% branded in that extremely hyper feminine, girly, old Hollywood glamour meets 80s aesthetic that she has branded and really made her own. Like, this is very much giving me Marilyn meets Barbie and the West Hills of Hollywood, sipping a cocktail by the pool and watching the pool boys do their job. This look is hot. And her promo look, wow. This is a lot. This is a lot. Like, she's the overly ornate doll in your grandma's doll collection meets the bedazzled doilies that she has laying around the house, but as a drag queen. Like, Jaymes really has her finger on this idea of like hyper feminine grotesque camp, and I kind of like it. My only critique here is I think the cut of the dress should have just been extended into a small train or at least touching the floor a little bit, especially with such a short heel on the look, but those are small complaints, and I'm gonna give this look a hot. And next up, Alexis Michelle.
Who is Alexis Michelle?
But how do I even begin to explain Alexis Michelle? Alexis Michelle is flawless. She competed on and produced season 9 of RuPaul's Drag Race. I heard she does Subway commercials in New York City. If you see something, say something. I heard her Lesbian Snatch Game performance is insured for $10,000. One time, Kris Jenner told her impersonation of her in Kardashian the Rusical was dope. One time, she punched me in the face. It was awesome. But on a real note, Alexis Michelle did finish 5th in season 9 of RuPaul's Drag Race, and that's not to be laughed at. Not to mention, I think she kind of invented the self-sabotagingly perfect Jan casting archetype. She walked so Jan could crack. Say crack again. And for her entrance look, she's giving us orange hair is the new black. And this look for Alexis is, I think, a really interesting direction for her fashion. And I would say, generally speaking, I remember her as more of a personality on the season and less of a fashion queen, but this is a great step in the right direction for her. She's giving me like motocross woman meets Jessica Rabbit in this, and I really love what she's done here. She looks absolutely beautiful, and I think this look is hot. And for her promo look, she's looking pretty and soft pink. She's showing off a little leg with a giant slit on the side. The length of the gown is a perfect shape. Her hair is right. The makeup is right. And I love how simple and understated yet elegant this look is. It's absolutely hot. And next up, it's Jessica Wilde. Y'all, I cannot believe that I'm saying Jessica Wilde's name in one of my videos. It has been 13 years since I have seen this queen on my TV, and I cannot tell you how excited I am. She has to be one of my favorite Drag Race personalities of all time because she is so quotable and so funny, sometimes intentionally, but most of the time unintentionally. She kind of has that Tammy Brown quality to her where you never know what's gonna come out of that mouth, but oh my God, is she gonna make you laugh? And as far as what she might be bringing to the competition, she's another wild card in many different ways. But Drag Race back in season 2 was so different from what it is now that I'm not sure how anything she did back then on the show will really compare to what challenges they'll throw at her today. But if anything, I would guess that she'll do well considering the more performance heavy focus that I think modern seasons of Drag Race have. Like, she won the Rocker Girls performance in season 2, which could translate really well into something like the talent show or even a lip sync tournament bracket. But most importantly, she wants to win. Like, you can tell she is absolutely ready to have her moment, and she's not gonna let it slip through her fingers. She lets us know in her entrance look that she comes dressed for the gold. And girl, this is how you make an entrance look. She's in this pale yellow, kind of muted gold chiffon dress with all this drapery and rouging and tulle, and it absolutely is soft and pretty, but also fierce and over the top glamorous. And I love the little details of the flowers adorned on the dress throughout it, and also the detail of that little hair loop coming across her forehead, delicate and princess-like. This look is hot. And in her promo look, we see another side of Jessica Wilde. This is the aesthetic I think that maybe she was more known for back in the day. She's giving us a kind of 80s hairband rocker aesthetic with this big, beautiful, asymmetrical updo that is very RuPaul-esque, actually. And I love how she's not just playing with crystals and beading and sequins, oh my, but is also giving us lots of different pieces and parts to this very opulent and elegant look. She's giving us punk goes pop. This look is hot. And next up, oh wow, it's Jimbo. So she first competed on Drag Race back on Canada's Drag Race season 1, where she finished 4th and won Snatch Game for her Joan Rivers impression. And then more recently competed on UK versus the World, where she was infamously sent home by Pangina. And I think a lot of what makes Jimbo so special and entertaining is that her drag is first and foremost clownery. And I'm not being shady when I say that. Like, she literally went to clown school and approaches her art from that perspective. And if you missed her on UK versus the World, I recommend you at least go watch their talent show where she is dressed as this ghost character and throwing lunch meat at RuPaul. Iconic. But oh Oh, wow. Here she is, her third time around, and maybe the third time will be the charm. And for her entrance look, she comes in nothing but a tiny little bikini and her all natural body. And oh wow, I just remembered how much I'm gonna have to be censoring Jimbo's looks with those big giant chesticles that she rocks. Oh, and by the way, it's not that I want to censor drag queen looks in my videos, it's that I literally have to avoid demonetization. Which is a great reminder that if you want to help support my channel, you can do so by joining the Bussy Queen Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where I give exclusive member benefits to my patron family, like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos like reactions to this cast announcement, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And it'll seriously go a long way if you join my Patreon and help support my channel by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But back to Jimbo in her little tiny sequined bikini. So this full body silicone bodysuit that she's wearing here is something that she has been running around in now for at least a year, and I think is a great representation of one of the characters that Jimbo kind of does in her drag. And this look, I think, is a great example of Jimbo both taking her drag seriously, but also not seriously at all. This look is hot. And her promo look, I was actually gasping for air when I saw this. This look is absolute perfection. And a great reminder that Jimbo is talented, brilliant,
incredible, amazing,
show-stopping, never the same, totally unique,
completely not ever been done before,
unafraid to reference or not reference, put it in a blender, on it, vomit it,
eat it, give birth to it.
You get the picture. Like, I love this look, both from the artistic perspective with which she approached it and the seriousness of the camp and glamour in this look, but again, also the quality of not being afraid to look a little ugly or a little stupid. Like, she's giving us this giant mouth agape expression here, and she's not focused on trying to look poised and perfect, but rather giving us the most entertaining option and presentation of her drag. To see her on this season. This look is hot. And finally, she's back again. It's LaLa Ri. And the LaLa Ri experience joins us from season 13, where she was crowned not only Miss Congeniality, but won the very first golden boot for her bag look in the bag ball. Truly the gift that keeps on giving, both for her and the fan base. Miss LaLa Ri, I'm so excited to see her on this season. And for LaLa's entrance look, she lets us know she's back to bag these bitches. And she, in this look, is giving us some really dramatic costuming. She's got this crazy eyeglass mask thing going on with fins. I think fins on her gloves, complete with sequining and tassel beads. And this is a really interesting look, I've got to say. Primarily because it makes me ask the question, what is going on here? But also because I think it's a fun fashion moment. It's absolutely hot. And for her promo look, y'all want an All-Stars glow up? Miss LaLa Ri is gonna give it to you. She is giving me the final boss of the Christmas gift wrapping extravaganza. Like, girl, forget the bags. She is buying and gift wrapping the entire store in this gown, and I absolutely love the elegance and opulence of this. I love that silky material, the rouging at the waist, and how she's created so many fun little details for your eyes to travel around and find on the look. And I think really she has an interesting take on her fashion that kind of reminds me of Rich Housewife hits the Met Gala or something. This look is hot. Concerning my final thoughts on this cast, well, if y'all couldn't tell, I'm actually so excited for this season. There is a queen, I think, from almost every season of RuPaul's Drag Race besides like season 1, and it's nostalgic for someone like me who's been watching Drag Race since the early days, and is exciting for someone like me who's also a professional reviewer of RuPaul's Drag Race, because Heidi in Closet, for example, is a super special contestant to me because season 12 was the first season that I ever reviewed on my channel. And now here she is on All Stars, all glowed up 3 years later. The only remaining question mark I really have about this season, though, is what are the twists going to be? What is RuPaul gonna throw with the girls? Because last season, All Star 7, All Winners, we had the point system and kept the entire cast the entire season, which overall I liked because we got to see everything that everyone had to offer, and it felt like a full journey. But I don't think we're gonna see a point system again. I have a feeling we're gonna go back to top 2 eliminating the bottom 2. But of course, I'd love to hear y'all's thoughts on this season's cast in the comments down below. So please let me know. And finally, it's time for Hottest Hots. For entrance looks, I'm gonna give it to Jessica Wild. And for the promo shot, Jimbo. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots this week, and for the entrance, they've chosen Jimbo. And in the promo shots, Jimbo. See you later. Love ya. Bye. Hi, Ugly. Who do I want to be? Who do I want to be today? Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bustin' Timberlake, and welcome back to Hot or Rot. and today we're going to be reviewing the premiere of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8. Our 12 returning queens are split into 2 groups and challenged to write lyrics for and develop original choreography for a song called Money, Success, Fame, Glamour by the Pop-Tarts, who are also the executive producers of RuPaul's Drag Race. Like Mother said, never miss an opportunity for self-promotion. And throughout the episode, we saw 3 looks from each of our queens themed around the idea of fame. In the mini challenge, Fame Then and Fame Now, and on the runway, Famous Forever, aka each queen's timeless signature drag. So we'll be going queen by queen as they appeared in the main challenge to break down each of their 3 fame looks and discuss how I thought they did in the challenge. Then we'll talk tops, bottoms, lip syncs, and the twist. Y'all wanted a twist, eh? Laganja's eternal impact on Drag Race. Iconic. And we've got a lot to cover today, so let's go ahead and get bussin'. First, we'll do the glam rock group, starting with Alexis Michelle. Who is Alexis Michelle? Oh right, we already did that. And firstly, her 3 looks for Famous Then. She has an homage to Norma Desmond, who was a character from a 1950s movie called Sunset Boulevard. And from what I can tell through some clips and images, she 100% is evoking this 50s style and glamour, that kind of, oh, I'm in the makeup room, finishing up and powdering and ready to boss everybody around type of vibe going on. And for Famous Now, she gave us a direct reference to the look Kim Kardashian wore at the Met Gala 2021, which was the all-black morph suit thing that Kanye put her in for his fashion line as kind of like a statement piece. And I think these 2 looks from Alexis in the mini challenge fashion show are really interesting side by side because one is monochromatic white with sparkles and the other is completely black. And they're also from 2 completely different eras of pop culture and the world in general. So I think this was a great way for her to showcase her breadth of knowledge, if you will. Although neither of these is really giving me like an Alexis Michelle stamp. I think these looks are hot, but I think the more successful looks tonight did actually modernize and twist their references into their own unique characters. And her Famous Forever runway, also monochromatic. She's giving like a peachy 80s Jessica Rabbit kind of fantasy, which I think definitely hits that note of timeless glamour. My critique on this look though is kind of what I have for the previous 2. I want something bigger and bolder for television. And she here looks effortlessly, gorgeously, beautifully hot. But I think a lot of different queens could wear these 3 looks that she showcased tonight, and I'm really gonna be looking for that stamp of who is Alexis Michelle on the runway in the coming episodes. She definitely went above and beyond in the challenge though. She was the first to go in the glam rock group and belted out some really amazing vocals, and of course bragged with lyrics like, "My talent steals the scene." I though was kind of upset she didn't reference anything about her previous time on Drag Race, like the whole producing season 9 or See Something Say Something. I don't know, like that could have been really fun to throw in there and connect with the audience. But it's almost like she was scared to or didn't know how to tap into her funny, even though we know that she's hilarious and can do characters like Liza in Snatch Game and such. But the theatrics really came out untucked when Monica Beverly Hillz was having a genuine emotional moment about potentially being in the bottom of this episode, and Alexis just steals the entire moment and starts crying because she's happy that she's being received well by the judges. And every single queen is like in the room in the confessional. They're like, she's put on a show, theater's coming out. It's a little strange. Next up, grab your floaties because we'll be taking a dip in the cool, refreshing waters of Darienne, who in the mini challenge fashion show gave us a, I guess, Renaissance fair inspired then and Billie Eilish now. I'm not really sure why she went for Renaissance fair because everyone else pretty much did some sort of like pop culture icon or at least iconic history woman. I don't know, it was really out of left field. And this type of style, I really wouldn't even call it fashion. It's really just like a cosplay type of thing. It's situational and I think has, you know, a time and a place. But here, I don't know about that. I'm gonna give this like a really safe hot. The Billie Eilish look though, it's unforgivable. I thought at first, I was watching this on Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen, where my patrons get exclusive benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to exclusive videos like these reactions to Drag Race. And I'm thinking, is this one of those things that's like so bad it's good? And it wasn't, it's just so bad it's bad. It had time to marinate and it is just she could have gone from there to the next step, which maybe was a beautiful gown in like a green to black ombre with that same design on it to evoke the idea of Billie Eilish, but still give Darienne Lake and also give drag. This was rad. But I think her saving grace tonight in terms of look presentation was the forever famous look on the runway. She is in all leopard that is dripping in crystals that get denser and denser as it goes down the gown. This is seriously gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. It's definitely a hot look for me, but in the challenge, I think she also had some hits and misses. In general, I like the 80s Madonna glam rock vibe that she went for and enjoyed her self-referencing lyrics about taking a dip into the cool waters of Darien Lake. I think she commanded stage presence and in her solo moments did great. It was really just in the larger group choreography that every time there was a group shot, she was like a full step behind everyone else, and it was obvious. So her solo feature, I would give a hot, but you know, the choreo and all the other stuff is a rot. And next up, it's Heidi in Closet. What's gappinin'? And she, in her fashion presentation tonight, takes us on a wild journey. In her famous then look, we get this like electric green little Bo Peep 19th century fashion thing going on. Totally wild. My only confusion point here was I just wasn't totally sure what she was trying to do with the white makeup on her jaw. I think maybe she was trying to look like a cracked porcelain doll or something, but it was more distracting than additive, and I don't think the look needed it. I'd love to see her taking risks and doing new things, which she also did in the famous Now look, which is an homage to Chloe and Hailey Bailey, an R&B duo. And I'm not totally sure if she was referencing an exact look from them, but I love what she did here. That big giant bow in the back, giving us some camp, giving us, I think, really interesting stuff, like cool patterns, cool textures, and overall a hot look. But I do think she saved the best for last. Her famous Forever look was a little Chris Tucker from Fifth Element reference, which we always love to see. But this look isn't an exact copy of that look. It's twisted and remixed, and Heidi looks great here. Loving, loving, loving the adventurous spirit that she's approaching her fashion with, and this look is hot. And in the challenge, we actually see that she maybe had, in the beginning, a bigger role in choreographing for her group, but Kandy Muse stepped in during rehearsal to say, no, 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 we're not gonna do that, we're gonna do this. And we never really saw a resolution on whose choreo ended up being used where, but I think Heidi individually did amazing. She was somebody who was never out of sync. She was somebody who knew all the steps. She was somebody who in her solo was commanding presence, giving face, and I think really nailed every aspect of this style of performance. The only place where she missed for me tonight was the lyrics. I kind of lost what she was saying in that last part of her verse. I think she was saying something about always getting caught when she's on the scene, but I don't know what that means. But all things considered, I would give this a safe high. And next up, she not only put in the work, but got the work. It's Kahanna Montrese. And across her three looks tonight, we see, I think, a theme of gaudy opulence. The famous then look is very old Hollywood, but ritzy, glitzy. She's got a little leg slit, several chinchillas around her arms, and a whole lot of body. And I think this was her opportunity to show the judges, here's my glamorous womana beautiful look. Then for the famous Now, she gives a remix of the Lil Nas X pink cowboy suit that he wore, and I loved this because A, it was immediately recognizable, and B, she didn't just copy the look. She made the bottom part, which was originally, I believe, chaps or pants, into a dress, which I think was really smart and obviously showing that she's thinking about what she's doing and not just doing the assignment, but also the extra credit, that extra mile that is gonna make her stand out and get the judges' attention, which indeed it did. Both of these looks absolutely hot. And in the famous Forever look, another hot look. Metaphorically and possibly literally, she's a phoenix, all while keeping in line with this new identity that she's creating for herself that is this beautiful, opulent showgirl. And her glow up theme continues in the challenge. She is rapping about how she's here with the glow up, which is very literal, but also aspirational and I think relatable. And I would have liked to have seen more memorable lyrics from her, but what she did was perfectly fine and I think appropriate for the challenge and make it very hot. And next up, if you don't have star quality, Kandy Muse will let you know. So we actually see a little alliance forming apparently between her, Jimbo, and Heidi because they were all on tour right before All Stars 8 happened. But will the bonds of the alliance hold when times get tough? Guess we'll find out. This jacket is so hot. I have to take it off. I was trying to be cute for y'all, but I can't do it. I'm sweating. Oh, my God. Anyways, across Kandy's 3 looks, she absolutely nailed everything she did. Her famous then is a look paying homage to the supermodel look by Rupaul, which I think is a flawless Ru creation, and she looks untouchable. Plus, I love the updated amount and volume of hair on the head to balance out the extra train that she also added to this outfit. But her famous now look, while polished, left me with more questions than answers. She said she was giving futuristic celebrity woman on the go, which I don't know why she didn't like say a name if there was supposed to be a name, or maybe she just went conceptual, but I don't think that there was a strong enough concept or reference, at least not one that was recognizable to me. And so this look was weak in that sense to me, but strong aesthetically. These are hot looks. And her timeless drag look is giving red armor plates, a little like red Power Ranger fantasy, maybe a little Bionic Woman Mugler inspiration there. Also, I've got to call it, her makeup is again this time around untouchable. Like, it was perfect back on her original season, but is even more perfected now somehow. The lines, the blend, I mean, it's really great. And in the challenge, she was also a solid performer. She sang award-winning Diva. She's giving you Fever, which overall I would say was pretty underrated considering she was just safe this episode. Because like Heidi, she had a very commanding and present performance. I think it was just missing a storyline to tie into to make the episode more impactful. Conspiracy theory. And next up, our beauty queen, Miss Naysha Lopez, who for her famous then is giving the classic, or a reference to the classic Coco Chanel tweed suit, which is a perfect fashion reference to make. However, I think it kind of missed the mark in terms of actually meeting the reference in terms of style, and then again, also twisting it and remixing it into her own brand. The proportions are off in this. It's like the blazer part is way too bulky and the skirt is too long. The silhouette is just not silhouetting. This looks a rot. But her famous now look was both beautiful and smart. She's giving Donatella, and I believe the dress is supposed to be a reference to Donatello wearing the jungle green Versace dress that was actually made famous by Jennifer Lopez a year after Donatello wore it at the 1999 Met Gala and J.Lo wore it in the 2000s at the Grammys. I will also point out though, I think her doing Donatello in a look from 1999 as a famous now look is a little questionable in terms of meeting the brief, especially when her then look came from the 80s. But the look is hot, and her forever look, I can't really say much about it because the look itself doesn't say much. It's, girl, I'm colorblind, I don't know, it's lavender cat suit with crystals on it. Like, it's pretty, if I guess like a little dated. And I think looking at these 3 looks, she has the same issue so far as Alexis. You're like, who is this queen? What is her brand? What is like the unique thing that she's doing across the board that's making her stand out and be unique in, you know, a sea of queens everywhere. But you can't say she doesn't look absolutely drop dead gorgeous. She does. This look is like a safe hot for me. And in the challenge, she sings, "If you don't know my name, you only have yourself to blame." And it's funny because individually, each queen in this group did well. It was really just in the group choreography parts that they were kind of falling apart. Because Naysha solo was a great solo performance, if I guess a little understated. And I think perfectly deserving of her safe spot this episode. And next up, we're getting into the disco themed version of this song, starting with Jaymes Mansfield. First, we've got her famous then look, which she says is an homage to her Mexican heritage. And it's like showgirl meets mariachi meets bullfighter. At least that's my interpretation of what's going on here. Oh, also meets burlesque, which is great. Like, you see the reference points that she made, and you also see how she put those down, flipped them, and reversed them, and still gave a branded Jaymes Mansfield look that makes sense with her fantasy. She did a great job in this challenge. And for famous now, she gave a JoJo Siwa fantasy, which I'll say I didn't immediately recognize. JoJo Siwa was not somebody I keep like on the tip of my tongue, and she's also not someone I would consider like a fashion icon, so I'm not sure that the JoJo Siwa pick made sense for this challenge. So cute, like a safe hot, but was it fashion? Her famous forever look though, of the 3, I think was my favorite from her tonight. This absolutely is timeless old glamour, but modernized. She's giving that, oh, I'm in the boudoir in my nightie, throwing a shawl over and going to talk to my man type of fantasy. And she has that kind of twisted, sick Barbie thing that she has going on there with the squeaking, and you know, it's all very fun and tongue-in-cheek, which is exactly what we expect from Jaymes Mansfield. This was a great runway from her. It's absolutely hot. And in the challenge, she starts her group off with the first solo. Hi Mama Ru is the queen of camp, letting everyone know that her voice isn't the only thing that squeaks. She's a funny, campy queen, and she's tapping into that and playing into that blonde ditzy character with the choreo, because I think maybe dancing isn't her strong suit, but as Ross pointed out, she made it enjoyable by doing it in character still, even if it wasn't perfect dancing. And overall, I enjoyed Jaymes in this, so I'd give her a hot. And next up, Coco-Doodle-Doo, it's Jessica Wilde. So her famous then look is Nefertiti. And girl, we have gone 3,400 years back to get to this Egyptian queen. I think this is a good look. It's solid. It's a little costumey. It's very Vegas, glamour, gaudy. I feel like, is this the most original thing we've ever seen on a runway and on Drag Race? No, but she knows how to work runway and she knows how to give a fantasy. So give this a safe hot. Her famous now look though was so much fun. So Bad Bunny is a Latin pop rap artist, and he actually did drag in this music video, Yo Perreo Sola, and the look is exact. For all I know, this is literally the exact dress and wig that Bad Bunny was wearing in the music video. She killed it. I love the reference. I immediately got it. This look is hot. Her forever look though tonight, not my favorite of the three. Something is feeling off about that hair color. To me, it's like washing out her face in a weird way. Although I will say the actual outfit pieces I think are solid. She's got a great silhouette. I love individually how they work together. She's got movement. This is absolutely her kind of rock and roll style that she likes to do. I think this look was maybe just a little too timeless for Jessica Wilde, because I feel like we saw her wear stuff like this on her original season, which is both a critique and a compliment, because she looked great back then and she looks great now. But it's All Stars, and I think we, the audience and the producers and judges and everyone are really looking for that evolution storyline, and I think she's gonna need to show where she's evolved in specific places. But even if she didn't do that on the runway for me tonight, I think she absolutely did it in the challenge. She is so much more confident doing whatever the hell she's doing on stage, and I love that she has just totally embraced this idea of, I am who I am, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, it's gonna come out how it's gonna come out in whatever language it is. She was singing like, my body's my moneymaker, pay and you can taste her. Wild. I don't know how they didn't make her rewrite that, honestly, but it was a solid, funny performance. I think it was absolutely hot. And next up, she came to cruise. It's Jimbo. And I'll just say it right now. She ate. She left no crumbs. The plate was empty. She went back for a second. She ate those too. Nailed every single aspect of this episode. The famous then, she's giving Marilyn Monroe. The classic 50s shot of her standing over the sewer grate with her dress carefully blowing up in certain situations to give the people looking at the photo some tingly feelings. Really smart look. And she didn't just put on a cute little white dress. It is a huge, draggy moment. Like the way the actual dress is wired, it looks like to be up behind her, constantly giving that, the sewer's blowing air up my ass thing is brilliant. This look is hot. And her now look is a little more conceptual. She's giving social media queen in really interesting ways. Like her wig is like a thumbs up, like a like button. And she's got words on her dress like follow and subscribe. And the dress in general with these giant words on it, I think are a reference to the Victor and Rolf fashion show from several years ago. And for her famous forever look, I was gagged, I was gooped. She's literally a giant brain coming out on the stage. Like the amount of hours of work that went into not only the costume of this, but the wig work. I mean, this look is insane. What is going on here? All these looks are hot. And in the challenge, I actually think she had one of the best verses. She sang J to the IMBO and then like talking directly to Ru, as she loves to do. Jimbo is like funny, irreverent, professional, polished, all the things that you want to see on TV and on Drag Race. She killed this challenge. She killed the runway. Girl, hot, hot, hot. Hot, 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 hot. Next up, we've got award-winning designer LaLa Ri, who for her famous thin look is doing a 1960s glamour, which is gorgeous on her. Her makeup is really soft here. She looks so pretty, and the gown perfectly fits. But her famous now look, girl, I don't know if she's doing this on purpose to troll, but how does the same person that wears this famous thin look also wear this famous now look? I think she did this on purpose. It's just a bad look. Like it's literally a sheer bodysuit with like cutout letters on it. And like the joke is funny, but it just is very last minute. This looks a rot. But her forever look goes back to a hot. She wanted to give a leotard, but to make it into a train, kind of a half dress, half dancing bodysuit thing going on, which is unique and interesting. And like that is, I think, the consistent theme with LaLa Ri's drag and fashion is she's a mixed bag and don't really know what to expect with this queen, which which is fun. And this look is hot. In the challenge, also, again, you don't know what to expect. Maybe she's eating hot chicken off of diamond dishes. And I really enjoyed how, unlike some of the other queens who took this challenge, I think, a little too seriously in the other group, she was just like, I'm gonna be silly, I'm gonna be me, do my own thing. And that to me is hot. And next up, MBH, Monica Beverly Hillz, who for her famous then look is giving us Cleopatra, another trip back to Egypt. And this is a solid look from her. The costuming is good and the fantasy is clear. I think, like so many of the other looks, honestly, tonight in this mini challenge, it's just missing a signature. And the thing is, we don't know who Monica Beverly Hillz is anymore. It's been so long since we've seen her on our television. And this was a really great chance for her, I think, to make her mark. And she kind of missed that opportunity. Because like also in the Famous Now look, she comes out and she's giving cute girl who's like maybe shopping in West Hollywood fantasy. And she says this is supposed to be a Kim Petras look, which I like Kim Petras. I'm a Kim Petras fan. But for as much as I enjoy her music and like her, I don't really like think of Kim Petras as having an iconic look or something that is super memorable from an award show or something. So this to me was a rot for the brief, and her Famous Forever look is pretty. But across these three looks, we are left asking, like, who is Monica Beverly Hillz? She's in this gorgeous danceable bodysuit, but what's the reason? What's the why? What's the purpose? What's the how? How do we arrive here? This looks like a safe hot, and getting onto the challenge, the reason that she was in the bottom this episode, it was very clear that she had something else on her mind, or was not sure of what she was doing, or didn't have that inner confidence, because every single time the camera was on her, she just looked a little distant, not as present as some of the other queens that were just up in your face in that camera giving burp, 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 burp. She was distracted, and that was consistent there as well as on her runways. So this performance is a rock for me, but we'll talk more about her being in the bottom later. Let's move on to Miss Kasha Davis. Her famous then is a direct reference to Lucille Ball in Ziegfeld Follies from 1945. And I love that she not only named the person of interest, but the source and the year that this look was sourced from. And the other thing I love about this look is, yes, it very clearly is an homage or reference to this famous then look from Lucille Ball, but it's not exact. And I think she kind of twisted and mixed it up in a way that made sense for Miss Kasha Davis. This look is hot, but her Famous Now look? So this is supposed to be Kris Jenner, famous now, yes. But would Kris Jenner be caught dead in this outfit? Lover or hater? I think we can't deny that modern Kris Jenner does not have this bad of taste, or at least this bad of stylist. And it doesn't happen. This look is bad. This is a rot. And her Famous Forever look, camp. It was camp. She's doing her 50s housewife kind of dress thing going on. She's probably got a pie in the oven, and the wig is not a wig, it's a helmet. And is this like an iconic fashion moment for Drag Race? No, but I think it's a perfectly serviceable look and represents Mrs. Kasha Davis well. So it's hot. And in the challenge, her verse was actually one of the few that I laughed out loud listening to. She's obsessed with calling herself a workhorse queen, which to me just sounds really funny. I don't know what it is about those two words together, but it just makes me laugh every time she says it. But her lyrics overall were kind of strange. She was like, I'm reintroducing myself with my cutie hubby by my side. And I was like, what do you mean? Why are we bringing the husband into this? But I think she made up for the confusion I had with her ad libs when she was like, money and brunch. This was hot. So the judges pick out Darienne Lake and Monica Beverly Hillz as our bottom two for this episode, which I actually agree with. Both of these queens had very clear, identifiable moments that were like, yeah, they messed up. And it wasn't just in one area, but multiple. You know, Darienne with the choreo and also some of the fashion slip-ups, and then Monica with the presentation of self both on the runway and in the dancing of the challenge. I will also point out Alexis and Naysha were a little lower on my scorecard, but I don't think they deserve bottom two. My scorecard tops were Kahanna and Kandy with 19 points, and then I actually give a perfect scorecard to Jimbo for this episode. Maybe I'm biased, I don't know. Like, I'm definitely a Jimbo stan, but I just feel like she really went above and beyond here. And to not even have her called out as being in the top, I don't know, kind of gooped me, kind of gagged me. But like I said, Kahanna was also in the top for me, and I think her pick for the win made sense, especially considering she had a great little storyline. You know, this is her moment. She's coming back from being early out to here she is, all glowed up. That is All-Stars. So she wins $5,000 cash money, baby, and then gets to lip sync against this episode's lip sync assassin, Aja. And this was a lip sync, girlies. And I think Aja's ballroom moments really sold the intensity of the song. But for me personally, I think Kahanna was a little more in vibe with like the general emotion and feeling of the song across the board. So the $10,000 cash tip that would have gone to Kahanna if she won gets rolled over into next week's episode, meaning next week's lip lip sync is worth $20,000. And Ru also reveals the twist for the season. The twist is that the eliminated queens are going to be competing in a sort of loser's bracket, if you will, of unaired runways. It seems we're going to see how this shakes out, because it seems like there's going to be some kind of fan voting involved, and they're going to be showing looks that the eliminated queen from the prior episode would have worn the episode if they had still been there. And I'm like, how is this all going to work? I'm sure they'll find a way, but the winner, however that happens, will win $50,000. The Fame Games have started. And now for hottest hots. For the 3 Fame looks combined, I'm going to give it to Jimbo, and in the girl group challenge, I'm also going to give it to Jimbo. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and for the looks, they chose Jimbo, and in the challenge, Kahanna Montrese. See you later. Love ya. Bye. And it all began with Jasmine Masters. It's me, Bussy Chalamet, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we're going to be reviewing episode 2 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8. Our queens were challenged to do sketch comedy and RDR Live, a parody of SNL, and the runway category was Net Gala. So we'll be breaking down each queen's performance in the episode as I saw it, as well as discussing the curious coincidence of the Pangina versus Jimbo lip sync. And then we'll end with some drama from Miss Naysha Lopez, who says what we see on All Stars 8 may not be the truth. There's one queen she thinks should have been in the bottom both the first and second episode of this season, and another who she's saying got multiple takes in this sketch acting comedy challenge when every other queen only got 1. But let's go ahead and get started. In the order the queens appeared in their sketches, roughly, we first up have Jaymes Mansfield from the Center of Drag Control sketch, which was a sort of soft open to the whole RDR Live show. Jaymes is playing a doctor alongside Naysha, who's informing her constituents of a new epidemic, the proliferation of RuPaul's Drag Race franchises all across the globe. And she brings a sort of butch authoritarianism to this character that is a really nice departure, I think, from her typical super girly aesthetic, which I think was a smart way to play the character and not making it too goofy or too silly, because everyone else in the scene was going way over the top, like Heidi and LaLa with their reactions to everything that she would say. This felt like something that she does regularly and seemed effortless, and I think she absolutely gave a hot performance. And on the runway, she's giving us a little 60s Barbie kitten fantasy, and her interpretation of the net concept is literally a hairnet in her giant 60s beehive hair. And for somebody who has very much made wigs her thing, I mean, she does have an entire YouTube channel dedicated to styling them, I think this choice made a lot of sense for her drag character. Plus, as even she points out, I think it was nice to see her continue to push the envelope of like her silhouette with extra padding and really making her drag character pop on the runway. Her look is super polished, and the only thing that I was left maybe wanting a little more of was the net concept integrated more into the cat suit, because the hair was the show, but the rest of it was a little plain, if pretty. This look was hot. And next up, Naysha Lopez, who in the Center for Drag Control sketch is playing James's co-doctor. And we do hear from Naysha in the confessionals that she apparently is pretty upset about landing in this character. She says, "We all got the roles we wanted, except for me." I will say, it didn't seem like she pushed back very much on the decision. Like, I think she definitely could have put up more of a fight, or even done the thing where the queens all kind of do auditions amongst themselves, and then they vote for who will get what part. But here we are with Naysha in the role of Dr. Blackwell. And from what I can tell, this character was sort of intended to be the tell that drag had actually already infected the Center for Drag Control in its quest to take over the entire world. Every time Jaymes would say something serious about the epidemic, Naysha would chime in with little dragisms, like maybe RuPaul's lyrics from Peanut Butter, or turning the word death into death drops. But her line delivery is kind of awkward, and I think not totally in on the joke. It was like she was trying to do these 2 different layers of ditzy and H-word, which are actually, I think, 2 very difficult things to combine if it doesn't come super naturally to you. So this for me was a rot. But on the runway, Naysha does what Naysha does best. She gave us beauty, she gave us glamour, and she has met the brief of netted. She's in an all black netted gown. And this is a gorgeous, gorgeous gown. It's giving me like 90s vampy vibes. And I think if Drag Race were a beauty pageant, she would already have another crown. But at the end of the day, this is TV, and I think we're seeing now across these 2 episodes that she is not elevating her looks or her performances in the challenges in ways that are reality TV friendly or big and wow, wow, wow. Like the netted brief, I think could have been elevated into a more unique concept like some of the other queens did tonight on the runway, which we'll see here in a second. But I do think this look is absolutely hot. And next up we've got Kandy Muse, who in the challenge chose what I would say is probably the toughest role of them all, the host of RDR Live. And as host, she's tasked with giving a pretty lengthy monologue directly to camera with no one else on stage with her until about 3/4 of the way through when we see Kasha Davis make a little surprise appearance. And it was at this point that I think this segment of RDR Live really picked up, because while Kandy was there delivering the lines and meeting the brief, I think that she maybe needed some pauses in some of the jokes that she was telling. And Kasha kind of immediately outshined her into this scene, because she's just such a natural at this specific style of performance. But I would give Kandy a very safe hot here. But on the runway, this had me scratching my head. I was like, girl, what is this? It's basically a pink catsuit with a cape and some tulle detailing around the chest piece where she has spray painted on what I think is supposed to be her face. But the thing is, I'm just not sure why. And it's funny because I think Kandy definitely nailed the over the top or show stopping aspect of a Met Gala look. Like if somebody wore this to the Met Gala, I think people would definitely be talking about it. And a lot of times that is the only goal of a Met Gala look. But reeling that back in for RuPaul's Drag Race Runway, I do think this was missing a little bit in terms of explaining the artistic vision on the stage. So I give this like a rod. Next up we've got Jessica Wilde, who is in the McCall Girls landscaping service sketch. And as one of the McCall Girls alongside Jimbo, they are advertising their landscaping services to people in need of things like stump servicing. There were so many puns in this sketch. This one was really over the top. And Jessica plays this very obvious over the top H-word character as it's written, I would say. And even though she doesn't add any extra layers to her performance here, I think she did the over the topness of it perfectly. I mean, the faces, the body movements, everything is just constantly telling you, laugh at this is funny. She did a great job in the sketch. Her performance is absolutely hot. And I've also got to say, as a fan of Drag Race, it was really satisfying to see Jessica come full circle on something like an acting challenge, because on her original season, as she says, she really didn't know English very well. And now, as she tells RuPaul in the workroom, she's doing golden showers with the best of them. And on the runway, we add another Drag Race look in the butterfly compendium of Drag Race looks. I thought this was a surprisingly soft look from Jessica Wilde. It's a white knitted catsuit with butterfly nets all up and down, creating a really interesting silhouette actually around her body that have butterflies pinned throughout the outfit. This look is definitely hot. And next up we've got Jimbo, Jessica's scene partner in the McCall Girls sketch. And I'll say seeing Jimbo choose this character of everything available tonight was not at all surprising. This is a character in her wheelhouse that she knows and does very well. However, I think there was a kind of hidden challenge in this challenge, which was to add layers to your character, and in doing so, differentiate yourself from your identical duo in your scene. She let Jessica play the very obvious, overly H-word bimbo who's trying to sell you the products and services. And while she very much was that girl too, she had another story, a backstory that I don't even think we fully heard in this small sketch. There's like a touch of Jennifer Coolidge and White Lotus in this character, along with a little bit of Filthy Tweaker. And what's on her chest? Is that dirt? God only knows. But I think what she did here was really smart and definitely hot. And on the runway, when it comes to runway so far, I don't know. She's kind of outclassing a lot of these other looks, and I don't say that with disrespect to any of the other queens, but I think that also kind of comes with the territory of being on Drag Race for your third time. And maybe more importantly, being on Drag Race for your third time in very recent history, whereas many of the other queens in the cast maybe haven't been on the show in years and years and years. Anyway, her interpretation of the Met Gala is that she is the ultimate influencer attending the Met Gala. She's got all these iPhones coming off of her chest piece, this crazy silver headgear, tiny little glasses, and overall it's giving me 90s club kid meets Lady Gaga in the Alejandro music video, and also reminding me of those scenes in Brazil when they're like stretching the face with the headgear in the doctor's office. And I love it. It's glamour, it's camp, it makes you go what the heck, but also very much tells a story, multiple stories if you want to read into it. I think it's really special for a queen to be able to turn such a unique look this deep into the Drag Race timeline, globe, existence. This look is hot. And next up we've got Kasha Davis, who is the very butch satisfied customer in the McCall Girls sketch. She comes in at the end after the girls advertise their services and gives testimony to how great they are. And no surprise, Kasha has great line delivery, understands the jokes that she's telling, and I laughed when she said things like, "My two lips have never been happier." Kasha is a thespian through and through, and I think her performance as this character was absolutely hot. I think it was just obvious that this character wasn't intended to be the star of the sketch, and I think she actually stood out even more as Kandy's co-host in the opening segment. But on the runway, speaking of looks that have never been done before, I've never seen anything like this. It's, again with the butterflies also, butterfly net. But this, I will just say, it's a mess. I think the top half of it is okay. It's kind of Cinderella community theater vibes, and bottom half is very much like going to church or something. I don't understand the skirt length with that ankle booty. It totally chops her legs off and creates a very strange visual there. This would have been a lot prettier had she used that pink material on the bodice to maybe done a gown out of the pink. It's a mess of things and ideas, and I don't love it. It's a rock. And next up, we've got QNN news updates. Finally, a news source we can trust with Heidi in Closet. So in the workroom walkthrough, Heidi basically gets the suggestion to play the character as herself because she is so naturally funny. And overall, I would say Heidi was a standout in the cast. She was dynamic and would give a very good parodied seriousness of like delivering actual news with crazy, ridiculous, over-the-top moments, like when she's pretending to gag talking about Jiggly Caliente. The only thing I was wondering was, did she miss many opportunities to do her teeth whistling thing? Because I only heard it like once, maybe twice, and there were a lot of S's in her script. It kind of felt like that was where RuPaul was pushing her, was like, do the whistle thing, because like that's funny, and then she didn't. But I think she did great overall, and absolutely gets a hot from me. And on the runway, I really love that we can expect the unexpected from Heidi this season. She is giving us all kinds of silhouettes. We have not seen anything remotely similar to another thing that she's worn so far, and everything she's wearing is looking polished, finished, completed. And this look stylistically isn't my favorite, but I do appreciate the vision that she had here for that giant collar, making it look like pants, a skirt, a dress, all of those things kind of all at once. And overall, I'd say this look is like a safe hot. I do wish that there was a better integration of the smile gap symbols that are on the outfit and the concept of net, because for net she really only did like a black netted mesh for the material of the outfit, but I don't mind the gap. Next up, LaLa Ri, who in the sketch plays co-anchor to Heidi, and I thought these two made such a great duo. I'm really enjoying getting to know how truly funny LaLa Ri is, and sometimes it's in more subtle ways, like with great timing of how she says things and then will like cock her head to the side and raise her eyebrows. And I don't know if they were ad-libs or scripted, but all of the exclamations and gasps and things that she was saying in that first doctor sketch were great too. LaLa Ri gets LaLa hot from me here, and on the runway, it's a pretty dress. It's another pretty black netted dress. There were a lot of pretty black netted dresses tonight, and that's fine. I just wish that some of the queens that went for the obvious concept had put one more layer into it. I would say it's a pretty look though. I'll give it a safe hot. Next up, Kahanna Montrese, who has the storyline this episode of actually getting eliminated on the acting challenge in her original season with the same guest judge that was there when she was eliminated. But does she get her redemption? Sadly, no. She was playing Jones, a correspondent on QNN News, who kind of talks about the plight of being a cat or cat person or whatever it is she's supposed to be, and was highlighting the very serious issues of Bussy's being on fire out there. And her biggest problem in the challenge, I think, was that her delivery of her lines was kind of one note, and you just are kind of expecting her to do something really crazy, like get up on the table, crawl around, lick her paws, throw some cat litter everywhere. I don't know, do something really wild. She's dressed like a literal cat, and she just kind of sits there and talks. And it just highlighted how unnecessary this addition to the sketch felt. So I'm gonna give this a rock. But on the runway, wow, wow, wow. She's giving Poseidon, she's giving Mermaid Eleganza, she's giving literally just Queen of the Ocean. And I love that she took the net concept into like a net that she would catch fish with from the ocean and said, I'm gonna turn this into a full fantasy on the runway. The crystalling, the beading, the pearling, the crown, the scepter. And I love that this look is not just a look how insanely great my body looks in this look. It's also a look that stands on its own because it's so glamorous and so beautiful and totally hot. Next up, we go to the Jersey talk show where Alexis, Michelle, and Darienne Lake are obsessed with Michelle Visage. And these two's performances in this sketch, I'm not going to critique separately because they were both so similarly amazing. And yes, the characters were written that way, like the McCall Girls sketch. They didn't take the opportunity to make their characters different, but they didn't need to because they were essentially doing that thing where they were trying to one-up each other, both literally in the sketch and then also behind the scenes of their acting ability. Like they were, I think, very much actually having a real ego battle there on set, which was fun to watch. And I found myself invested in what they were saying, like, wow, who really is more obsessed with Michelle Visage? So I give them both hots here, and for Alexis Michelle's Runway, another black netted gorgeous gown. This one does though have a little more to it. It has the like undercolor of the black mesh, and it really is a gorgeous gown. I mean, if you're gonna do a simple interpretation of a brief, give me the full Cinderella in the Palace fantasy. She did that. I love the structure in that, the drama of this, the opulence, the elegance. She looks rich, she looks expensive, she looks beautiful. And I will say the same thing that I've said about Naysha's runways, in that Alexis is gonna need to show a little more personality on the runway, and maybe in these challenges that is unique and not just I'm good at this, I'm good at that, I'm pretty. We need something, I think, a little more relatable there. But this looks absolutely hot. And Darienne on the runway, I think absolutely nailed the idea of a net gala look. She's a basketball. The gown has all the little, what are they called? The twists and turns of the black parts of the basketball, whatever, and a giant net around her. Love the camp, love the silliness. This is exactly, I think, what we would expect from Darienne. And this is what I'm talking about with like putting personality in your looks. Is it, you know, as glamorous or gorgeous as Alexis's look? No. But it's fun, it's exciting, it's interesting, it's cool. I'm gonna give this a hot. And concerning my final thoughts on this challenge, I actually liked it a lot. And I think this cast being so full of thespians was really perfect for something like this. And I can't wait to see them do Snatch Game, future acting challenges, or whatever. I will say though, I thought it was interesting how some queens were helped, or whatever you wanna call it, with having extra people in their sketches that weren't really like billed as being in their sketches, if you will, like LaLa, Ree, and Heidi, and Jaymes and Naysha's, and then Kasha and Kandy's. It kind of felt like they were asked to do extra work, but then not really given any extra credit for it. But concerning the overall judging, I thought it was pretty fair. Bottom two, we got Naysha and Kahanna, and these are the exact two that I would have picked for bottom two as well, which, like, totally classic all-stars. You win one week and you're in the bottom the next. And then one goes to Jimbo, which kind of surprised me on first watch. And I think that was because I found myself enjoying the Michelle Visage sketch so much more. And it really didn't have anything to do with the acting abilities of any of like these four queens in question. More so, I just liked the content better. The McCall Girls one felt very, here's an S-word joke, here's an S-word joke, here's an S-word joke. And it was just over and over and over. And while I think a couple dirty puns here and there are fun, I mean, look at what I'd call myself. I think I just find myself wanting more from drag nowadays than I'm a big bimbo with giant who's gonna do some stuff. Good in small doses, but like the entire sketch of just that was like a little much for me. However, I do think this was a deserved win for Jimbo. She was, I think, across the entire cast, the only one that took this acting to the level she did. But I think Heidi or Darienne also would have been great picks for the win here. But the Jimbo win did make a lot more sense when we see that Pangina is the lip sync assassin. What a coincidence. What a little coinky dink, right? That Pangina, the person who sent Jimbo home on UK versus the world, the elimination that rocked the drag world, is now going to lip sync against her in Jimbo's All-Star season. By happenstance? I don't think so. Speculate amongst yourselves. I will let y'all decide in the comments below. Concerning the actual lip sync though, I did react to this lip sync on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to exclusive videos. And you can join and support the Bussy Queen channel by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. Pangina did amazing. Oh my god. She absolutely killed it. She's a lip sync queen through and through. She did so amazing on all her UK versus the world lip syncs and did not fail to to amaze me here. And Jimbo, she did more of that thing that she did on UK versus the World, where she just gets on the stage during a lip sync and kind of runs around like she doesn't know what she's doing or where she's at. And some parts were good, but then she would do the thing where she runs in circles again. And I'm like, why is she doing this? The only reason that I can think would be is because she doesn't want to send anybody home. Fair, that's fair. I don't know, I'm just not buying that she doesn't know how to kill a lip sync. Are you buying it? Are you buying what she's selling? Let me know. Now for the drama, which of course happened at Orozco's viewing party. And several clips from this viewing party are going viral on places like TikTok and Reddit, Twitter, etc., etc. And I've included bits of them in this video for reference, but in the first one, Naysha's discussing some unfairness that maybe allegedly occurred in this challenge of this episode, where Kandy Muse apparently got potentially up to 5, she says the word 5, takes for her opening host monologue. Remember, the other queens only got 1.
We were in the back where we usually line up for the runway, and she did her part on the main stage, and she started halfway through the monologue. They're like, oh, wait, Kandy, stop. Let's try that again. And I'm like, I thought it was 1 take. 1 take, 2 takes, 5 takes. Kandy is a simply motherfucker. She had it right the first time.
And concerning that, I would say, yeah, I mean, it's definitely not fair, but I would also argue that I don't think a number of takes would have, could have, or did make anyone's performance better than anybody else's. It was really, I think, the character choices in the sketches that were either the uplift or the downfall of the different queens this episode. And then another clip, Naysha's saying that Jaymes should have been in the bottom for not only this episode, but the first episode.
Every single one of my confessionals, they're like, so how do you think that person did? It don't matter, Jaymes was the worst one. I tell you why I did that. Because you're not going to change your narrative on me. I saw what I saw. My personal opinion, allegedly, I don't think they showed me because my opinions of certain people did not align with the narrative that this motherfucker was trying to build.
And Heidi actually responded to this on Twitter, writing, no, Jaymes deserved her top placement the second week, and Naysha shouldn't feel that way about her since she was the one mostly helping her. But anywho, if we were talking about the first episode, I would agree though. So Naysha saw what she saw, and Heidi saw what she saw. She saw. She shows by the seashore. I'm not really sure why Naysha has it out for Jaymes and thinks that she should be in the bottom all the time, but that's how she feels. Well, let me know what y'all thought about that and everything in the comments down below. As always, thank you so much for watching this video. For hottest hots on the runway, I'm gonna give it to Jimbo. And in the challenge, if I had to choose a sketch, it would be the Jersey sketch. But if I had to choose just one singular queen and their acting ability alone, it would be Jimbo. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest haunts this week, and they've chosen Jimbo and Jimbo. It's the Jimbo Show. See you later. Love ya. Bye. One day the earth will heal and the queen will return. Until then, hi ugly. It's me, Basamarin Diaz, and welcome back to Alright, and today we're going to be reviewing episode 3 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8. Our queens were challenged to serve 3 looks in the supermarket ball. And the categories were Legendary Queens, Fruity Patootie, and Supermarket Supermodel, a look they created there in the workroom using unconventional materials supplied to them by production. So we'll be breaking down each queen's look as I saw it, and discussing what I'm just going to go ahead and call out as the riggery of the supermarket ball. Riggery so wild that even the queens themselves were confused at who was placed in top and safe, and one queen, as a result of what happened, is even thinking about going home, we learned in Untucked. So let's go ahead and grab our shopping carts and head on over to aisle 4. It's Jimbo. So for her legendary look, she went literal. She is the dairy. She, I guess, is the milk in the cup that you've blown all the bubbles in. It's got a kind of 90s club kid vibe. It's almost a face kini, but the full face is exposed. She's got little clear balls all over this look, which are, of course, supposed to be the bubbles that you blew into the milk. And I think the most interesting part of this look are the giant sleeves, or fins, I guess they kind of look like. Plus, it's definitely a unique look, both in the Jimbo catalog and on the runway tonight, so I'm gonna give it a hot. But concerning her Fruity Patootie look, so every other queen on the runway tonight went more literal, I guess, and actually created looks based on fruits. But Jimbo went a little more heady and abstract. She's got this Warholian kind of print dress that has the faces of RuPaul, Cher, and I think that's Marsha P. Johnson from, you know, the Stonewall riots, where, according to Derek Barry, a lot of people died. With the joke being that the people's faces on the dress are the fruits. And I love how glamorous and supermodel Jimbo truly is looking here. But I do feel like maybe she went a little too far in abstracting the brief, trying to be unique with her runway delivery. At the end of the day, I think the queens were supposed to be fitting the supermarket ball theme, and I don't look at this look and in any way think supermarket. However, the judges don't seem to mind that she strayed so far from the brief, perhaps because RuPaul's face is on the dress, but I think undeniably the look is hot. And for her final look, supermarket supermodel, she is a head of lettuce, an artichoke heart, all of the green leaves in the grocery store combined to make one little cute kind of cocktail dress, kind of leotard type of fantasy, or as Michelle called it, stuff glued to a corset, which I thought was a little harsh for this. I do like that she very obviously used unconventional materials, which would have been, I suppose, the plastic fake fruits and vegetables from the supermarket. And I think she did a good job making it visually interesting with like depths and layers of color. But I do think it's missing that final element of wow or va va voom that would bring it into that high fashion, runway in Paris type of vibe. So I definitely would give this look a safe hot, but it does make me wonder, maybe she shouldn't have compromised for, as she says, trying to maybe give the judges what they want here, because her original idea is to do something funny and irreverent with the baby dolls and diapers and sausage links. And next up, it seems the dairy farm is missing an angel. It's Kahanna Montrese, who's giving us a fully sequinized cow print cat suit with a giant cutout in the middle where maybe the cow udders might be, but instead she's just got that hot body yaddy yaddy and a little peekaboo of her chest plate underneath the top part of that cut. And my favorite parts of the look on this old Bessie are the gloves and that big giant bow on her waist. And the look is definitely hot, but I do think there's something a little awkward about the cutout, the chest plate in the center, and just this middle part in general. But hey, she brought a new body to Drag Race and she wants to show it off, and I'm not that mad about it. And next up for her fruity patootie look, we've got a little bit of a trend alert going on because Heidi just did a runway, I think it was on the first episode, that she called out was a reference to Chris Tucker in Fifth Element as well. And this look might be one of the most beautiful on the runway tonight. It is truly stunning. Like, to take a banana in its true tones of that kind of muddy yellow and brown edges and integrate all of that in a way that is still elegant, classy, and showgirly, I think is really special. And honestly, everything about this look down to the hair, I mean, it's untouchable. And girl, peel me off a piece. This banana is hot. And for her final look, she's created a blue and yellow super heroine type fantasy. And about this look on Twitter, she wrote, "I love this look I sewed myself. I made it with 3 pool floaties and a laundry basket net. Honestly, anything was better than being in the bottom again, but I know I turned that ball out." I thought this look was an extremely creative use of that plasticky floaty material, and I was impressed that she got it to stay in such sharp, jagged lines with such a dramatic silhouette. Like, this is a really cool look. Plus, I think it shows off Kahanna's versatility really well. Like, each of her 3 looks tonight were so different. And I was shocked that she wasn't at least in top tonight, but I will say this look did kind of lose maybe the idea of supermarket to me, which I think was intended to have some kind of organic feeling component to it, but she used the materials that were given, so can't be too mad about it. This look is definitely hot. And next up, we've got Jaymes Mansfield, who for her legendary look is giving us a little milk and cookies. And this look is both so cute and campy and also fashionable. I love that these hands that are both on the actual dress part of the look and then grabbing the cookies around her neck are very much in vogue. We've seen queens on different Drag Race franchises do looks with hands on them like Pythia or Sagittaria. And in fashion, we have seen this pop up from time to time. Gaga had hands all over her look back in the day. Beyonce has hands all over her bodysuit that she's wearing on the Renaissance tour right now. And I love that this look is that 100% cartoony, campy, but demented 60s woman. It's a really cute and smart look. It's absolutely hot. See me with them hands. But for her fruity patootie look, this was probably my least favorite of James's tonight. I think her hair and makeup are really gorgeous, and I do love the yellow color on her and that she has chosen lemon as the fruit. But something about the fit is off. I think the panty is kind of scrunching up in weird ways, and the corset looks like she just kept adding more and more things to it until it's just arrived at a confusing to the eye place. This lemon got a little sour for me, so I'm gonna give it a rot, but she definitely turned it around for her final look. Big surprise though, she's giving us a little housewife fantasy who's maybe gone to the supermarket, picked up some cleaner, and is now cleaning her way down the runway. And they didn't say exactly what materials Jaymes used, but I think it was some combination of dish and bath towels. And I like that she kept it within the theme of supermarket, especially when you enter the world of Jaymes Mansfield in the 50s and 60s and you're thinking housewife, she's shopping, and then, you know, she turns a little demented. She's got her crazy character that she has invented out of the cleaning canister. High fashion though, maybe not, but I would definitely give this look a high. Next up, how about a little trip to the Kandy aisle? And for her first look, she is giving us futuristic splashed milk for your nerves. I really liked the molded pieces of this outfit that are kind of armor-esque and give a really visually interesting silhouette to her. Definitely fashionable, definitely ball-worthy. I'm gonna give this look a high. And for Fruity Patootie, I was really surprised at how interesting this look was. She chose cherry for her fruit and has twisted that into this pinup 20s burlesque kind of fantasy with this really beautiful finger waves hair, cherry fascinator, and then my favorite detail of this look, instead of beading along the bottom part of the corset, she's got like cherry decorations. This looks absolutely hot. But then for her final look, she has given us something that I think is like 1 degree away from Jiggly Caliente's baked potato look from her original season, but that 1 degree did make all the difference. Kandy looks great here, and I think it was a really interesting and creative use of fire blankets. The skirt part moves really well on the runway, and I think all of the fluffiness of the bottom juxtaposed to the sharp lines of that kind of triangle piece on the chest is really smart from a visual perspective. Kind of reminded me actually of the silver triangle look that Miss Fiercelicious did on Canada's Drag Race, when life imitates art. And overall, I do think Kandy did a great job in the ball, but I also think Michelle's critique was valid. She called out that everything was kind of a leotard, maybe with an extra accessory or so. I think shaking it up in the next couple of runways will be something that both the fans and the judges will be looking for. Concerning what she thought about the placements tonight though, on Twitter she wrote, "I get my first top placement after literally being safe for 2 weeks in a row, and suddenly production is pushing me. Bitch, it ain't my fault your fave wasn't in the top. That ain't got shit to do with me. Go cry about it." And next up, our favorite producer, Alexis Michelle, who this episode decided it was a good idea to bring up the topic of swings for discussion in the workroom. And honestly, I think I learned a little too much about some of the queens, but here we are. For her legendary look, she is, big surprise, a cow. There were so many cow looks tonight, and this one, I've got to say, I think was the least successful. I do like that she tried something different, but overall, it was just a little messy. I think the cow print itself was too small, so like visually, there's a lot going on with just the print. And then she has used that print in a like biker mama kind of style, and then she's also wearing a mask, which takes us to like Campville, and she's got this crazy little poofy cow hair and a tail, and a red bandana. Too much things going on, way too many things, ideas, and I think had she just stopped with biker cow print, we might have been okay here. But as presented, this look did not move me. It's a wrap. Oh my god, not to mention, she literally came down the runway eating grass. What the hell was that? Why did she do that? But for her Fruity Patootie look, I think she was successful. She chose blueberry to emulate, and she's kind of giving an 80s going to prom vibe. And this style in general, I don't think it's something that resonates very well with my personal taste, but I do appreciate the drama and the opulence. I think especially waist down. Plus I thought the little blueberry hairballs on her hair, they were a little odd. Like it didn't totally read blueberry to me. It just looks like strange little things in her hair. It's a pretty look. I would give this like a 3 flame safe hot. And finally, for her supermarket supermodel look, I didn't really understand this one either. She's got this like paper bag fringe skirt with some kind of mesh top. I think it's maybe supposed to be like a burlap potato sack type thing. And overall, I think the contrast of these two very different pieces is there's really just at war with each other. And I don't think anything about either piece is necessarily fashion forward. And like I think for the category of supermarket supermodel in a ball as the finale look, like it's just not giving the wow moment or anything really particularly fashionable. So I'd give this look a rock. And next up, infamous designer LaLa, who of course went viral for her bag look from the bag ball in her original season. And we hear her in the workroom talking about how she has learned how to sew, maybe. She starts like working on the machine and there's like no thread in it, and I was like, Oh no, girl. Oh no, girl. For Legendary Queen, she gave a cow print fantasy, which was maybe my favorite cow print fantasy of the night. And I really enjoyed the whimsicality that she brought into this more kind of chains and whips type of fantasy with like the collection of milk cartons that she's holding in her hands. Like maybe she's a milk bounty hunter or something. I think those giant shoulder pads are really chic and it tells a story and it's intriguing and fashionable. And I think this look is hot. And her Fruity Patootie, she has chosen caramel apple. And I think there are sweet spots and sour spots here. The apple red latex dress is really, really gorgeous, but the caramel part, it was a little off to me. I think it's very heavy in the neck area and the head area. I think this would have been more successful had she just done the headpiece like that, maybe finessed a little tighter, maybe some crystals. Then instead of that giant neck collar piece of caramel, actually done brown latex drips down the red part stitched in. But I will give this look a hot. And finally, her supermarket supermodel look. I don't know about this. I was really shocked to see the judges respond in the way that they did to this because like I think it's fine, but I don't even know what the unconventional material was. Like I think this is maybe those plastic rubber things that you put in your drawer, like so things don't slide around it like in the kitchen. I will say though, she looks beautiful bald. Like this is a beautiful bald queen and I do love that fantasy for her. I just really don't know though. It's giving like potato sack with a head hole, and it certainly is an improvement over her bag ball look. It feels a little too simple for the category, but I would give it like a safe hot because she created something presentable. And next up, let's take a refreshing dip into the cool, lactose-filled waters of Darienne Lake. And for her Legendary Queen look, she is milk, of course. You can choose. You can be milk or you can be cows. And this look really wasn't that successful. I think because it was all white and reflecting so much light, you lose the depth of like the drips going down the bottom part of the gown. And there's also, I think, way too much fabric on the top part. Like it kind of just ends up giving, I put a sheet over my head and cut a hole in it and I'm a ghost for Halloween more than it is milk. But knowing Darienne, I think she really could have taken this to a much more creative or campy, interesting place. So I'm gonna give this look a Her Fruity Patootie look though, I think was very refreshing. It was this kind of fruit cocktail kimono with lots of movement and lots of crazy color that comes off into a sparkly catsuit where she's got cherries, whipped cream, and bananas and whipped cream, and she is a banana split. And like this is the type of creative, campy whimsicality I think that we are growing to know and love from Darienne Lake. So I would give this look a but her design look. She's giving us a little rainbow bright for your nerves. I don't know what she was thinking. I don't know what she wanted to accomplish, but it's a mess really all around, from just the actual design of the dress to the materials that she used to create it. I think she fell into the trap of wanting it to look like more than it was. So she kept adding different things to it and it just ended up kind of a mess. It just was not visually appealing to the eye and I don't think fashionable or forward thinking. So I give this look a And next up, Jessica Wilde. For her Legendary Queen look, she is giving us a bowl of cereal and milk. And this is a really fun take, I think, on this category because she said, I'm gonna be the milk, but I'm gonna add some stuff to it. So necessary here when so many queens, I think, were just dressing as cows or like the milk itself. And this look is both a gorgeous gown, but also has that very silly Jessica Wilde take to it. And like also the pageanty glamour of all the cereal loops being sequined. It was great. This look is hot. And for Fruity Patootie, she's giving us a little callback to her original season where the girls had to make like ad campaigns based on flavors of Absolute Vodka, and her flavor was acai berry, a fruit that we see used here in her Runway. I love that drink. She gave me a little bit of Dorothy from Wizard of Oz, but she like is the picnic blanket and the bushel of berries. And I do think this is like a solidly hot look from Jessica, but it doesn't feel very fresh to me. Like this particular silhouette, I think is something that is done over and over and over, both on the Drag Race runway and in places like costume stores. Like if you were looking for, you know, a Dorothy costume. And I think maybe she could have done something more unique here. And for her supermarket supermodel look, we see her in the workroom playing with diapers. And the girls are like, please do not make her look at the diapers, which thankfully she didn't. But I think maybe the middle part, that white section was. So if it was, that was definitely a creative use of those. And I'll say props to you, mom. And this look overall is simple, pretty, flowery, effervescent, kind of evoking like her butterfly runway from last week, that very girly side of Jessica Wilde. But I don't really love how short the train is, or that this look is basically the definition of what the judges over the years have told queens not to do in challenges like this. Like, is this not the poster child of just gluing things to a bodysuit or a corset? I mean, don't get me wrong, I think she looks really pretty. I'm gonna give her a hot here because she executed a vision. I think it fits the theme of supermarket, and you know, she's giving glamazon. It's just not like in that wow, super crazy fashionable moment for me. And next up, she doesn't sew because she's not Amish and she's got good credit. It's Mrs. Kasha Davis. That really took me out. For her legendary queen look, she is telling us in her confessional that she's supposed to be sour cream, and I guess to evoke sour cream, she's making like a sour face on the runway, but this didn't really like sell sour cream to me other than her face. She really actually kind of looked like one of those little creamer cups that you'd see on like a diner table with the little handle and spout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. I mean, this is like a warming up for me. She was close, but just, I think, failed to hit an interesting concept. But her fruity patootie look, one of my favorites, I think, on the runway tonight. I love how va-va-voom this is. It's very Showgirls meets Carnival, but she's covered in bananas. I think this is the opulence, glamour, and high drag that the RuPaul's Drag Race runway demands, and that I think a lot of us have wanted to see from Mrs. Kasha Davis on the runway, and she proves she can do it. She looks great in this look. I think though the obvious critique you could give this look is a lot of the queens maybe transformed their fruit a little bit more for their look or became the fruit, and she maybe had a really pretty yellow dress in her closet that she added some bananas to, but who can never be sure? This look is hot, but oh my god, her final look. This is like golden boot of the season. Like, it has to be. I don't know what would beat this. And I don't know why she did this. I don't know how she did this. I don't know why the other queens in the workroom let her do this. Like, I think they wanted her to go home if they let her walk out on the runway like that. She says that the inspiration for this was a kid's birthday party. And in that sense, yeah, sure. It's a kid's birthday party. Every aisle of the supermarket and the kitchen sink and 47 glue sticks, she says, all in one crazy explosion of insanity. It really is visually assaulting. There's nothing about this that's fashionable, forward-thinking, or, my god, even like representative of her drag. I just don't get it. Definitely a rot here. And finally, we enter an active crime scene. There's been a robbery of Heidi in closet. So first up, legendary queen look. Chef's kiss. She's not just milk. She's not a cow. Why did the producers not ask some of the queens to change their looks? I know they see these looks before they get there. It's like everyone is milk or a cow. Come on. Heidi is the milkman, or maybe the milk milf. Yeah, on a serious note, I love that she took a really classic reference of Milkman and made it into this fashion-forward latex, really interestingly cut skirt, jacket, top, hat. It's really fun, campy, and also fashionable. This look is so hot. But if her milk wasn't enough to satisfy you, then her strawberry will be. This look. Are you joking? Like, how did she not get more recognition? I'm shook, I'm gagging, I'm choking. This look is so cute. Maybe the best on the runway tonight. The pants are the strawberry, and like that shape that she has created out of them is really interesting. There's literally the crystals from like the strawberry seed. The top part is the stem. It's so brilliant, fashionable, flirty. And it's just so unique for the Drag Race runway and this runway in particular. And my God, she looks great. This look is hot. And finally, for Supermarket Supermodel. Again, another stellar look from Heidi. She is in this gown that I think she has created from napkins that are orange, red, and pink. And there's a beautiful layering of ombre that she has created with a peplum moment and this beautiful trumpet skirt at the bottom. A really great and impressive piece of fashion that she is wearing here. So for me, sunset. I was so impressed with Heidi this episode. Seriously. And for what happened to have happened, I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it. But my patrons do already know that because I react to these episodes on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen, which is my exclusive members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos like my reactions, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join and help support my channel by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But before we get to what she said in Untucked and what she's been saying online about this episode, let's finish with placement. placements. The judges give the bottom 2 this week to Darienne Lake and Mrs. Kasha Davis. And solely based on their final looks, I would absolutely agree that these were hands down the worst 2 looks on the runway. But all 3 looks considered, my 2 lowest scored queens were Darienne Lake and Alexis Michelle. Mrs. Kasha Davis on my scorecard has just 1 more point, which she earned for that middle look. I will also say that Kasha Davis maybe shot herself in the foot a little bit here, because in the critiquing session on the runway, she basically gives a goodbye speech to Rupaul and the other judges, and she's like, thank you for letting me be here and be a part of the family and the experience and yada yada yada. And you're like, girl, don't do that. Rupaul hates when queens do stuff like that. And you can even kind of see Ru immediately just be like, she's not got it. The exact thing Ru says is, thank you for that. There's just kind of an awkward little exchange there. But bottom 2 definitely made sense for me. They always kind of weigh the design challenge looks heavier than the 3 looks considered, which, fair or not, I'll let you guys decide that in the comments below. And the win this episode goes to Jessica Wild, which, based on my scorecard, I would have given the win to Heidi. No competition. She has a full 15 points from me, 5 in each look. And the next highest ranked queens on my list tonight are Jimbo, Kandy, and Kahanna. And I think Jessica did well. I'm certainly not trying to discredit her win here or anything. It's just that as a viewer, it felt like they overlooked so many other queens that I think went a little more above and beyond than the queen they chose for the win tonight. So as the winner of this week, Jessica Wild gets to lip sync against the lip sync assassin, who is Raja O'Hara, and they lip sync to Coconuts by Kim Petras, where Jessica wears the Tiggle Bitties that she has apparently borrowed from Yara Sofia from her talent show, which ultimately win her the lip sync. And $30,000. Wow. $30,000 for a lip sync to Coconuts, which was a funny lip sync, but like was mostly just her being silly. You go Glen Coco, you go Glen Coconuts. And I'm not a huge fan of lip sync assassin twist because I think it complicates certain aspects of the show and also just kind of allows the producers to run wild and do whatever they want to do. But I think another interesting component of this is, will the lip sync assassin actually give it their everything when they hear that a queen who they know and love could, I don't know, let's say win $30,000? Like, we see Raja have that moment, right? She's like, $30,000, oh my God. But I think the same question applies for even the $10,000 lip syncs, because that's a lot of money. Like, how would you feel if you were asked back on the show and essentially you were responsible for the winner of that week not winning their lip sync prize? Would that feel good? So like, did Raja give it her all in the lip sync? I don't know. She's a great lip syncer. I didn't get like the iconic Raja lip sync vibe from it, but I also wouldn't blame her for basically just kind of letting Jessica do her thing because she kind of wants Jessica to have the money, right? Just some coconuts for thought. But in the end, Jessica takes the win, reveals her lipstick, and it's got Mrs. Kasha Davis's name on it, which was actually heartbreaking. I rarely will get like teary-eyed or anything over an elimination, but for Kasha Davis, I did. Like, she is such a wholesome person, and she's just like walking off the stage and she's like, there's always time for kindness. And you're like, you're right. There's always time for kindness. It broke my heart. Let's jump back to Heidi, who did not even get a top placement this episode. She was literally just safe for those 3 looks. Ru had one too many coffee enemas this episode, clearly. We see Heidi get very upset about this, and in Tux, she's thinking about going home. She's telling the queen she's not happy with how critiques are going. She calls out that Jimbo's dairy look wasn't very dairy. And then she actually says, y'all are in for a gag tonight, honey. I'm leaving. And that's all we see in the episode from this bit of drama about Heidi potentially leaving. I'm heartbroken at the idea that she is going to leave next episode, but based on what she said here, it's highly possible. And I don't totally blame her. Like, if those were my ball looks and I saw the other ball looks, I mean, I would have been like, come on, like, what the hell is going on? Why am I not at least high? And on Twitter, Heidi wrote this: I was a bit anxious about this episode coming up, but I'm so happy that most people have decided to send love. Also, thank you all for being kind with me in a time of weakness. To be fair, I had a strong challenge, just weak mental state. And she also shared with us that she wasn't the only one who maybe thought she should have been placed in top this episode. She wrote, I remember Jessica pulling me aside before critiques, but after we had walked the runway and she said, Heidi, I think you're going to win. Plus, we also see confessionals from people like Kahanna who are talking about how they don't see Jessica as being the winner of this episode. So like, all around, there just was no consensus between the queens in the episode, us as an audience, or the judges and their decisions. And you know, All Stars does quite often end up feeling very produced, but this I think was a new level. Because not only did Heidi not get recognition, but they also did things like put LaLa in the top, seemingly to push the storyline narrative of she did did bad in her first ball, and this was some huge redemption for her. And sure, I think she did okay, but it didn't feel like, wow, we've really come full circle. It was just like, okay, you know, she didn't glue bags to a corset this time. Great. But I don't know. I'd love to know what y'all thought down in the comments below. As for my hottest hot this episode, in each of the 3 categories, Legendary Queen, Fruity Patootie, and Supermarket Supermodel, I'm going to give it to Heidi and Closet. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest haunts, and in that same respective order they've chosen Justice for Heidi. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hi, ugly. It's me, Basana Nicole Smith, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 4 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8. Our queens were challenged to write and star in original scripted TV trailers, with one goal: make RuPaul laugh. And the runway category was As the World Turns. And Alexis Michelle pushed Darienne in front of a bus while everyone watched and laughed. So we're breaking down each queen's performance in the episode as I saw it, as well as covering some more cryptic drama from Heidi and Closet both on the show and on Twitter this week. Maybe she's quitting, maybe she's not, maybe another queen is quitting, maybe she's not. Who knows? And now, grouped in the order their skits aired, first up we've got Darienne Lake from Get Off Island. Get it? Because they want to get off the island. And this group sketch, we learn, is loosely based on Lost, the TV series where a bunch of people crash a plane and then are stranded on an island where I think like time doesn't exist or something. I'm not sure, I never saw it. I was a bit too young for when that show came out. With the twist being that the island is actually home to a bunch of dead celebrities, like Marilyn Monroe, who don't want their secret to get out. And like, generally speaking, the concept for this is actually kind of funny. I think it was just a lot to try to accomplish for what ultimately was supposed to just be a trailer for a series. And in writing all of this, the girls definitely should have known that they were doing too much when they started to give each queen multiple roles within the skit, when they really weren't even comfortable with their first. And there are some funny moments, especially from Darienne, when she makes like the joke about Obama still being president. And she, I think, is actually an excellent actress in this sketch. But all of that is lost in the very muddled plot of there's 3 drag queens on a boat that crashes on an island where they start to find diamonds, and then ghosts of dead celebrities start appearing, who I suppose are evil and want them dead. But what seems to kill the queens in the end is actually that they're like falling off of a cliff. This sketch needed like another 3 scenes and probably 4 more actresses to actually make it work. However, while Darienne's ambition for her group was its downfall, I actually think individually considered just on acting ability, she was probably my 2nd or 3rd favorite of the cast tonight. So I would give her overall a safe hot. And over on the runway, this was a really proud moment, I think, for me, the judges, and everyone watching. This was absolutely an example of a queen having an all-stars glow up right before our very eyes. Like, somehow she looks younger than when she was on her original season here. This look is very Barbarella meets I Dream of Jeannie. And there's just something about that red and copper that's really making a lot of things pop here. I would just say it doesn't particularly emphasize her backside in any special way. It just kind of is a really hot look. But sometimes body yaddy yaddy is all you need. Next up, Jaymes Mansfield, who in the challenge is one of the 3 ditzy blondes on the ship who gets shipwrecked, and also plays the role of the ghost of Marilyn Monroe. And in her first role, she was fine, but it was basically just Jaymes Mansfield playing Jaymes Mansfield, and I don't think she had enough peaks and valleys to warrant calling this performance great. And then I think the Marilyn Monroe was a little flat. I didn't understand the voice that she was doing, and I think of the 3 in this group, I got the least amount of enjoyment from her 2 characters. And in general, she just kind of gave me an uninspired energy tonight. And that's surprising, I think, coming from Jaymes, especially because she has such a lively character. But I do wonder what the edit didn't show us this episode, because from the 3 queens in this group, the storytelling was really all about Alexis versus Darienne, and Jaymes was missing in action, but this performance was a And on the runway, Jaymes says she is honoring her Mexican and indigenous culture with this feathery, jeweled, and beaded headdress. And the headdress, I think, is the most interesting part of this look. I really like how the side parts come down as both headdress decoration and also look like giant earrings. And I really like that, as she points out in her confessional, she's doing something very different for Jaymes Mansfield. She's finally left the 60s, and I think she definitely deserves some credit for taking a chance here. But I do think this outfit maybe needed a few edits. It feels a little clunky in around the neck and head area. Because the headdress has so much going on, I don't think she needed additional things in here because it's just a lot for our eyes to try to focus on. And then moving down the outfit, the visual clutter just kind of continues. We've got a strange triangle cut on her stomach area, and then a belt that just looks a little bit out of place. However, I will say when she turns around, everything really starts to change. The silhouette and lines of the outfit are much cleaner from the back. You can still see the decorative beading and interesting parts of the headdress without too much going on at once. And my God, for that ass being padded, she deserves all the credit in the world. So I'm gonna give this look overall a warming up. And next up, I have one question. Who was Alexis Michelle? She is allegedly a producer, but doesn't do a whole lot of producing for this challenge, which kind of surprised me. When they're discussing ideas for this sketch, it sort of seems she just goes with whatever Darienne says, and we hear in a confessional that she doesn't love the ideas, but also doesn't step up to take charge and influence what's going on. And for someone who says they had nothing to do with how the challenge came out, her performance in the sketch was okay. I thought overall she was very middle of the pack of the entire cast tonight, and I think she was better in the parts of the sketch where she was narrating what was happening rather than the acting roles she had, both as one of the ditzy blonde queens that was shipwrecked and then the actress. But for as okay as she was, I didn't laugh, and I am gonna give her a rod, especially for what she did to Darienne during the critiquing session. She literally looks the judges in the eyes and is like, I have to apologize because I didn't come up with the concept for this. Darienne did. And I didn't speak up, which is why I'm upset with myself right now. Which is really crazy to watch because she's effectively throwing Darienne under the bus in front of the entire judging panel and every queen in the cast, while also playing the victim and transparently revealing that she will backstab anyone that gets in her way. Like, why, after that stunt, would anyone trust her in a group or alliance or anything like that, which could be so crucial to her performance in the season? And I get it. She was probably both trying to make good TV and also saying whatever she thought she had to say to stay in the competition, but to play the victim like this in a group challenge and take no credit for anything that happened is really just wild to me. But over on the runway, she's in another pretty, if simple, gorgeous gown. Queen of pretty, simple, gorgeous, elegant gowns. This time she's walking down the aisle and she's completely covered in flowers. She's giving modest, doe-eyed bride at her springtime wedding, who maybe isn't so sure what's going on with the back of her dress, because when she turns around, bam! The wedding cake was served early. And I think this look is worthy of a safe hot. I just wonder if maybe she could have done something a little more fashion forward or bigger and bolder for all stars. And next up from the purple group, we've got Kandy Muse. And she in the workroom is seen having some disagreements, we'll say, with Jimbo. Basically every idea Jimbo throws out, Kandy Muse says no to. And they seem to be having this long and drawn out argument back and forth about if a pit crew member is gonna get the role of in their sketch, which, I don't know, was a very believable interaction between these two, I suppose, but a lot of the workroom conversations in general are giving very, there's nothing to say, let's just make something up and get some camera time. We'll just say that. Anywho, Kandy in their sketch gets the role of Tiffany, the popular girl who gets all the boys. And the basic storyline is she's best friends with Jessica Wilde's character, and Jimbo, the new girl at the school, tries to befriend them, but they do not want her around. And in her role, Kandy does good, but doesn't really elevate her performance beyond who Kandy Muse is already as an entertainer. Like, this is the same Kandy Muse that we've seen in previous acting challenges, comedy challenges, etc., etc. And she is an entertaining person, don't get me wrong, but I think in the future, it would be good to see her add some new layers to her acting performances. So I give what she did here a very safe hot. And over on the runway, she's all blown up for your pleasure. And of course, my first thought seeing this look was, wow, this reminds me a lot of Aj's anime runway from her talent show performance in All Stars 3. And while this giant pigtail anime girl concept certainly isn't unique to either of these queens, I do think that Kandy mixing the anime girl idea with plastic blow-up doll was a fresh and unique take. Plus, I really like that soft purple with the subtle leopard print that's going around on the outfit portion of this look, and it is overall very visually interesting and great for television. My only critiques are the backside of the outfit was a little questionable. The placement of the backside balloons was interesting, and it made me wonder if the backside of this plastic outfit was riding up a little bit too much, because there's a very awkward section of skin colored fabric between where the backside balloons are and like where the boots on the look are. Like, something definitely is not adding up there, and had she, I think, just done the purple color there completely all the way down the leg, this would have looked a little cleaner, but this look is definitely still very hot for me. And next up, Jessica Wilde. I love that queen. Who, in the challenge, plays essentially the Karen Smith to Kandy's Regina George, which is very fitting for Jessica Wilde. I mean, she basically played the exact same character, just a little bit older in the sketch with Jimbo a couple weeks ago. And so in that, I don't think she was challenged in this episode, but I think she still did well. There's just a natural comedy to anything and everything Jessica says, and everything she doesn't. Her body language and facial expressions are always giving. And apparently Jessica was trying to go so over the top with this character that Michelle had to cut off certain portions of what she was doing, like miming a certain activity with one of the pit crew members, and using a water bottle in the tub as she gets ready for her date that night. Something I've definitely never done. Jessica Wilde in this performance played a great supporting role to the Jimbo show. She gets a hot. And over on the runway, she is giving a really beautiful, simple, elegant, rouged, metallic dress with a tearaway that reveals, you guessed it, a whole lot of ass, plus a little leftover lipstick or sequined heart on one cheek. And I'll say this material in particular, I think is difficult to make look so good. And I like that even though the look isn't some big crazy concept, she still gave us a show with that reveal. This look is hot. And finally in this group, we've got Jimbo, the star of the whole evening. Her character in this sketch is called Muffy. She's the new girl in the high school and she desperately wants to be friends with Kandy and Jessica's characters. And this basic storyline setup is very familiar to audience. It's, as Ru points out, kind of Mean Girls meets Carrie. And of the three sketches, I would say Jimbo's actually had the most logical plot progression. And they did a good job of giving us just enough information in each scene to keep us wondering what was going to be happening next. We got the girls meeting, Muffy showing up to the party that she wasn't invited to, Muffy getting bullied in an attempt to fit in with the popular girls, and then a climax at the end where she goes absolutely bat insane and has a psychotic episode, the two popular girls. You know, a tale as old as time. And all I can really say after watching this is, wow, Jimbo is so impressive in their ability to storytell, act, and give these insane performances that not only make her look good, but also emphasize the other people in her group. That said, because she has so much prowess in this particular arena of performance, I think it's also very easy for her to make herself the one that stands out above and beyond. Like, she knows that Kandy and Jessica will be predictable in their roles, as their characters should be, but counting on the predictability also gives her endless creative freedom to take her own character in completely crazy directions. Like, think about it. The other two queens in her group were literally on the floor at the end of this skit, and Jimbo is the last one standing, going into her full psychotic break with smearing lipstick all over her face and screaming. It turned into the Jimbo show, and it worked. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, she's got big chest plates, and I cannot lie. And for some reason, the chest plates are on the front and the back side. This look is not my favorite of the look catalog that we've seen from Jimbo so far in All Stars 8. I think that's mostly because of how amazingly creative some of her previous looks have been. This one is basically just an emphasis on the chest plates, but somehow has less of an impact than like her entrance look, for example. And I don't really understand what she was doing with that green and blue melty looking fabric that she's wrapped herself in. Like, this feels more like something she had in her closet that she brought for a lip sync rather than a runway intended to meet a particular brief. So I give it like a soft rot. And finally, our last group starring in Run Queen Run. First up, we have Kahanna Montrese, who plays the role of Honeysuckle, who's the crown jewel of the Back Swamp nightclub. And as we know, Kahanna is a self-professed, not great actor. However, in this sketch, I think she had a little bit of a breakthrough. She definitely felt more comfortable in this than we've seen her in previous comedy or acting challenges. And her group smartly, I think, let her play into the I'm a very pretty queen and that's my shtick bit. Because like, with as crazy and kooky as Heidi and LaLa were, who we'll get to here in just a second, Kahanna didn't necessarily need to be cracking jokes or have some crazy appearance. And so I give her performance in this sketch a safe hot. And over on the runway, nurse! Imagine you go in for a checkup and the nurse comes in with a syringe this big to take your blood. Girl, I would run. Kahanna's look is sexy, flirty, fun. She's a hot nurse. What more could you want? And I did like the layer of this nurse or doctor also being involved in the plastic surgery arena with this giant syringe probably filled with silicone. Like, this very much fit her story about all of the work that she's had done prior to All Stars. It was camp. And while hot, sexy nurse maybe is a little cliche, I think this look is hot. And next up, let's talk about Heidi and LaLa specifically in the challenge. They play Snatcherella and Puncherella. They very much tap into that duo trope of Dumb and Dumber, like Pinky and the Brain, Jesse and Jaymes from Team Rocket Pokemon. You get the point. It's a familiar character setup that we know and love. and they did it beautifully. Or I should actually say horrendously. Heidi plays the slightly dumber character of the two when she quite literally can't even focus on what they're doing long enough to take her hand out of her mouth, while LaLa is meanwhile orchestrating a plot to steal the tucking panty from Kahanna's character. And this character duo in this sketch is very funny for the first like 2/3, and it does start to burn out a little at the end there when I think overall the group didn't know where to take the rest of the plot. But I had some laughs and overall enjoyed what they did. I would give them both hats. And now I suppose we'll do Heidi's runway. Okay. So she basically is Eeyore, and I think this take on the As the World Turned briefs was super fun and original, and that is worth complimenting tonight because there was a lot of pretty outfits with cutouts in the back. And I just kind of wanted a little more creativity or interesting concept from some of the queens. Like to come out as an ass for the ass runway, so smart, so brilliant, and I really just love and adore Heidi more and more every episode for things like this and for coming up with these crazy characters and being so funny in sketches and really honestly doing so great in this season overall so far. This look is absolutely hot. And we'll circle back to her drama here in a second, but concerning LaLa Ri's runway, I don't think this is giving what was supposed to be gave. I am very confused here, and I think she was too. It's kind of like, I guess, maybe supposed to be Risky Business meets Mary Kay Saleswoman meets Rodeo Cowgirl, but in that it's kind of a lot of things and nothing at all. The fit on the blazer is, I think, a little off, too short, and the pants or chaps, whatever these are, they don't work because the fabric on the back is not quite LaLa's skin tone. And we very obviously see that because she's got her assets hanging out in the back, which look great, but it just kind of makes it look like a strange color choice on the pants rather than a nude illusion. It just looks unfinished and overall I think too simple for All Stars, so I'm gonna give this look a rat. And now the moment we've all been waiting for, the drama. So first, let's talk Twitter. This past week, Heidi had tweeted out, 3 episodes in and I'm the second person wanting to quit, which of course was paired along with everything she had said in Untucked last week about wanting to go home because she didn't like how the judging decisions were going. Who the second person was, though, we didn't totally figure out until Kasha Davis at Roscoe's spilled that it was Jaymes Mansfield apparently having a little moment where she wanted to go home after episode 1.
What you saw was not what would happen. She cried. She couldn't do the choreography. She wanted to go home. She was ready to quit.
Which, all things considered, is pretty crazy that she apparently had been so frustrated with everything in episode 1 that she wanted to go home, but we only saw that she got a very, safe, quirky edit. And we can also put some other puzzle pieces together and figure out that this is probably what Naysha was talking about when she said she thought Jaymes should have been in the bottom and was getting producer favoritism because, they didn't air her I wanna quit moment.
Every single one of my confessionals, they're like, so how do you think that person did? It don't matter, Jaymes was the worst one. I tell you why I did that. Because you're not gonna change the narrative on me. I saw what I saw. My personal opinion, allegedly, I don't think they showed me because my opinions of certain people did not align with the narrative that this mother was trying to do.
And concerning all of this, Jaymes did respond on Twitter, sarcastically, writing, I think enough time has passed for me to address this. I was so embarrassed on behalf of my team. They were so off with this choreography. I was the only one doing the proper steps. It's okay, I forgive you. Which Kandy replied to, writing, me watching you from the back, just knowing you were gonna be in the bottom. And Jaymes wrote, and you were wrong. Kiss. So that's that drama, but we also have some other more cryptic tweets from Heidi this week. In different tweets, she has written things like, don't ask a question you might not want an answer to, and if I could just open my mouth and let all the tea out, and when you feel like you're being undervalued at work, what do? Ask for a raise. And hopefully the answer to that question she asked on Twitter isn't quit and leave Drag Race, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I guess we'll see. And the other curious and cryptic thing that happened with Heidi this week on the episode was she in the workroom is telling everyone that she has tea that will burn the competition down, where she's referencing something about Kandy, Muse, and maybe other queens. Who knows? Anyways, in the bottom this week, we actually get all 3 queens from the first group, Alexis, Jaymes, and Darienne. And while I think individually Darienne didn't necessarily deserve a bottom placement for her performance in the skit, it did come off in the edit at least that she was responsible for how convoluted everything became in the final product. Because girl, we know Alexis hasn't taken any credit for that. or Jaymes for that matter. They just kind of watched Darienne burn. I was gagged. But the second we see Darienne in the bottom this week, we kind of know how it's gonna go. She's already been in the bottom twice, and last week, as we found out, the lipstick voting was really close. There were 4 lipsticks for Darienne and 5 for Kasha Davis, which does mean Kasha was going home no matter what, but it also showed that there was plenty of sentiment and I think willingness to send Darienne home based on track record. And I will also say these lipstick counts were interesting in the sense that this cast is not voting unanimously, like let's say they did on All Stars 5 or pretty much how they did on All Star 6. These queens seem to be much more influenced on like personal rapport and how bad they think someone wants to stay in the competition, and most of them being early outs, how much they think they deserve to show what more they might have. And our winner, surprise, surprise, is Jimbo. I think this was absolutely 100% the right decision here. And I did react to this episode, the runways and challenge, on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to exclusive videos like these reactions. And you can join my Patreon by clicking the link in the description of this video. It would really mean a lot to me and greatly help out the channel, and I hope to see you there. And as the winner of this week's challenge, Jimbo gets to lip sync against Chanel, who she reminds us is the very first queen to walk into the workroom ever. She is quite literally an icon. And like, please, Drag Race producers, for the love of God, put her on a future All-Star season. We need it. We deserve it. But concerning the lip sync, it happened. It was a lip sync. It was 2 queens on stage lip syncing. For their lives, maybe not. For entertainment, maybe. Chanel gave us a very tight performance and even had a reveal in her costume. There were some ups, there were some downs, and she did a good job. Jimbo, I think, better matched the energy of the Joan Jett song, but there wasn't a lot more to her lip sync than the prancing around the stage thing that she seems to default to, and a little bit of air guitar. So Chanel wins, and Jimbo loses her 5th lip sync across 3 franchises of Drag Race. And that's a win, actually. I think that is a win. 5 losses across 3 franchises equals 1 win, because no one else is ever gonna have that title. And you know, I have said things in the past about Jimbo's lip syncs maybe being a ruse to basically avoid sending somebody home. And I do think that is still in the realm of possibility, but so many lip syncs in a row now, I don't know. I'm kind of having a conspiracy theory about my conspiracy theory. Maybe she's just not good at lip syncing. What is she gonna do in a lip sync for the crown if there is one and she makes it to Final 4? She ain't getting that crown, I'll tell you that. But yeah, Chanel reveals Darienne's lipstick and it's not right, but like, I suppose it's okay. Kind of sucks to lose Darienne right before Snatch game next week. Like, she would have done so well. I just know it. So that hurt, but here we are. Now for hottest hots on the runway. This wasn't my favorite runway, I'll be honest. And usually I'll pick a queen who I think has very much satisfied the brief and done something super original and creative. I don't think anyone did that this week, but I do think Darienne presented a flawless look on the runway, the only flawless look on the runway. And so I'm gonna give my hottest hot to Darienne Lake. And in the challenge, I will of course give it to Jimbo. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots this week. And for the runway, they've chosen Heidi in Closet. And in the challenge, Heidi in Closet. See you later. Love ya. Bye. Hi, ugly. It's me, Mustachey Queen, and I'd like to offer you a trade. I will offer you 1 beautiful drag queen for the price of 1 mustache. And girl, that's the real cost of doing drag. But let me know down in the comments below which you prefer. Anywho, welcome back to or Rat. And today we're going to be reviewing episode 5 of RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars Season 8. Our queens are challenged to impersonate celebrities in the Snatch Game of Love, featuring, I forgot their names, I've got to look them up, Matt Rogers and Bowen Yang. And the runway category was Reveal Yourself, multiple looks in one. So we'll be breaking down how each queen did in today's episode, as I saw it. Plus we'll of course be covering all the drama surrounding the exit of Heidi in Closet from this season, and taking a look at why Kandy Muse called out one of the authors over at Vulture. It's getting spicy in here. And now without further ado, in the order they hit the runway this week, first up, Jessica Wilde. And she on the runway this week is asking us to consider the age-old question. Which came first, the chicken or the drag queen? Her first look as part of her reveal sequence is loosely based on the chicken, she says, from her original season in the acting challenge, which reveals to an egg dress and then finally a bodysuit with like some over easy and it looks like 1 cracked egg adorned across the front. And overall, I'd say Jessica did a really great job of both presenting a coherent storyline and meeting the brief, but my critiques on this look are the chicken look didn't necessarily stand on its own. Like, it basically just was the feathery cover-up. And as she's coming down the runway, it was definitely one of those moments, like on the All-Stars 10 finale, for example, where you're like, I wonder if there perchance may be a reveal under that outfit. But Act 2 and 3 of this look were definitely fully cooked, and I would give this runway a sizzling hot. But her Snatch game tonight didn't quite fill me up. She impersonates the Puerto Rican star Iris Chacon, who she describes as the Dolly Parton of Puerto Rico. And Iris's Wikipedia says this about her. During her heyday in the 1970s and early 1980s, she toured most of Latin America, United States, Europe, and Japan. She also starred in 2 movies and many telenovelas, such as Yo Sé Que Mentía. With the takeaway here being, she was a big television star who also did tons of interviews on talk shows.
Are you very big in Los Angeles?
I'm big here too. I'm big everywhere.
And while I wasn't familiar with Iris before tonight, I definitely get the complete picture of who she is from just a little bit of research. And this, I think, could have been a great choice for Jessica had she just provided a little more substance to what she was doing in Snatch Game. Because she definitely did do a characterization. But was it a characterization of Iris? She kept going back to this like motion with her mouth and tongue where she would say something and then stick her tongue out and giggle like this, like, and I did notice in a YouTube clip of Iris giving an interview, she definitely played with her tongue and lip muscles to create facial expressions, but it wasn't something that stood out in the extreme way that Jessica was doing in Snatch Game. For me, this performance was a rat, but at least there were maracas. And next up, Kahanna Montrese, who better stop relying on that body. Just kidding, she looks great. I would never ask her to do that. Oh my god, she looks great. But the gag in her runway is she comes out almost completely revealed. And you're thinking, what else could possibly come off in this look? And well, as it turns out, everything. Her look went from scantily clad showgirl to outfit that was barely there in a sort of burlesque style performance on the runway. And I will say we are starting to see a lot of Las Vegas showgirl fantasy from Kahanna, which I don't necessarily think is totally bad because she does put a fresh spin on each different look, like the burlesque elements in this outfit tonight. But I do hope moving forward we get to see a little more versatility from her on the runway. But this look tonight, I mean, come on, find the flaw. You can't. It's hot. For as great as she looks in orange on the runway tonight, it wasn't quite her color in the Snatch Game. She was doing Coco Montrese, but like specifically Coco Montrese from the girl you better put a little more pink in that eye, Alyssa Edwards Coco Montrese fight, which became a meme back in the day. And I was curious to see this choice be so accepted by Ru when they're talking about Kahanna doing Coco in the workroom, because it was my understanding we had essentially like put a soft ban on Ru girls doing other Ru girls, but that may have just been for regular franchise seasons. And after this might be for All Stars as well. But as far as the visual gag of what Kahanna did tonight in Snatch Game, I think she did a great job. She really captured the facial expressions and stage of makeup that Coco was in for this meme spookily well. And to Kahanna's credit, the characterization of Coco in this moment, I think, was good. She captured that intensity from the fight in everything that she said, but because she did focus so much on this one part of Coco's history and who she is as a person, it ultimately limited her performance. Like there just was no real depth or personality to this performance beyond, haha, the meme, that's funny, and then it was over. And the best Snatch Game performances subvert expectations and give us something fresh. This was a And next up, the pink one, Jaymes Mansfield, who on the runway comes out with this giant pink furry Muppet thing that she's kind of halfway wearing on her body. And I was immediately excited when I saw this because I'm like, yes, something fresh, fun, exciting for a reveal runway. But she takes it off and reveals something we've already seen from Jaymes, a pink dress. And this reveals to some corsetry, which further reveals to a bodysuit slash bikini, which has other pieces that come off in that burlesque fashion. And while the presentation of this outfit was fun, I'll say, I think there was just an obvious disconnect between the Muppet part of her runway and the rest. Like had she gone full comedy with this runway and had, let's say, pieces of Muppet fur as the items that were part of the burlesque reveal, I think this could have been great. So as presented, I would give this like a rot. But in Snatch Game, I'd say she bent and snapped. But she She's Jennifer Coolidge, who more recently I think is known in the zeitgeist as the character from White Lotus. And the thing is, was this pick for Jaymes obvious? Yes, but she absolutely nailed it. Like, her drag character's voice is one small change away from Jennifer's, and her characterization as this kind of absent, ditzy blonde is perfect. She's constantly applying lip gloss to her overplumped lips. And the substance of her jokes and volleying back and forth with Rue and the other queens was absolutely perfect. For example, she's asked to look into Kahanna's eyes to tell the Bachelor what she sees, you know, like on a deeper level, and she gives the perfect surface level Jennifer Coolidge character response. I can tell she's wearing contacts. Plus, she missed no opportunity to show off her pop culture knowledge and wit. When she's asked about feet, she brings up the Quentin Tarantino preference that he has for those body parts. Can't say the F word or I'll get demonetized. And overall, I think Jaymes should be really proud of what she did here. This performance was hot. And next up, Kandy Muse. Candelisa, if you're nasty. And she on the runway is giving us a little nuclear housewife into a hot red dress into a robot fantasy, which she explains on Twitter as follows. Not sure why my runway explanation wasn't left in, but my Ruveal runway was based on a Stepford robot wife, since the category called for 2 or more looks. First look, wife at home. Second look, wife out with husband. And third look, wife at the end of the night, a robot. And I'll say the Stepford robot wife isn't something particularly new, especially for the Drag Race runway, but it's an easy to get classic reference that fits into this brief well, because you know Stepford wives have layers, like onions and ogres. I'll say across the board, these 3 looks were clean, cohesive, and definitely fit into that mostly monochromatic fantasy that Kandy's been presenting on the runway. My only critique is that her final robot look was a little uninspired or simplified, maybe, especially when compared to how great she looked in like the red dress, but I would give this runway a hot. And in the Snatch game, she plays Renee Graziano. It's a Mario. My quarter or 1/8 Italian ancestors are rolling in their graves. And this character, Renee, is a personality who you may have seen on TV shows like Mob Wives or Celebrity Big Brother. And she supposedly, allegedly, is, I guess, a part of some bigger crime family. Who knows? I would call that TV marketing, but it is what it is. But concerning Kandy's performance, I would say the characterization of Renee, based on what we've seen on television, was okay. She toughened up her body language, had props like SIGs, and this character overall felt new for Kandy Muse, because I think her default is to kind of just rely on her naturally funny personality. But it's not like the jokes she was spitting out were fire after fire. She was just good in Snatch Game. And her one, arguably most successful response in this Snatch Game about gutting them like a fish was actually a response that we've seen on a prior Snatch Game from a very similar character when Pearl did Big Ange. Rest in peace. And the judges were right, she should have played this character way bigger. But to her credit, she definitely didn't bomb, and I would give this performance like a warming. And concerning Kandy calling out The Vulture, an online publication who publishes recaps of Drag Race, this is the quote that got her going. Jimbo is facing a group of competitors who simply aren't at her level of creativity or persona cultivation. If she ends up getting eliminated at some point due to her dominance, we'll be left with a UK versus the world situation. A group of queens who aren't ready to take the crown, battling it out for what is essentially second place. Scathing. And Kandy called this out, I think rightly so, writing, literally who wrote this dumbass article? How are you gonna praise one girl in the competition by putting every other queen down? Girl, you tried it. Tagging Vulture. And the thing about it is, yes, Jimbo is exceptional at Drag Race. She absolutely nails precisely what Drag Race demands of the competitors, and that is giving a top-tier TV performance that is always funny. And therein I think lies the problem with a lot of Drag Race and how fans perceive it. Like, so much of the show is centered around how are you going to make it funny? And every challenge is basically some variation of how are you going to make RuPaul laugh? Of course there are going to be some queens that are better at comedy than others. But I think it's really unfair to look at all of these queens through the lens of comedy and say that like Jimbo is the only one who can be crowned, because ultimately drag is about much more than just comedy. We all know if it comes down to a lip sync Lollapalooza for the crown, I don't know if Jimbo can win that. She's 6-0 right now. Just saying. And next up, our favorite sequence of notes, LaLa and Ree. And she on the runway has a reveal. A reveal from what, though? I'm not really sure. The presentation she gave when she first hits the runway is basically saying to me, I had a bunch of extra fabric and I'm covering myself with it, and now it's gone. And like, is that a reveal? Maybe technically, but I don't think holding up fabric in front of you is a look on its own. Like, I think really this runway brief wanted the queens to give. But technicalities aside, the actual outfit she's wearing is really pretty. She's giving us a blue or purple, girl, I don't know, I'm a little colorblind and the runway lights mess with my eyes. Regality. I think she looks rich, expensive. I love the bow on the back, and it's playful, fun, girly, and the crystals are very opulent. She looks absolutely hot. And her Snatch Game performance is also serviceable. She's doing Sukihana, who is a personality from Love and Hip Hop, who also puts out her own rap music. And you can check out her videos on YouTube or listen to her on Spotify. She apparently also made a cameo in WAP. And in general, I would say her music kind of reminds me of Cupcake. It's explicit and comedic with that undertone of like, don't mess with me. And considering LaLa was up against two of some of the best Snatch Game performances of all time, I'll just say it now, I think she held her own. I don't think she necessarily stood out, but definitely held her own. She had that confident attitude and even had some good jokes. She was asked how she felt about open relationships, and she said as long as they both open their bank accounts. Like, she wasn't just sitting up there trying to quote rap lyrics, she was actually thinking about the questions and then saying funny things. And the thing about LaLa is she doesn't always have to say something to be funny. Like, she's always making a face or looking at somebody in a way that is comedic, and I really enjoy her in challenges like this. I'm gonna give her a very safe hot here. But wait, I've got another trade for you. In exchange for a monthly pledge to help support the Bussy Queen channel and help me create content, pay video editors, buy makeup and wigs, etc., etc. It takes a lot to run all this craziness. You can get access to the Bussy Queen Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos like reactions to every episode that I review, and exclusive access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join my Patreon by clicking the link in the description of this video. I would really love to see you there and have your support. Thank you. And next up, it's her show. We're just watching it. It's Jimbo. And over on the runway, Jimbo reminds us it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. And this, like her Snatch Game, was so brilliant. Like, firstly, her walking backwards on the runway to show that she is male presenting Adam, a gag and a half. By the way, wearing a mask that she said is cast after her own face, which then reveals to female presenting Eve, Jimbo. So fun, so interesting, so unique. And Eve is holding a giant red juicy apple in front of her bits and bobs, the original sin. Which, like, when Eve took a bite of the apple, she metaphorically revealed herself and Adam's self to each other, and they realized, oh my god, we're not wearing any clothes. Reveals on reveals on reveals. This look is so fun, so original, creative, and an interesting take on the brief. It's absolutely hot. And in Snatch Game, she played America's sweetheart, Shirley Temple, who I was familiar with, but I read her Wikipedia article and found out that not only was she America's sweetheart when she was a kid and starred in all these movies and TV shows, etc., but later in life, as an adult, she became a diplomat. Like, she was literally, quoting Wikipedia here, named United States Ambassador to Ghana and Czechoslovakia, and also served as Chief of Protocol of the United States, whatever that is. Fun facts. Anywho, Jimbo as Shirley, phenomenal. Jimbo gave one of the best Snatch Game performances of all time, period, point blank. Like, from the characterizations and physical comedy of her being this sweet little girl in the body of a giant man, with a character voice that perfectly blended those two ideas, to the actual joke she was belting out at every turn. As an example, she's describing her love life as a sweet trip to the candy shop and talking about how she's 100 years old, and then at one point is calling the Bachelor a pervert, and then later her performance devolves into a scene stealing insane tap dance. Like, Jimbo took every opportunity and then some, plus the volleys. She is so smart and quick with her wit. As usual, Jimbo stole the show and made it look easy. This performance was a hot. And next up, the producer herself, Alexis Michelle. And firstly, on the runway, she's giving us a little something wicked this way comes. She's the old haggard witch from Into the Woods, complete with a mask and some spooky makeup. And all of this theatrically reveals to a gorgeous black gown. Honestly, the reveal itself is not only successful, but interesting in terms of the scale of what she accomplished. And this look really is what Alexis does best. It's theater. She did it well, and I think this look is hot. My only critique is I think the final final look that she arrived at maybe still looked a little too haggard, like in some of the makeup, like she was kind of blown out, and it didn't necessarily translate maybe as beautiful as she could have with the mask off. Mask off, mask off. But in the Snatch Game, she had Ru in tears. She just beat Arthur, who is famous for Maude and Golden Girls. And I'll say, even as somebody who isn't a Golden Girls stan, I really enjoyed this. She did a performance that was relatable to anyone, anywhere, anyhow. Like, if you can laugh at a joke, you can laugh at what Alexis did. My favorite joke that she told was about spending time in a men's prison and it being a year until they found out. And I think she had some really great volley moments with Jimbo, like when she described her as stinky clam chowder, and she said, "Well, I have the best clam in Miami." Perfectly demonstrating she was able to maintain that uptight air about her, but also crack wink wink nudge nudge jokes. And I will further applaud Alexis on the choice to do this character because Golden Girls is one of Ru's favorite things ever. And we have in recent drag history seen two different queens do Ru McClanahan, Elliot with 2 T's and Crystal, who both ended up in the bottom for these performances. But yeah, Alexis killed it. She absolutely gets a hot. And this wasn't really a surprise, but I will say I would have preferred that she were put into the first group, because having Jimbo and Alexis, two prior Snatch Game winners, on the same panel in the Snatch Game of Love just felt like way too much for one group. They kind of overshadowed Kandy and LaLa, and watching these two do so great in this second round really made the first round kind of forgettable. And finally, shh. Do you hear that? It's the sound of rats peeing on cotton. It's Heidi in closet. And look, the writing has been on the wall for Heidi for weeks now. Like, she has literally been telling us in subtle ways, okay, not so subtle ways on Twitter, that she's gonna be leaving the competition after she told us she was gonna be leaving the competition in Untucked from like episode 2. We knew it was gonna happen, we just didn't know when. But before she left, she did do a Snatch Game performance as Blackbeard, who's a famous, infamous English pirate. And Heidi's Snatch Game performance was interesting in that she had substance, but really lacked characterization. Like, I did not believe in any way, shape, or form that she was a pirate, much less a pirate with such a weighty name like Blackbeard. Like, I don't even think she gave us a single "arr" or "matey" or "me booty" or anything like that. This was literally just Heidi in a pirate Halloween costume. That said, she was funny because Heidi is funny. I liked when she was asked to describe her feet and she's talking about the peg leg, and she was really great, I'll say, at volleying between the different queens on the panel. The problem though was that they couldn't really keep up with her. She would make shady little comments about like Kahanna needing a refund on her joke, or passing her the treasure map to find the joke, or say things about Jessica being cross-eyed when she said she was ugly. And all that was super enjoyable to watch. She just definitely was not acting like a pirate. But I would give this a safe hot, and I definitely don't think she would have been put in the bottom for this. Let's talk about her exit, which, as I mentioned, she has been preparing us for now for weeks on Twitter. And I think that probably was in part to soften the blow on the fans. This is a huge decision to leave RuPaul's Drag Race, especially with the new stakes of like $200,000. But as Ru pointed out to her in the workroom at the beginning of this episode, she has yet to win a challenge, much less place high. And that's gotta hurt, I think, considering how much Heidi has really elevated her drag and brought a new self to this competition. Like, there's been multiple instances, particularly, I think, the ball, where, hello, like, can we at least get a top placement? Like, even if they weren't gonna give her the win that week, she needed some recognition and she was getting none. And it all comes to a boiling point in the workroom this episode when Kahanna calls Heidi out for antagonizing, is the word she uses, her during Snatch Game, specifically referring to things like Heidi passing her the treasure map to find the joke. And Heidi, rightly so, I think, defends these things that she does during Snatch Game. Like, this is very standard fare. The queens, as their characters, are supposed to be interacting with each other, and at times maybe even trying to sabotage each other or find areas where they might be weak and not able to properly volley and tell a joke. It was just that Kahanna, self-admittedly lacking confidence in this area of performance, wasn't able to accept this as a friendly volley and read it more as friendly fire. So there's that. And then there's the messy Jimbo, Kandy, Alexis triangle of drama, where Kandy calls out Heidi for telling Jimbo that Kandy is gunning for her, which allegedly all happened after the cameras were cut one evening. Apparently, Kandy had said to Heidi that as soon as Jimbo's in the bottom, she's gonna send her home, which apparently was something Alexis had overheard because she's asked like, hey, do you remember this happening? And the weird thing is that at first she says yes, and then she says no. I don't remember her saying that, and that was strange. But then we also have Kandy saying that she never said that. And everyone in the room, and we as fans watching the show, were all just like, what's the truth? Because what you see is not always the truth. But regardless of whatever the truth may be about what was or was not said, it's clear Heidi here is feeling very everyone against Heidi. Like, it looks rough for her, and she gets emotional and she says this has become very ugly. It's not something I want to be involved in, and she leaves the workroom. She then has some little side conversations with LaLa and Kandy. They kind of try to convince her to stay, and she's like, no, I need to go find my peace and happiness. All this money, not worth it. And after the episode aired, Heidi tweeted this out: please don't send no hate. Instead of sending negativity, choose to spread love and peace. There's plenty of ways to show love and support. And Kandy on Twitter was also shutting down people who were being negative online. A Twitter user had written to Kandy, you're a liar. You got exposed by two people in your alliance that you're a liar. Jimbo called you out about what he didn't say after you claimed he did, and then Heidi called out Kandy for what she said about Jimbo, and then Alexis tried to play both sides. Trash human. To which Kandy simply replied with a selfie of her, Jimbo, and Heidi looking beautiful in the mirror, writing, anyways. And Kahanna also cleared up the apparent drama that was happening there between her and Heidi on Twitter, writing, me and Heidi have been and are good. I'm not the reason she wanted to leave. She already decided to go before that episode. I'm warning you now, I'm not the one to play with in these comments. Y'all think you have anxiety. No threat, but you've been warned. And yes, I'll echo what all the queens are saying and what I always say in my videos. Don't send hate to anybody online. There's no point. Just send something nice to the ones you like and call it a day. Cause does it suck that Heidi left the competition? Yeah, it really is not a fun viewing experience, especially as a Heidi in Closet fan myself, but it was a decision that she made on her own for her own peace and happiness, and we have to respect that. And this decision was not made lightly, I would speculate, especially considering the prize money opportunity this season and the fact that she spent a lot of money on her runway packages and canceled a lot of gigs to be there. She'd actually written that All Stars cost her $40,000 and $60,000 in canceled gigs. Gaggeroni macaroni. Gagatron, the gag of the season. And with that, let's let Heidi worry about Heidi and move on to the outcome of this episode. The win goes to Jimbo, which is not at all a surprise. But this is Jimbo's third win in this competition and second consecutive. Like, we are just 5 episodes in and we've got a clear front runner, which I'll point out reveals yet another issue with the lip sync assassin format. Because when you got one queen dominating a competition based solely on their challenge performance, you lose the nuance of the umbrella of talents that drag queens have, as I mentioned earlier. Or don't have. Because let's say another queen had been chosen as a top all-star of the week and Jimbo had to lip sync against them to properly claim this episode's win. Well, we've seen Jimbo's lip sync track record and it's not great. Pretty much any other all-star probably could beat her in a lip sync here, and using that top 2 format would raise the stakes and give other queens a chance to shine when maybe they did good but not great in the challenge that week. Instead, we again have Jimbo going into a lip sync which she does not win against Jasmine Kennedy. And the thing is, like, it's what we expect now, and it's getting kind of funny at this point. Jasmine, though, I will say, was truly a delight in lip sync this week. She brought a poise and composure to all of her dancing that just made what she did look completely effortless. Like, she would just be busting a little move here, a little move there, and then out of nowhere jump into a spin, twirl, split, boom, bam. It was really crazy. She did absolutely amazing. And in result, Jimbo loses their 6th lip sync across all Drag Race franchises. But concerning the bottom 2, Jessica Wilde and Kahanna Montrese, those are picks for those slots I absolutely agree with tonight. But the happy twist of the episode is nobody goes home because Heidi has already left. So that leaves us with our hottest hots for the week. And on the runway, I'm gonna give it to Jimbo, and in Snatch Game, Jimbo. It's the Jimbo show. And I also asked my patrons to vote for their hottest hots over at patreon.com/BussyQueen, and they too voted for Jimbo and Jimbo. See you later. Love ya. Bye. Dear Diary, you know what I've had? It. Officially. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bus Bardashian, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today, we've got a doozy. We'll be reviewing episode 6 of RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars Season 8. Our queens were challenged to perform in Joan, the unauthorized Rusical following the life and career of Joan Crawford. But, you know, make it funny. And the runway category was Night of 1,000 Grace Joneses. So, as usual, we'll be going queen by queen to break down their performances as I saw them. But then after that, as a treat, we'll be doing a little analysis on what's gone wrong with this season so far and discussing why it simultaneously feels so uneventful yet chaotic. So stay tuned for my TED Talk. But first, in the order they hit the runway tonight, Kahanna Montrese. And she, for her Grace Jones inspired look, recreated loosely a costume that Grace wore at the Diamond Jubilee concert in front of Buckingham Palace in 2012. Unfortunately, minus the iconic hula hoop that she had on this look throughout the performance. But Kahanna's look here was quite a departure from the original Grace Jones look, which was structured, futuristic, femme fatale, and had those really deep contrasts of red and black. Like, this look is 100% Kahanna Showgirls Las Vegas Fantasy. And if it were just a brief for red or something, I would definitely give this look a hot. But like, for Grace Jones, for this specific look, did she capture the essence? Kind of. And with all that considered, I would give this like a warming up. And in the challenge, Kahanna opens our Rusical with early Joan Crawford from The Women. And her number is flashy, entertaining, and like, in terms of choreo, she nailed it. The dancing was tight. And her characterization in the recorded vocals was pretty good. It was really just in, as the judges critiqued her, that face and body mismatch. For how sharp and perfect all of her dancing was, a lot of her lip syncing just kind of washed away to soft smiles or a little bit of lyric mishmashing here and there. And all things considered, I would certainly not say that this Rusical performance was bad. It was good. It just wasn't great, and so like I would give this a safe hot. And next in show, we've got Jaymes Mansfield, who on the runway, she had a little bit of an oopsie daisy tonight. This was not her best. But the look she chose to recreate was a great one. My online research tells me this was a 1979 look designed by Larry Legaspi, who apparently also did looks for like Kiss. And Grace in this look is so striking in those copper and beige tones. And you'll realize as you spend more time looking at Grace in the look, she actually is like an upside down foxtail. But James's recreation went a little fashion backwards. There are tailoring issues all over this look. There really should have been chic and svelte to her body, giving her that like a glove silhouette. And the foxtails were not dynamic like they were in the original, which just kind of made it look flat. So unfortunately, this was a but concerning her performance in the challenge, I heavily disagree with the judge's placement of Jaymes in this episode. In the Rusical, she did the general character of Faye Dunaway as Joan Crawford in Mommy Dearest. She transformed her face beautifully into the iconic Joan Crawford look, and I think she at least vocally took her performance to places that no one else did in the Rusical. But the problem was not with what Jaymes did, and more so I think with what she was given to work with. Like, when you take a look at her actual number, it was her in the nightgown and the other girl on stage with her. That was pretty much it. There were no props, there were no strobing disco balls, and the backing track behind her vocals was fairly dull when compared to every other track in the Rusical. There was just nowhere for this performance to go. Given the material, I think Jaymes gave a hot performance. But as we go through the rest of the Rusical performances, I just want you to think about how strikingly empty her stage was compared to every other queen. And next up, Condoleezza Muse, who lets us know in this episode that the real competition has started. And on the runway, she wears a look that is colloquially known as the Grace Jones maternity dress. And she famously wore this to a baby shower thrown at 4 a.m. at like a New York nightclub or something. But the backstory behind it is even more interesting. This look is actually a part of a 1988 collection from when she was pregnant of similarly styled postmodern geometric outfits by Jean-Paul Goude. And this collection of looks was actually meant to hide her baby bump when she was still trying to get nightclub bookings to make that money. And the thing is, this look is a lot to live up to. And while I think Kandy could have gone bigger or more wow in line with the original look, I think she did a decent job of meeting the reference halfway and presenting something that was fun, interesting, and unique for the Drag Race stage, and great for TV with all those lines, shapes, and colors. I would give this look a hot. Concerning the Rusical, so we are reminded this episode that in Kandy's original season, season 13, the Rusical is what almost sent her home before she was double saved with Simone. But this time around, RuPaul's fickle finger of fate had something else in mind. In the Rusical, she plays the No More Wire Hangers Joan Crawford, which she not only demanded from the rest of the cast, but did fairly win in an audition against Jessica Wilde, if we are indeed believing that these auditions are real and not just workroom TV conflict moments. I've watched too much Drag Race. But hey, live up to expectations, she absolutely does. In fact, I would say she hit a home run in this performance. Her choreo was tight, the characterization was fun. Like, this was a big, flashy number with tons of choreo, props, backup dancers, to a strobing disco ball above her head playing a thumping, disco-inspired number behind her vocals. And again, compare that to what Jaymes had. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, yes, I would give Kandy a hot in this performance for definitely stepping up to the plate, but I digress. Next up, Jessica Wilde. And on the runway, if looks could kill, this look would. And this look was originally worn by Grace Jones in the 1985 James Bond movie, A View to Kill. And this purple silky waterfall of a gown is just scrumptious on Jessica. It hugs every curve, and I love the hood. I love the different hair that she has under that hood. Really everything about this is just so beautiful on her and perfectly in homage to the OG look. This look is hot. And in the Rusical, she ends up with Faye Dunaway, Mommy Dearest, Bring Me the Axe, Joan Crawford. And in rehearsals, there was one particular moment which stood out to me, and which I think one of the directors was asking Jessica like what this scene meant. And she replies, I know she got crazy because she loves her job. And you know, she wasn't wrong. But concerning her actual number, it was another wild number. Super flashy, and this time rock and roll inspired, which you may realize is a interesting coincidence considering Jessica Wilde's 80s glam rock aesthetic that she consistently uses in her drag. And it was at this point when I was watching the episode on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen that I had the thought, these parts were probably given to the queens from the outset, and the illusion of them choosing was all for show. But that's just a theory. A drag theory. But back to Jessica. She was funny, her characterizations were good, and because the performance was in the style of rock, she didn't necessarily need to hit some of those tighter choreos that were done by the earlier queens. And overall, I'd say her performance was pretty hot. But the judges do praise her performance as phenomenal, which again, I would agree she was good, but I probably would have placed her safe this episode instead of where they seemingly placed her as almost a winner. Bring me the ass. But on to LaLa Ri, whose drag, we learned this episode, was apparently originally inspired by Grace Jones. But unfortunately for LaLa, her story arc of Grace Jones' inspiration ends this episode with RuPaul telling her that her look reminds her of Batman. She chose to recreate this look, which appears to be a moon plaster mask that reveals to sunglasses and a big giant silky ruffled bow behind her head. And you know, LaLa's recreation of this look isn't terrible. It's just not as expensive looking or couture feeling in the way that Grace's is. Like that choice of PVC or vinyl that she used to make a lot of this look, complete with red laces and straps on the back of the look, just brought it to a little bit of like a Pleaser's special dancer type of costume instead of high fashion. And like on a stage in the club, this would be fun. But on the main stage of RuPaul's Drag Race, where there are a million lights and cameras zooming in on every pore, you can really see the tiny details that don't do this look a lot of favors. So I'm gonna give this look a. And then a challenge, LaLa is doing Mildred Pierce Joan Crawford, which she actually won an Academy Award for in 1945. The more you know. And this number is a sort of voguing number, or maybe Vogue-ish. I'm not sure if Aja has evaluated this yet, but it's fun. And LaLa absolutely nails everything about the performance. It was really tight and snappy with the slaps that she mimes with the backup dancers. And she got these really crazy facial characterizations, like with the big eyes that she does that add a level of comedy and smart to her performance. This definitely gets a hot from me. And next up, I have one question. Who is Alexis Michelle?
Who is Alexis Michelle?
She has recreated maybe one of Grace's most recognizable looks from the catalog of fashion over the years. This is something she wore to the 25th Grammys in 1983. And the look is very androgynous warrior princess. I think it's a great pick that represents a lot of different facets of Grace Jones' fashion over the years. Plus, I think Alexis's recreation was phenomenal. She absolutely nailed the details of what the look at least appears to be made out of in her recreation. Like, she didn't appear to cut any corners or use cheaper materials, and it all looked very expensive on her, and honestly is one of my favorite things I've ever seen her wear on the runway. And like, I know she loves an 80s prom queen gown, but I think she needs to take more risks. This look is hot. And concerning what she did in the challenge, let's all remember that this is what Alexis Michelle lives, breathes, sleeps, and like thinks about. This is her gig. This was her challenge to win. But she didn't, despite giving what I thought was a stellar performance. And she took the role of Faye Dunaway, Mommy Dearest, Don't F With Me Fellas, girl boss. And it was really funny listening to Alexis confidently and without stutter talking about this role. She goes, "It's a risk, but I'll take it. I don't know if I'll be able to do it, But I'll take one for the team. And like truly, for any other queen in this cast, this number would have been a setup for failure. The lyrics were boom, 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 boom. She was a million words a minute and doing this wild country style cowboy boot square stepping tap dancing situation thing that she nailed every single step to with a perfect characterization the entire time. Like she did not break character, not once in the Rusical. She did not miss a step. She did not miss a lyric. She did not miss a facial expression. She killed this Rusical. Hands down. Like it was almost like they gave her something so needlessly overcomplicated that they thought surely they could catch her slipping, but couldn't. And I was not only shocked, but also appalled when they called her as safe for this. But more on that in a minute. Alexis in this Rusical was calm, collected, poised, talented, yada, yada, yada. And finally, oh wow. It's Jimbo, who at the beginning of this episode has a little emotional moment, recognizing she is now 0-6 for lip syncs across her many different Drag Race franchise experiences. Concerning though what she wore on the runway tonight, this was a 1989 look from what W Magazine reports as a night out in New York City for Grace Jones. Casual. And the original is a stunning cage dress with black straw hat that is showing all these little peekaboos of skin, maybe a little more scandalo back in 89 than today, but I think fashionably definitely stands the test of time. And Jimbo's recreation of the look is also stellar. And it's nice, right, to be reminded of all the different aspects in drag that she can adapt to. And this isn't necessarily new to see from Jimbo. We did see her do something really high fashion and forward thinking with her Celine Dion look back on Canada's Drag Race. 50 Shades of Jimbo. And I also love that this look added some flavor and drag context to what was going on. Instead of the black straw hat, it's like a hat made of hair. That's her wig. Really, really cool detail. This look is absolutely hot. And in the challenge, she gets haggard Joan. Joan Crawford near the end of her career in Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, which maybe was last referenced on Drag Race and All Stars 2, I think. The dua. Thematically, this number very much aligned with who we know Jimbo to be as a lip-syncing choreographed performer, in the sense that she's really not that. And she did struggle a little bit on stage, but vocally, I thought she excelled. And there's plenty of comedic undertone to how she was acting that out. It was just while she was dancing that I think there were some missteps, but when she would flip to doing like spoken word as Joan Crawford on the same stage, it was like all of a sudden she lit up and was that crazy, comedic, amazing actor that she is. But the main part of her performance, I would say, lacked a huzzah. I would give this like a soft rot, but truly I am doing hots and rots here on like a bell curve. I mean, nobody did bad. This was a great Rusical. Definitely some rewatchability in there. I laughed, I cried, I cheered, I screamed. But concerning the judges flipping coins and rolling die for placements this episode, we've got Jaymes and Kahanna in the bottom two, which Kahanna I can see, but instead of Jaymes, I probably would have put Jimbo there. It felt like Jaymes wanted to do a lot with her performance, but just couldn't because she just was given nothing. And her winner chicken dinner this episode was given not to Broadway legend and thespian superstar Alexis Michelle, but to Kandy Muse. And yes, I think Kandy did great, but in my personal opinion, Alexis deserved the win there. But I'll elaborate on that shortly. So Kandy Muse lip synced against our lip sync assassin this week, Angeria Paris Van Michaels. And she, as lip sync assassin, I thought looked gorgeous. Loved the hair, loved the outfit. And in a lip sync, let's just say Kandy had a fire under her ass. She wanted that win more than I think, at least this season, we have seen any queen want a win. Like, girl, she went hard in that lip sync. She was hot in that. It was a very sexy performance. And Angeria did good as well. I thought it was just, tonight I wanted Kandy. And Kandy wins the lip sync, and the gag of the season is she pulls out James's lipstick. Send home. And that's RuPaul's Drag Race. And now for my explanation of what I'm perceiving to be some problems with All Stars 8 so far. So from the lens of production, it's like for this season, the producers just sat down and overproduced the last shreds of what used to be a reality TV television competition into contrived reality television. For example, it seems the producers are prioritizing these story arcs for queens across their seasons over actually giving placements in challenges that make sense. Like when they gave LaLa a top placement in the ball to seemingly come full circle on her golden boot that she got for the bag ball look from her original season. But I think everyone has pretty much agreed it should have been Heidi in the top. And now we've got similar things happening like in this episode. We saw them stringing together the I did bad in my original season and now I'm doing great in this All Stars season as a redemption for Kandy Muse, and then dismissing Alexis as safe after that amazing performance, I would guess, in an attempt to try to recreate the Jan face crack Rusical moment And then we've got the other interesting element of knowing that Kandy Muse, if she won a challenge in lip sync, she would allegedly send home the stronger competition, which I think very easily explains why Jimbo was spared from the bottom and instead called out as safe this episode. Ru was not about to have Jimbo get pangined a second time. Instead, though, we see Jaymes go home, which makes almost no sense in the context of the episode. She's being told, like, at every turn that she's doing a great job and she's entertaining and she's funny. And then boom, sent home. And I would also argue another problem from the lens of the producers in this season is these first 5-6 episodes have been so balanced towards comedy. And it feels like queens who might be stronger in looks or performance don't have a chance. I'm not saying they don't, I'm just saying statistically, it's like, how are they gonna catch up? And the queens are seeing episode after episode, strange arbitrary placements that are probably making them feel like nothing matters. Like, Heidi clearly had enough. Next episode, we've got Kahanna talking about leaving, because girl, guess what? It's another comedy challenge. And most of them don't seem to be willing or wanting to play the producers' games. It just makes the episodes feel a little empty when there's only like 2 of the queens in the cast participating in the whole reality TV drama aspect of this show. RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars 8 is uneventful chaos, and I kind of like it. But we're only halfway through and it could get better. That's all I've got for you, and I'd love to know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. And don't forget, you can help support the Bussy Queen channel by clicking the link in the description of this video to join my Patreon today. Patreon members get exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to reaction videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. Your support would mean the world to me, and I'd love to see you there. And quickly, let's do hottest hots. In the Rusical, I'm gonna give it to Alexis, and on the runway, Alexis. I also asked my patrons to vote in their hottest hots over at patreon.com/BussyQueen, and they voted for LaLa and Alexis Michelle. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hi, my little tea sippers. It's me, Barbecue, and welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to be covering the drama saga between All Stars 8 contestants Kahanna Montrese and Heidi in Closet. What was originally a heated workroom discussion between these two queens on Drag Race has now become a real-life feud. The girls are fighting, and we've got tweets, Roscoe's viewing parties, of course, iMessage screenshots, and Instagram lives to dissect today. So grab some popcorn, because this one's gonna be a doozy. But before we get started, I do want to give the disclaimer, I never ever condone sending hate to anyone involved in my videos. And now, in the words of Hilary Duff, let's go back to the beginning. So you'll remember that during the Snatch Game episode of All Stars 8, Kahanna Montrese and Heidi in Closet were on the same Snatch Game of Love panel. Heidi was Blackbeard the Pirate, Kahanna Montrese was Coco Montrese. Can I make it any more obvious? Okay, not the time for jokes. And Heidi tossed some playful jabs, or so it seems, towards Kahanna's character in Snatch Game. And when cut, we see Heidi handing Kahanna a treasure map, telling her that she needs to find the joke. And in another cut, we see Heidi saying Kahanna needed to get a refund on a joke she told. However, these volleys, as Heidi has referred to them, were not received positively by Kahanna, because in Snatch Game, she really wasn't doing too great. And in her words, she felt antagonized by Heidi, a feeling she expressed in the workroom later that same episode. And this heated discussion about the volleys or antagonizations, depending on whose side of the story you're looking at, led into another heated discussion between Heidi, Jimbo, Alexis, and Kandy Muse. And in this conversation, we learned that Kandy allegedly told Heidi when the cameras weren't rolling, if she ever found herself in the top and Jimbo in the bottom two, she would send her home because she wanted to send home the stronger competition. However, neither Kandy nor Alexis admit to or remember hearing this conversation. Well, Alexis kind of does at first and then backtracks, so I'm not really sure what the tea is there, but it was these two heated discussions that led to Heidi getting frustrated, leaving the workroom, and announcing that she was going to be quitting All Stars 8. So this sets the stage for what will become our multi-day feud between Heidi and Kahanna. And I know, I was surprised too when I was seeing these interactions play out online because I thought they had resolved their feud. The tweets they put out after that Snatch Game episode aired at least led us to believe so. On June 2nd, Kahanna tweeted out, "Me and Heidi have been good and are good. I'm not the reason she wanted to leave. She already decided to go before that episode. I'm warning you now, I'm not the one to play with in these comments. Y'all think you have anxiety now. No threat, but you've been warned." And Heidi tweeted out in support of her sisters, "Please don't send no no hate. Instead of sending negativity, choose to spread love and peace. There's plenty of ways to show love and support. Which is why generally I think it's quite funny to see Drag Race fans going into comments and tweets and talking to the queens about the events they're seeing on TV that happened a year ago, because most of the time they've worked through them already. Anyways, all was well, or so we thought, and in the days leading up to the big blowout, we see several tweets from Kahanna and Heidi. On June 7th, Kahanna wrote, "Just did a podcast with Heidi and LaLa, and we get into it. You want the tea? We aren't holding back. We will also take you onto a journey into our culture." And Heidi followed up, "Baby, we had really gotten to the good stuff. We'll be coming soon." But then we start to see a tone shift between these two's communication, seemingly addressing each other on Twitter starting at around 2:30 a.m. Central on June 10th, where Heidi tweeted this: "Watch Roscoe's. Can't wait to be here in 2 weeks to clear things up. I've been lied on and projected on enough." Into a now deleted tweet where I think somebody was asking what she was referring to, she wrote, "I'm not gonna spill it, but sometimes you gotta remind what all you know." And the next thing we've got to look at is a tweet from Kahanna, also on June 10th around 10 a.m. She wrote, "Sis, keep ruffling them feathers. Keep them talking. You're doing your thing and living your best life. Your light will drive their darkness to madness. Still, I smile. That's winning." Now, on to the next booking. And then later that day, Heidi wrote on Twitter, "Sometimes you gotta have a conversation with your loved ones to remind you how booked, blessed, and highly favored you are. Though lying is a trigger of mine, I've honestly got too much good in my life to let that distract me. Happy Pride, everyone." And I want to be clear, while she didn't address Kahanna directly in these tweets, we can surmise she was talking about her, because the Roscoe's episode that was published on YouTube around the time of her original tweets was the Roscoe's featuring Kahanna Montrese. And I've linked this entire viewing party in the description of my video, but the key things said by Kahanna about Heidi, which seemingly relate to this drama, are as follows. At around the 3-minute and 46-second mark, Kahanna's discussing her breakdown about not doing well in Snatch Game.
The whole situation with me and Heidi was, I was like confiding in her before the challenge because I had a full breakdown. I felt like, in that moment, she was just doing the best she could with trying to give energy, and I got that, but bitch, I was struggling. Girl, I didn't need any help to dig my hole. It was already dug by myself, so.
And then around the 4-minute 50-second mark, Kahanna shares with everyone that she actually was not aware of the Jimbo, Kandy, Alexis drama before the situation between her and Heidi happened in the workroom.
I didn't know any of that. And Kandy told me, obviously a little bit of it, but I didn't know the full extent of what happened.
And concerning how the heated discussion, we'll call it, between Heidi and Kahanna was started, she said this.
When we were coming into the workroom to get ready, she had came to me and I'm like, "Sis, I just need a second. I need a second. Give me a minute." And then of course production knew that I was hot. They're like, "Heidi, ask her what's wrong." That just kind of lit everything up,
And Kahanna further elaborates on her experience in Snatch Game, where she felt like Heidi was going in on her too hard, and shared that the edit of Snatch Game took out a lot of the things that apparently Heidi had said to her.
It was just a little bit of what they showed, but she was going in on me. And that's why I'm telling you, I wouldn't have been upset if it was just what they showed. Girl, but it was way longer for one thing. But she kept letting me have it. And I was like, I wanted to take that map and throw it at her ass. I was like, girl.
And then around the 7-minute mark, she talks about how, in general, she had resolved to let this episode be the one where she was going to be sent home.
It was several girls made a comment. Had Heidi stayed, the bottom possibly would have been different.
We don't know that, but what the energy was giving, I definitely thought that that's what it was going to be. And we all thought Jessica was safe that episode, but it threw everything off because I'm like, I knew I was going home and I was fully prepared.
But that's about all I could find in the viewing party relevant to these two's falling out. And again, I want to put a disclaimer on these couple of tweets so far. Neither queen tagged either queen, and we can only guess that they were talking about each other based on what happened next. On June 12th, around 1 a.m., Heidi tweeted, "You ever get tired of taking the high road?" And then Kahanna also tweeted early in the morning of June 12th, "Good girl gone bad. I'm the right one to play with. Hashtag I'm coming for you. Fuel me with your hate. I will turn it into my strength. Fill me up. It only empowers me and that hungry demon I have that loves to cause havoc. Don't be sorry now, but keep that same energy when you reap what you've sowed. I'm the reaper." And it was at this point the queens started directly interacting with each other on Twitter. Heidi replied to this tweet, writing, "Liking this tweet from Norway." And Kahanna then replied to that, writing, "Don't nobody care about you being in Norway, girl. I'm working the world, doing my own gigs in between. When you have your own home, good credit, and that gingivitis halitosis breath fixed, I'll be impressed." And Heidi then quote tweeted this in reply, writing, "Girl, Kahanna, quote, Crimson Chin Montrese. You live in Vegas. The house market is cheap. I could afford a house there. I'll fix my credit when you fix that drooping ass." I took a in a parking lot and it got more press than you, girl. Bye. To which Kahanna replies, I'll see you in Chicago, sis. And Heidi replies, and don't call me sis, you showed your true colors. And here we also saw a Twitter user reply to Kahanna saying, I'll see you in Chicago, sis, writing, is that a promise or a threat? And Heidi replied to this, writing, it's a threat. She already threatened me. And it was at this point that we start to see other drag race queens from the queendom get involved in the situation. Cornbread replied to Heidi's tweet, writing, you've said enough. You ain't gotta post nothing else. Remember, anyone in the comments encouraging receipts isn't concerned, they want a mess. Clear your head and go enjoy a show tonight. And the next tweet we see from Heidi reads, remember bitch, you threatened me. Now excuse me as I hop on this flight to London. Followed up with another tweet where she quote tweets the I'll see you in Chicago sis tweet from Kahanna, writing, another threat, should I post the screenshots of the others? Which she then followed up with several tweets containing screenshots of her iMessage thread apparently in conversation with Kahanna. It just hurts because when you were in the hallway sad after Snatch Game before we had to do the confessionals, I was the one that came and checked on you and gave you a hug and told you everything was gonna be okay, but have a nice day. And Kahanna replies, be very careful with me, full threat. What do you mean by that? The subtweet's directed towards me. If you wanna play, we can. Ain't nobody playing with you, girl. Just remember what I said. Girl, don't be threatening me. I'm keeping it real with you. I never said anything not true and keep it real, darling. You wanna play and I'm just the right one to tangle with. I was 100 with everything I said, I meant it. You said your piece and I'm gonna say mine. Stand by it. Please stand by, go right ahead. You did that to me, to play like it didn't happen is insane, let's go. I ain't never said I didn't volley to you, girl. You the one saying that I just kept dogpiling on you. There you go again, creating a narrative that's your truth, but it ain't everybody's truth. If we're not gonna get along, we just not gonna get along. Okay, well let me give you a truth you and I can both agree on. You'll see soon, and I know about your, where Kahanna wrote sis track, I'm assuming to mean diss track, to which Heidi replied, good, so does Kandy. Perfect. And I had decided to not drop it a long time ago. Have fun and do you, and we can walk our separate ways, just letting you know you lost a real sister and friend. You can say the same. So basically in these messages, we had Heidi and Kahanna apparently going back and forth about what's happened or not happened regarding the dogpiling or antagonizing, as Kahanna has called it, concerning Heidi's volleys, as she's called them, towards her in Snatch Game. And to all these iMessage screenshots, we have a tweet from Carrie Colby where she wrote, wait, are we really going there? And honestly, I was thinking the same thing at this point because I thought, for real, that this was like an elaborate joke they had concocted to sell a makeup palette or, I don't know, promote something, right? It's not unheard of. Bob and Monet do this all the time. Trixie and Kim do this for fun. But these series of tweets and screenshots made it clear that these two were not joking. Bitch. And it was after this series of tweets that Kahanna took to an Instagram live to share her thoughts in more detail. She starts the video saying this.
I'm not the type of person that, I resort to violence. I don't take those things lightly. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. When you provoke me, I'm coming for you, period.
And then briefly talks about Heidi's departure, saying this.
It was mentioned several times by this particular contestant that they wanted to leave. And several girls can attest that this person off camera was very, very upset about production, very upset about the contestants, how they were being portrayed, them not winning challenges, had a full temper tantrum, throwing stuff, throwing the mic, calling out production, saying that she would tear the whole place down, doing all this stuff that didn't make the edit, gaslighting contestants, gaslighting us, like making us feel like no tea, it was her show, not ours, doing all this extra diva stuff.
And in general, Kahanna expresses the sentiment that she feels attacked by everything happening concerning this situation and says this.
I'm just not gonna take people attacking me and people seeing one side of things and not here for the truth. What pisses me off though is having this narrative because your fan favorite looks like a victim and they're not. They weren't ever. They came into on set with the mindset of it was their show and they thought there was going to be favoritism towards them, which it wasn't. So you cannot be mad if production just isn't giving that.
She then further elaborates on what she says really happened in Snatch Game.
What was shown was just a little piece of what went down. And I can promise you this, every girl there saw how Heidi was attacking me multiple times. It wasn't just, let me throw a joke here, there. No, she was coming for me and it didn't make the edit. The reason why I snapped was because I needed a minute. But what had happened was Heidi playing victim, gaslighting, and being like, oh, are you okay?
Sis, you know what you did.
And ends with this.
When I tell you I'm coming for you, it is what it is. It's on site. What this is just I want y'all to understand there's two sides to every story. And sometimes just because you like somebody does not mean that they're right.
And at some point during the day when all of this was happening, Kahanna had changed all of her socials to be the villain of All Stars 8. And in an Instagram story, she even wrote, "This is what you wanted and provoked. I warned you, and you're not gonna like what comes next. Hashtag Villainera." And then later that same day, we see Kahanna start to delete tweets from her timeline regarding the situation. And then finally that evening, Kahanna on Twitter wrote, "I had a moment, guys. I had to remember none of this craziness even matters. Kahanna, my drag persona, isn't even real, and I'm a fun-loving person, and I'm gonna choose joy in everything I do going forward. I love you guys that keep things positive. Y'all inspire me to do better." To which I feel like I have to read the response of Bianca Del Rio. Okay. Oh God. And Heidi's apparent final tweet regarding the situation read, "To everyone sending me messages and reminding me I'm above this, you were right. Let me get myself back together." Which brings us to a close on the Heidi versus Kahanna Snatch Game drama saga, at least at the time of recording this video on the evening of the 13th. And personally, as a fan of both of these queens, I obviously hope that they can reflect on the situation and come to a resolution in the future if that's what they want. But they are also two adults who can decide that that's not what they want, and that's okay too. But as always, I want to remind y'all to be nice to each other online, be positive, don't send negativity, don't spread hate, and sipping tea and juicy drama can be fun, but only if consumed responsibly from the sidelines. That's all. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hi. Because it's Alaska's hat and the episode is about little pound cake. Gagroni macaroni. Hi, it's me. Brr. I didn't think of a name today. It's me, Bussy XCX, and welcome back to No, that's not what it's called. It's me, Bussy XCX, and welcome back to Alright. And today we'll be reviewing episode 7 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8, as well as covering the online drama that's bubbled up surrounding the episode involving both Kandy and Alexis and Season 15 girls Lux Noir London and Mistress Isabel Brooks. And in today's episode, our queens were challenged to improv characters in a Forensic Files parody called Forensic Queens, where we learn the truth about what had happened to Lil Miss Poundcake. And the runway category was Miss Fill in the Blank. So let's jump right in with the big drama this episode. Everyone is quitting All Stars 8. It's over. I'm sorry. You know, Benita Brown video? Well, it's over. So first we had Heidi leaving the competition. We know that. But then this episode, we've got Alexis and Kahanna discussing leaving as well. And Alexis gets upset and begins to cry when the queens are selecting roles for the challenge this week. She seems to have two choices for roles, one of which she kindly and ever so graciously gives to Jessica Wilde, and the other which ultimately goes to Kandy Muse because she says that's her only choice. Yet again. And she is not at all willing to budge at this. Which, like, I would say is a gray area because this is, after all, the competition where the queens are trying to win $200,000 and like they should be fighting for what they want. But I do think something also could be said about sportsmanship and sharing. And at the same time, I think there could also be something said about Alexis making pretty much every moment about her, which thankfully she is at least acknowledging a little bit in retrospect. She even tweeted out a screenshot of a poll that Green Gay, a YouTuber, put on his channel this week asking which Alexis cry is your favorite. And I think it's great she is so willingly and openly expressing herself and feeling her feelings. But I can also see Kandy's side here where she sees Alexis doing this thing again where she's crying and maybe thinking this is a ploy, this is a game, why is she doing this? I'm not playing this, I'm gonna walk away. And in addition to tweeting that poll, Alexis also tweeted this out. Before the episode airs, let me say, whatever conversations set me off, that's not the fault of the Kandy Muse or anyone else. I take responsibility for the things that trigger me. If you support me, cool, but zero tolerance for hate toward my sisters. And if you want to hate me, touch grass. Kandy Muse though took a different approach on Twitter this week. Someone tweeted out a clip of what was happening in the workroom, which Kandy quote tweeted and wrote, "Those white women tweets are dangerous," which then led to different people discussing this topic online, and some Season 15 girls got involved. Lux Noir London wrote on Twitter, quote tweeting Drag Race, hashtag I stand with Kandy Muse. And then in a now deleted tweet, Alexis responded to Lux writing, "Lux, this is not the tweet. My tears weren't about picking roles. There was a lot going on in my head and that's not on Kandy, but please be a sister. Which, as I said, was deleted at some point, and then followed up with a tweet from Mistress Isabel Brooks where she wrote, Lux, this is not the tweet. Alexis's tears weren't about picking roles. There was a lot going on in her head and that's not on Kandy, but please be a sister. But back to the episode. After the Alexis drama, we then see Kahanna struggling in the workroom. She is seemingly not happy that this is yet another acting/comedy challenge, and she's not so sure how she's gonna make this role work. And it was at this point she actually has a moment where she's packing her bags and Jimbo is seen asking what's going on. She's leaving, and then several minutes later, Rupaul bursts through the door, saves the day, and takes all the queens to church. Her parting message being, don't let your feelings in the moment sabotage the bigger picture, which seems to get the queens back on track and allows us to finish the episode. First up, Jessica Wilde, who in the challenge plays the character of Drag. And the setup of this Forensic Files parody is essentially there are queens, Jessica Wilde and Kahanna Montrese, playing characters who are coming back to All Stars to film a new season. Jessica is a former Miss Congeniality and gives us some rather interesting testimony on Lil Poundcake's disappearance and how she may or may not have been involved in it. We hear she noticed Lil Poundcake was missing because she left her ETB card in the workroom on Taco Tuesday and doesn't seem to know what happened, but then later admits that Lil Poundcake actually stole her man, making herself a suspect. But she reassures us in the same testimony that she's not a Republican and she didn't get Lil Poundcake. And honestly, Jessica in this was so funny. And I could listen to her talk endlessly for ages because if you let her, she will just escalate the crazy things that she's saying to crazier and crazier heights. And it's just so entertaining. Plus, I think she did a great job of balancing the crazy words she was saying with a pretty serious and like real performance. She did a great job and this was hot. And over on the runway, she escalates that crazy one more time and gives us a look that is themed after sausages. In fact, she is Miss Sausage, titled from eating 15 sausages. Because why the hell not? And she's got them in a crown dangling off her waist. I don't know, this is wild. Jessica Wilde, campy, it's silly, it's fun. It's why we love Jessica, because she's so pretty and so zany with what she does. And like, does this make any sense? No. But is that also why I love it? Yes. This look is hot. And next we have Kahanna Montrese, who we see, as we mentioned, was struggling to pick a character, figure out how she was gonna play the role, and she ends up with this role, I'm a Fox, which is basically just her, and like really Jessica Wilde character was just her too. I'm just having another moment where I'm like, I don't think that they picked these roles in the workroom at all. I feel like they give these roles to the queens before the season even starts, and the illusion of them picking roles is just like for entertainment. But that's just a theory, a drag theory. Anywho, she's playing the character of I'm a Fox, the pretty pageant queen who was a bitch on her original season and is now a bigger bitch. And she, in our little skit, is the prime suspect because she hates Lil Miss Poundcake. And her take on it is fairly serious, which feels a little dry at times, but I don't think she did a bad job in this. Like Michelle said, I think she is finding a comfortability with acting and even comedy. And I think her next journey is just gonna be figuring out where to and how to add layers to make her characters more dynamic. So I give this like a warming up. And on the runway, she gives us Miss Tired Ass Showgirl. And this title is meant to be her take on a Vegas showgirl doing a pageant. And my immediate thoughts were, yes, this is another pretty look from Kahanna. She looks gorgeous. But we also just watched her play the pageant queen in the challenge. And pretty much every episode, she has done some flavor of glittery, sparkle, Las Vegas showgirl pageant drag, which has been great. She has absolutely nailed that aesthetic down. But again, I think the judges and the fans are going to be looking for a few more layers, especially on Drag Race All-Stars. And especially with her picking this title, Tired Ass Showgirl, this was her opportunity to show off some comedy or stupidity in a way that complements all of her beauty. Yes, this look is a very safe and beautiful hot. And next up, our favorite notes, LaLa, who we hear saying this episode, I need to win. I gotta win. I need to win. And the fire that she has lit under her own butt absolutely takes her to the finish line this week. She gets the character of Cherie Shah, the Shah is silent, Coleman. Layers, right? It's about layers. And her character in this skit is a security guard who we do ultimately learn is responsible for the disappearance of Lil Poundcake because she saw taking her out as an opportunity to get into the biz. And this character from LaLa was so real, effervescent, and like completely brought to life. The facial expressions, hand movements, everything about what LaLa was doing was fully in the zone. And we have seen in the various acting comedy challenges we've had so far, flashes of this very funny LaLa underneath scripts that were given to her. But I think having this opportunity to ad-lib, improv, and put her own flavor into these silly characters that she does really allowed her to shine this week. She was eloquently hot in this challenge. And over on the runway, she gives us a look she titles Miss Bootlegger. And she's in all gold. Fake, of course. And she is carrying down the runway items such as fake furs, fake bags, and even a fake copy of an Asia O'Hara DVD. It's stupid, it's silly, it's drag. But in terms of visual presentation, I think it was a little rough around the edges, which she was, it seems, trying to sell as part of the look. But to me, it almost read as doing the easy way out here, like just kind of putting things on things instead of really bringing it to the finish line in a fully realized eleganza vision, right? But I was entertained, so I'm gonna give this like a 3 flame hot. And next up, Kandy Muse, who is not going to compromise, and that's on period. So in the challenge, she fights for and gets the role of Detective Anita Clue. And Rupaul gives her this critique of, you made me laugh because you said you weren't a detective and then you were a detective. Followed up with a lot of very obvious fake laughter. And we also see them acknowledge that she basically was just Kandy playing Kandy in this, which is what she always does. And most of the time this works well for her because at the end of the day, these challenges are really about entertainment and not necessarily about acting skill or bringing a new other character to life, right? It's about making your drag character shine. And she does that. But I'm highlighting that to ask the question, why is she so adamant about these different roles if at the end of the day, she's just gonna play the character the same anyways? Food for thought. Anywho, as the detective, she's interrogating LaLa and eventually gets out of her that yes, she was responsible for the disappearance of Lomas Poundcake. And during all of this, she is pushing her performance further than many of the other queens tonight. She has got her feet on the table, she's standing up, she's yelling at the cameras, she's playing with her sucker. I mean, really, she is doing things and adding layers, even if they are additional Kandy layers, to this performance that make it very entertaining. And I would give this performance a very safe hot. And over on the runway, she gives us a look she titles Miss Arrogant. I think the hair on this look is amazing. And the look itself I think is fun. I'm not totally sure how the arrogant title really ties into everything that she's doing here. I think it's more just meant to be like, look at me, feel my oats and serve and feel my charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent. But some more clear direction might have helped, I think, with the overall appearance, kind of giving Cindy Lou Who meets like Grimace, but it's fun. And I would give this like a 3 flame hot. Next up, Alexis. So in the challenge, she plays the role of the reporter investigator side of things. She's Effie Lee Bailey. And this character in particular, I think was a little stiff for what was going on with the rest of the Queen's characters. Which isn't to say she wasn't adding little funny layers, like she made a joke about holes and Michelle Visage and like had toilet paper on her shoe walking down the hallway at one point. But I agree with what Michelle said about the role not really taking off. It was kind of like there was such a seriousness in the way she would look at the camera that it felt like we weren't allowed to laugh. And similar to Kahanna, she felt in control of her character, but just ultimately wasn't entertaining. But she wasn't bad, just a little flat here, so I'd give it a warming up. And over on the runway, she comes out as Miss Manpig. And she says that she is feeling her gorgeous jock fantasy, with, of course, a red hanky as a train. Google it. It's RuPaul's favorite activity that he loves to joke about. And this is a very gay look, I'll say that. And it's pretty enough as a pageanty fantasy, but there's something about the look that is just too obvious. I don't like giant letters across the chest, and I don't love how the giant red hanky is just a red bandana. I think she could have done something a lot more interesting with that and made it more dynamic, because it really doesn't even match the rest of the look, in my opinion. I'm not sure if her goal here was to be intentionally tacky, but I just feel like it's lacking like a taste level. For me, it's a rot. And finally, oh wow, it's Jimbo, who in the challenge plays Eva Dentz, the scientist, well, German forensic examiner who is investigating the case of Lomas Poundcake and where she might be. And the big shtick that Jimbo adds to this character is her stink finger, which really wild, like her mind is so crazy. But this stink finger is, as she says, something that she uses to swab and swipe at every crime scene to find traces of DNA or fibers of Miss Poundcake, what have you. Again, funny little weird ad-libbed layers really brought this specific performance to life, and in such a small role, something you gotta do. You gotta have something really memorable, and Jimbo is so good at that. This was hot. And over on the runway, she is Miss Mickey. Big surprise, I guess, there. But still funny, still irreverent, still, I think, celebratory of her drag and finding different ways to present herself. This is very glamorous and beautiful for her, but also still campy and silly. It's very Jimbo, and I just really enjoy the different Jimbo characters that we've gotten to see on the runway. You know, we've got fashion, we've got beauty, classic drag, and I would give her double Z's a double hot. And then when this episode goes to LaLa Ri, very rightly so. She played the biggest, most entertaining character in this skit, and it just felt really right to see her fully give us the LaLa Ri experience this season, and loved what she did. And in the bottom two, we've got Kahanna and Alexis, other picks that I do mostly agree with. And I think there is a debate maybe to be had, Alexis versus Kandy here in the bottom, because on one hand, we had Alexis, who did have, I think, a fully realized character that was just not entertaining. And then we had Kandy, who was an underdeveloped character that we've seen many times, but was very entertaining. I do think the show will always pick the choice that's more entertaining when it comes to things like this, even when Rupaul himself at the beginning of the episode says things like this challenge is all about creating characters. It's not. It's about making Rupaul laugh. That's it. So we then see LaLa Ri lip sync to a Lizzo song, which she does an excellent job to. And having no other competition on the stage, I think she absolutely deserved the win here. So congratulations to LaLa, her $10,000 and her first win of the season. But concerning my overall thoughts for this episode, this was a challenge that I did ultimately actually enjoy. And I really found myself thinking that everyone did quite a good job. However, it was also, I think, a difficult challenge to evaluate because these daytime TV shows like Forensic Files are themselves kind of campy in a sense. I think there are definitely a crowd of people like myself and probably Ru who enjoy them in kind of ironic sense. So recreating them as a parody almost kind of feels like you're watching a parody of a parody. And the other thing I found interesting was I actually was expecting this to be more of a live action thing, considering RuPaul did say the words improv and it didn't really come off as improv, right? It felt more like the queens got the roles, wrote their own lines, studied them, and then just recited them with some ad-libs. And the queens did seem to be very specific about the roles that they wanted and why. So I did wonder how much of the character was truly outlined versus created by the queens themselves. And now it's time for Hottest Highs. In the challenge, I'm going to give it to LaLa Ri, and on the runway, Jimbo. And I also asked my patrons over on patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and more. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of my video. And they voted for LaLa Ri in the challenge and LaLa Ri on the runway. See you later. Love ya. Bye.
Hi, Ugly. It's me, Beelzebus, and welcome back to Hot or Snot. Because I've got a major cold that has kept me down and out for like 5 days now, and you know what I've had? It. Officially. And in spite of my summertime sickness, we're here anyways. So get excited because we've got a lot to cover today, including the latest statements from Heidi and Closet concerning the recent dramas she was involved in, both with Kahanna Montrese and the he said, she said, Kandy, Alexis, and Jimbo situation. All sourced, of course, from, you guessed it, Roscoe's viewing parties. Because if you're not watching Roscoe's, you're only getting half the story. So we'll break down what she said and then jump into today's review of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8, Episode 8, where our queens were asked to create outfits inspired by prior winners of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars, minus Chad and Alaska. And finally, we'll end with a discussion of Alexis Michelle's very own Sophie's choice that she had to make and agonized over endlessly at the end of this episode. So let's get started. First up, Heidi and Closet. So last week I did a video explaining the Heidi and Kahanna Montrese drama and fallout situation that was happening online over the past couple of weeks, and I've linked that in the description in case you missed it. But long story short, the girls were fighting and things got a little ugly, but it seems these two were able to come to an understanding offline and have, for the most part, made up.
She has apologized to me, and I also apologized to Kahanna because I know I personally could have handled the situation way better than how I did online, and I had to apologize for her because that was just, it was a very ugly situation.
And these two are even back to being friends online, seen exchanging some comments about what they would have done for for this episode's challenge on Twitter. And concerning the Heidi, Kandy, Jimbo, Alexis thing, where remember, Heidi called out Kandy for telling her, Heidi, that she would send Jimbo home should she find Jimbo in the bottom 2 and herself in the top, which Kandy flat out denied saying, and Alexis denied hearing after saying she did hear it. Heidi lets us know during the Roscoe's viewing party this was a sentiment Kandy expressed to her twice.
Kandy said it twice. The one instance that I brought up in the workroom was with Alexis in the tent when she said it. Now, there was another time she also said it. So we were in the car, we were waiting to go in on set, and then one of the producers come out and talks to us. Jimbo said something really stupid and made them laugh. And then they walked away, and then we were allowed to get out the car. Jimbo got out first because she was the closest to it. And then Kandy turned and was like, you see, the producers love her. If she ever lands in the bottom, we need to send her home. Some of the girls who were on the cast knows for a fact that is exactly what she said, because they have told me. However, they have said, please do not name them because they want to stay out of the drama.
And after Heidi clarifies everything that happened, she elaborates on the understanding that she's been able to come to with Kandy Muse, about which she says this.
But me and Kandy have worked through it and everything, and there was one day where the whole thing came up, and bitch, we barked at each other, we did, and then the very next morning, we still had a little more barking to do, and then about 6 hours later, we were back to cutting up and kikiing, because we've let it go.
And obviously, we will never know who was in what tent or what bus hearing what was or was not said concerning this situation. But I'm happy these two have seemingly come to an understanding. Now, let's get into the LGBT of this episode, because girl, it was wild. Let's start with Candelisa Muse, who was first hit the runway tonight. And Kandy's box was for Monet Exchange, who I think has a really interesting sense of style that is distinct in that Monet will take kind of everyday items, like let's say buffalo plaid or puffer jacket, and then elevates them to these really high fashion, draggy, campy places. But as for the look Kandy makes tonight, she chooses to create a very simple LBD, and for what it is, I think she looks pretty on the runway. That said, I think the final product is just missing a little bit of the whimsy that a Monet Exchange look might have, and of course is missing some of the obvious technical sewing finesse in the details of like, it's a little too short, and maybe the slit on her leg isn't high enough, and the slit on her chest isn't low enough. I will also say though, I was a little confused at her choosing to add extra padding to her backside, but none to her front to balance out the proportions and really give homage to the curves and swerves that Monet's figure truly is. So relatively speaking, this look is a soft. And next up, who's hungry? It's Jimbo. And she is given the Trixie Mattel box from LaLa. And we saw a lot of tension and drama created by Jimbo for the camera around if the outfit she was making was or was not going to be ready. And she ended up turning it all out on the runway. It looked completely finished, and if there was something missing, I had no idea. Her entire body, face bikini included, is covered in the floral pattern, and then she's got this pink vinyl cape dress thing that's lined with that beautiful floral pattern. And then she's integrated the pearl necklace that she was given as details for the eye and mouth sockets on the face bikini. And traditionally, I would say this is not necessarily a face bikini because a face bikini would imply that there would be holes. So really, this is more in the mask territory, which I'm not mad about. But I think did ask the question, is something like this okay for Drag Race? And who cares, right? As long as we're having fun, and we're always having fun with Jimbo. And that's why I think this look was so successful. This look is super freaky and hot. And next up, LaLa, who assigns herself the Shady Kool-Lady box. And in the workroom, we see her working through these materials, and we later find out she created 3 different dresses by the end of it all, and ended up in this orange one. And this look is kind of like Kandy's dress tonight. Not bad, and I think she should be proud of what she did, considering she does not have that sewing background. But when you start to look at all the details, you do see, okay, there are some pretty big deficiencies here, from the way that that asymmetrical sleeve is fitting, the collar that Michelle points out is kind of stuffing her neck area up, and even the length of the one sleeve she has being too short. So all things considered, this look is a rot, but I will say I love the way she painted her face tonight. I think she looks particularly beautiful, but the wig So Alexis actually, we learned, lit her this wig, and I'm wondering if Alexis didn't put that on LaLa's head in this way as a little bit of sabotage. Girl, the inner saboteur was Alexis's wig the whole time. Speaking of the devil, that's not how the phrase goes. Speak of the devil, it's Alexis Michelle, and in the challenge, she is given Trinity the Tuck's box, and the way she did her hair and painted her face, and with that huge smile, I thought that was Trinity for a second. The illusion she created, the gown, I mean, this is a really, really beautiful look. And actually, Alexis was the first queen tonight to walk on the runway that actually made me think of the winner they were assigned. This is very clearly in the beauty pageant, beaded, over-the-top, extravagant type of style that Trinity lives in. And like, sure, if this were Trinity, she probably would have had like 10 different cutouts in this dress to show off all the different parts of her body. But I like that Alexis was able to still evoke Trinity and also make it more in her personal style. And honestly, this may be the best Alexis has ever looked on the runway. She looks absolutely incredible, and this look is hot. But concerning her Sophie's Choice, we'll circle back on that after Jessica Wilde. And she was given the box of Kylie's Sonic Love. And it definitely seemed like Jessica was feeling a bit of pressure this episode, considering she did win the prior design challenge in the ball earlier this season. But girl, what does pressure make? Diamonds. Wow. In Kylie's box, we've got lots of crazy patterns, this green snake material that Chanel is lusting over in the workroom. The dress she ends up creating is very pretty, and I think very in the vein of Jessica Wilde. I don't necessarily think this is a silhouette or type of dress Kylie would wear on the runway, but I liked that Jessica made it work for her. It also kind of made me think of Carrie Bradshaw a little bit. Like, this is absolutely something she would go twirl around the city in, but like with a chunky belt. And my only real critiques on this look are very small details, one of them being the thing Ross pointed out about there being some awkwardness in the cut of the top part of her dress, and maybe something about the length being slightly off. Like, I either want this to be a little longer, or considering it's supposed to be inspired by Kylie, probably a little shorter. Anywho, I think she did a great job, and this look is absolutely hot. The answering placements in the bottom two, we got Kandy, Muse, and LaLa Ri, which I don't really think anybody could argue with in another direction. It was like the other three queens did really good, and these two queens did okay. Like, again, I don't think their looks were bad, and in a bigger design challenge with more queens or something, these I think would have been very safe looks. And the win this week goes to Alexis Michelle, which I think could be argued. My top two queens this week, who I think did amazingly in very different realms, were Jimbo and Alexis. Like, on one hand, we had Jimbo create this insanely unique and interesting piece of art that I would argue is absolutely Hall of Fame worthy, which was part of the brief. But aside from the pink fabric and floral patterns, I wouldn't say this really evokes anything about Trixie Mattel. And on the other hand, we've got Alexis, who 100% met that part of the brief that I think asked them to create a look inspired by the queen in their box, while also playing into her personal style and looking damn good in what she made. And so considering the challenge, yes, I do agree with the Alexis Michelle win, but my hottest hot is gonna go to Trixie Mattel. My hottest hot is gonna go to Jimbo, because I like the look overall better. But I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hot this week, and they did give it to Alexis Michelle. But the real tea is, if Jimbo had won this week, how would she have lip synced? She couldn't have. And actually, Jimbo did address this on Twitter, because I think fans were asking her this. And she said, "To those wondering how I would have done my makeup in time to lip sync if I won, it only takes a second to put on lip gloss. I stay that bitch." But instead of that, we get Alexis Michelle lip syncing against Nikki Doll to the Nancy Sinatra Boots song, and so I did react to this as well as the other best parts of this episode on my Patreon. That's my members only website, where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to exclusive videos like this episode's reaction. And you can become a member of my Patreon and watch that video right now by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But this lip sync was a little tough to watch, and not because these queens are bad lip syncers or anything like that, but mostly because the song choice I think is difficult to do at all, much less on a TV stage like Drag Race. It's just so empty. And while I will agree it was a weird choice, I will say Alexis was undoubtedly the winner of this lip sync. I think she filled the downtime and slowness of the song with a lot more comedy and impromptu dancing, and that bit at the end when she told her boots that she was ready to walk did make me laugh a little bit. Nikki, though, did respond to critics who were not happy about this lip sync online, and she wrote, I thought I wouldn't answer to the jokes online because I'm legit so above this, but I do find truly hilarious to read comments about people that don't even step foot on stages or even do drag to judge two booked and successful queens perform on TV for your entertainment on a song choice that we had no control over. Next time, instead of trying to shine online with your stupid rhetoric, put some cha-cha heels and go perform for everyone to judge. Cowards. Nancy Sinatra, I love you, but in my headphones. Very Cameron Michaels of her. Love that. So Alexis wins this lip sync, and the gag of the season pulls out LaLa Ri's lipstick. And I'll say this gagged me, but also didn't gag me. Like, I fully expected her to do this for some reason, but it felt so wrong to watch her do it. And trust and believe, she agonized over this decision. Like, this was so hard, I think, to watch as a viewer of this show for several different reasons. A, at the end of last week's episode, we see Alexis thank LaLa and acknowledge how difficult it must have been for LaLa to save Alexis instead of her good Judy Kahanna. And she says this is something she will never forget. B, in this episode, we actually hear a conversation between LaLa and Alexis about what happened last week, and Alexis seems to reaffirm that if she found herself in a similar position to LaLa as she was in last week, she would indeed save LaLa Ri in a, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your situation. See, we've had this narrative of Alexis having this huge crush on LaLa and affinity towards her, both as a friend and maybe even romantic. And there's been basically zero friendship development between her and Kandy, at least on camera. And like, as I mentioned earlier, she literally let LaLa borrow a wig on the runway this week. And if all of this wasn't enough to make us feel like we were watching Alexis literally stab her in the back on stage in front of a camera, we also have D, a new piece of information that we learn in Untucked. Apparently, Alexis had slipped a secret letter to Kandy where she asked for an alliance, which Kandy never responded to. According to Kandy, she had forgotten about the note. Whatever. But Alexis has every single reason laid out in front of her of why she should save LaLa Ri, which is not even considering that LaLa Ri and Kandy Muse have the exact same track record. And for all of those reasons, it just felt so wrong to watch her pull LaLa Ri's lipstick out of her dress. Whatever. It's reality TV, right? Let's not get too invested in this. But it was weird and I didn't like watching it. That said, we don't have to like her decision and we don't have to respect her decision. But please, let's not send hate to anyone involving any of this, because again, it is just reality TV. Apparently though, Alexis actually regrets her decision to send LaLa home. She tweeted this out after the episode aired. It was an impossible choice, a lose-lose situation. Two incredible queens who I admire, love, and respect. I made a choice. After sleeping on it, I wished I could have done differently. I'm sorry for disappointing you. People make mistakes. I own this one. No edit, just me. She then tagged LaLa Ri saying, nothing can dim your shine and roast chicken dinners on me for life. And Kandy Muse responded to all of this and wrote, damn bitch, f my drag. To which Alexis replied, you know I love you and that's why I decided to save you. Just sucked either way. And Kandy finally wrote, LMAO, it's cool. And then all of this gets even more interesting considering what Alexis wrote to a fan on Instagram, which was then shared on Reddit. This person wrote, girl, I don't know anymore. I love you so much, but sending LaLa home was the wrong choice, even strategy-wise. Ru literally loves Kandy and she will always favor her. To which Alexis responded, I didn't want to piss Ru off. And in all of this happening online, there was another interesting piece of information that she let slip or intentionally said to get some heat off of her back. I'm not sure, but this is what it was. A user wrote, please stop explaining yourself to people who don't care what you say and will find things to nitpick regardless. Yeah, it's a bad move, but it's still a competition. Hopefully this format will be done away after this season. To which Alexis Michelle replied, it will. What is she talking about? Did she here just tell us that the entire format of All Stars is going to be changing next season in broken NDA situation? Or is she just hoping and manifesting? I don't know. See you later. Love ya. Bye. She's dead. And thank God. It's me, Busselina Jolie, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today, oh God, I miss saying that. In drag. We're going to be reviewing episode 9 of RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars Season 8. Who do we appreciate? Today our queens were challenged to roast Carson, Kressley, and the runway category was Snow Bunny. So we'll be breaking down each queen's performance in the episode as I saw it, as well as taking a peek through some tweets shared by Alexis, Kandy, and LaLa concerning what happened this episode and how it was intertwined with last week's complications. And girl Alexis has a lot more to say. So buckle up, because it's about to get hot in here. First up, the gag of the season. As it turns out, it was not only Alexis who pulled LaLa's lipstick last week. In fact, it was a unanimous vote to send her home. Yet, Alexis Michelle has definitely been getting the brunt of the fans' unhappiness online. So I'm bringing this up again to say, let's not harass people over a reality television show as much as we may disagree with or not appreciate a particular decision. Kind of reminds me of when Naomi sent Manila home back on All Stars 4, when in fact, had Monet X Change won the lip sync, she would have pulled Manila's lipstick as well. But just to play devil's advocate with myself, of course, it's easy to say that if there was going to be one person who was going to save LaLa last week, it seemingly would have been Alexis Michelle. And indeed, some of the queens even bring this up to her this week, and her only response really is, yes, I did reassure LaLa in the workroom, but I didn't make any promises. Which to me just feels like watching Alexis dig her hole deeper and deeper with the rest of the queens. Like, girl, they are not gonna trust you after this, especially when you're coming up with more and more reasons about why you sent her home. But on to what she did this week. On the runway for her snow bunny look, she's giving us a little snow bunny that got lost in Santa's sack. And this look is pretty, young, and flirty in a lot of different ways that I think Alexis often forgets to incorporate into her drag. She has this very serious approach that we have seen many times this season on the runway that boils down to her wearing lots of pretty gowns. But this is so fun for her. And I love the campy details of the giant sack hole around her head and hats as a train flowing behind her. I think stylistically, the only thing missing for me in this look would have been a larger, chunkier belt, which maybe could have been made out of the same shiny material that was complementing her face. But what was she carrying in that bag? LaLa Ri's hopes and dreams, perhaps? Anyway, this look is hot. And in the challenge, in the roasty roast, Alexis gets to choose the order of the queens today because she won last week. And her only response about how she chose the order was that she wanted to choose an order that best worked for her, which I think totally makes sense. But I suspect her real reason was wanting to get her set out of the way and maybe slightly forgotten against the three very funny people that were gonna come after her, because I think going after any one of these comedy queens would have been tough. But concerning her joke, she was a little hit or miss. The first half of her set opens with a roast of Jimbo, making fun of her large chest plate, large ears, and then transitioning into making fun of Kandy's large ego, which by the end of this sequence did get a laugh out of the judges and some of the audience. But I think this opener was so flat for her because she was making jokes about Jimbo's appearance, yet the appearance she was making fun of was not what we were actually seeing or what the audience was seeing on the stage. Not to mention, I think it's kind of hard to make fun of Kandy's face as being one only a mother can love when she is beat to hell and back. Girl, that mug is painted. That said, after we get through all of the awkward stumbling in like the first 3/4 of her set, she actually ends with, I think, one of the funnier jokes of the whole night, where she made fun of Carson's lengthy show credits and told him he didn't have to say yes to everything, and then made a joke about the book title, Does This Book Make My Butt Look Big? Where the punchline was nothing will make that flat butt look big. And honestly, I had to laugh. So the first part of her performance was a rot, but it really did warm up to a hot for me by the end of it. And before we go into the next queen, I have to talk about the segment of the episode where Katya came into the workroom and she starts stirring the pot, and we learn how down bad Alexis truly is. She tells Katya about her first love of the competition, LaLa Ri, which as far as I could tell from watching the show as a viewer, looked a little unrequited. Not to mention Alexis, stabbed her in the back last episode and tossed her aside. But out with the old and in with the new, her new crush is Kandy Muse, who she goes on to say in a confessional is like radiant and special, and now like with their agreement she feels so close to her. And I couldn't help but wonder while watching Alexis profess her love about Kandy, was her crush on LaLa ever even real? Or is she just looking for camera time? Like, why does she feel the need to announce that she's got a crush on a queen in the workroom at all times? And why are her crushes only on people that she has alliances with? And we did discuss the truth that bubbled up online about why Alexis sent LaLa home, ultimately boiling down to her not wanting to make Ru mad. But she did tweet some more about the situation over the past couple days, saying things like this: I understand the kids take this show extra serious, but some of y'all adults have serious growing up to do. Making snap judgments judgments about strangers is low, and thinking you know someone based on the way they've come across on a reality show is naive. And she then tweeted this out: I am forever a LaLa stan, period. But some people calling out my integrity or saying my word means nothing is ridiculous, because I said and I am forever grateful and won't forget her kindness. But even in Untucked, I made it clear a guaranteed save wasn't for sure, so check my words. Which Cornbread replied, writing, nah, you tried it. And Alexis said, cause you were there and saw everything. Where Cornbread finally wrote, girl, calm down. We all know what happens when you go on a TV show. People form opinions, and my opinion is you tried it. And next up, Jessica Wilde, who for her Snow Bunny look is giving me kind of like Farrah Fawcett and Charlie's Angels meets Formula One race car fantasy, like more than it's giving Snow Bunny. I'm just not necessarily getting that she was up in the cabin sitting by the fire after skiing and, you know, was looking for a man to take back to the hotel room, even with the giant snowflake on her cape. But ultimately, I think the bigger issue is this look doesn't feel glitzy or extravagant enough for All Stars when compared, I think, with some of the other stuff on the runway tonight. Which is not to say she doesn't look good. I think she looks very pretty here. It's just not my favorite look, so I'm gonna give it a soft rock. But in the challenge, oh my God. I would pay to watch Jessica Wilde read the phone book. Not joking. She's just one of those people who has a way of speaking and thinking that is sometimes intentionally and sometimes unintentionally hilarious. Plus, I think her delivery of stand-up comedy was really unique among all the queens tonight. She had this pattern of you didn't really know where she was going, and then she slaps you with a punchline. She's like, Carson is a multifaceted artist, or that's what he thinks he is. And then follow that up with he's a TV host, actor, writer, producer, and this one is the funniest, a dancer. Plus, I love the way she combined roasting different people all in one joke several different times. Like saying Carson's drag name should be Sparky Visage, named in honor of his two favorite animals. Like, I was just so thrilled to see Jessica do so well in stand-up comedy, which has to be one of the most difficult things ever, especially considering English is a second language for her, and when she was originally on the show, she says that she really didn't know the language at all. And seeing her in this full circle moment as a fan just feels really great. This performance was hot. And next up, Condoleezza Muse, who on the runway. I love this actual outfit. I think it's really cute, kind of giving me Paris Hilton vibes, and I love the way that it is kind of a bodysuit, kind of like a two-piece bathing suit, three-piece I should say, but it's like connected with these chains, and it feels really unique and fresh. And this look very much meets the brief for me, plus I think complements Kandy's vision for her runway package as a whole. The only thing I've gotta point out, I don't like the flat boot on the runway. I really don't, I'm sorry. Says the drag queen who never leaves her house. I can have an opinion. Because, you know, this is an All-Stars Final Four runway. So, I'm gonna give it a hot on the outfit, but a rot because of the boots. And half hot, half rot is also kind of how I felt about her set tonight. Her opening was a little rough. She takes the mic after Jessica and then makes a joke about how it was hard to understand her, which ironically is the exact problem Kandy had been dealing with the whole episode in rehearsals with Michelle Visage. She then goes into a joke sequence about Jimbo, kind of making the same observations that Alexis did, saying Jimbo looks like a capital P. And again, I think it's really difficult to make jokes like this when the person you're making the jokes about does not actively look the way you're describing in the joke. Plus, some of the jokes are just kind of insults without a punchline, like when she says about Jimbo, it looks like money can't buy talent. Because, like, also, again, she's won 3 challenges. How can you make a joke about her not having talent? That whole thing, I get what she was doing, it just didn't come across as funny. But I will compliment her and say she remained just as confident delivering the unfunny parts of her set as she did delivering the funny ones. She had 2 really solid jokes in there about crab legs and ginger minge, and the K word, and Carson being equestrian. Those were great, if, you know, spoiled for us as viewers by the Drag Race editors, but overall I would consider her set successful, so I give her a very safe hot here. Next up, it's Jimbo, and on the runway, she's giving us a little Cindy Lou. And I've got to say, the level of extravagance, glamour, and fashion that I think she brought to this look in the simple, relatively simple category of Snow Bunny, wow. wow, wow, wow. Like, no, not every runway from every queen can be amazing and expensive and rich and all this stuff. But what a way for Jimbo to just completely run laps around every single girl in the competition tonight. Like, the roast wasn't enough. She also had to burn them in the runway category. This is beautiful. I love the feathers. I also love how it evokes icy mountain caps and snow bunny without giving super obvious references. Plus, this look felt like a redemption from Jimbo for the snowball looks that she served on Canada's Drag Race Season 1, the episode where she was sent home. I mean, look at the difference, the glow up, like... Sickening. Literally sickening. This look is hot. The Grinch stole Christmas and Jimbo stole my heart. The very next day, she gave it away. And in the challenge, so she did Joan Rivers. And we've seen characters in Drag Race Roast before, like, you know, Coco being RuPaul's cousin back on season 5, or whatever family relation she was. But this was the first time I think we've ever seen somebody in a roast portray a real life person, and not just any real life person, but Joan Rivers. And to tell jokes as one of the most famous comics of all time, may she rest in peace, and have it go so well. That is why this was so great. And she was so successful, I think, because she truly embodied Joan. She left not one wig unsnatched in that room. There was the joke of Kandy and Hooked on Phonics, Jessica and her hairy item. And oh my god, the jokes about Ru's catheter and little scooter that she rides in on. I don't think anyone could ever have made jokes like that about Ru besides Jimbo as Joan Rivers. There is no way in hell. Like, y'all remember what happened when Utica asked RuPaul to stand up? Only Jimbo as Joan could do that. And really, just considered on like jokes per second, she had the most out of anyone. Where I think there is also small room for critique. She was rattling through some of those jokes in the first half of her set so quickly that it was almost hard to keep up. But she did end with more confidence, and I think that must have just been nerves for doing what she was doing. She took a risk and it paid off. This was hot. So of course the win goes to Jimbo, making this her 4th win in this competition. Girl, Jimbo has swept this competition. And for the bottom 2 this episode, big twist, everyone's in the bottom who did not win. So Kandy, Alexis, and Jessica are up for elimination. And Jimbo comes out for her lip sync dressed as the spooky ghost character that she did in the UK versus the World talent show. And this is a character that RuPaul, I don't think loves is the right word, is obsessed with. This was another smart choice from Jimbo tonight. She now has lost, what, 6 lip syncs across her Drag Race legacy. And I think this was her saying, if I can't succeed in a lip sync trying to be serious or lip syncing in a traditional way, I'm gonna do what I do best, and that's comedy. And it works. I don't think this was the best lip sync ever, right? Like in terms of lip sync performance, but that wasn't the point. It really was Jimbo saying, I'm just gonna do whatever the hell I want and you're gonna love it. And Ru did. And she wins the lip sync. I did react to this lip sync as well as the roast in an exclusive reaction video over on my Patreon, which is my members only website at patreon.com/BussyQueen. And you can become a patron of the Bussy Queen channel by clicking the link in the description of this video. When you'll do, you'll get exclusive patron benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos like my reactions, which also include lots and lots of discussion, sometimes as much as 40 minutes of discussion. Girl, the content. It's there, eat it up. Click the link, join, go watch it. Thanks. But I will say it was kind of a shame to have Silky, an actual lip sync assassin, on a lip sync like this, where the point was not even about lip syncing, it was just about Jimbo making RuPaul laugh and finally winning a lip sync for herself. But on the Jimbo's choice of lipstick, she reveals she has chosen Alexis Michelle to go home. And this was, I think, a really easy decision for Jimbo, considering Alexis got the worst critiques tonight. And she didn't just get the worst critiques tonight, but like almost got no warmth from the judges. Every other queen got some combination of, here was an area for improvement, but we loved it, or you were just flat out amazing. Plus, we also have the alliance of Jimbo and Kandy working in the background, as well as Jimbo now knowing for sure that whatever Alexis says in terms of saving you or this or that doesn't matter. She's gonna do what she wants to do and whatever serves her best. So all shenanigans considered, I think Jimbo did make the best competitive choice and choice for the actual outcome of the episode. And the gag, or lack of gag, about the other queen's choices was the group also unanimously chose to eliminate Alexis Michelle. Again, not surprising considering the shenanigans she's pulled. Like even Kandy admits that she, told Alexis whatever she needed to hear last week, and then later makes an observation about how she remembers what Alexis did to LaLa, which honestly is pure comedy at this point, considering Alexis thinks that she's got some sort of alliance with Kandy after what happened last week, while Kandy literally does not give not one F. But again, all of this is reality TV, so let's enjoy it as such. And maybe I was reading into it a little too much at this point in the episode, but Alexis Michelle's goodbye to Rupaul was weird. Rupaul's response to Alexis saying, "Thanks for letting me be a part of your family," was cold to me. Rupaul was like looking at her, realizes Alexis said something. Did she even listen to what she said? Who knows? And then smiles and like opens her eyes bigger. And again, maybe that's me reading into it, but I think it's obvious who Rupaul's favorites are, and I don't think Alexis was one of them. Because honestly, I think she really did okay in the challenge, and this would have been an episode if there was going to be one where Ru could have saved everybody. Everyone did at least okay. And that is rare to say for a roast. You smell burnt toast? You old bitch. Shout out to Geometric's roast, my favorite of all time. And of course, I'd love to know what y'all thought about everything in the comments below. Oh, and as for hottest hots, I'm gonna give it to Jimbo on the runway and Jimbo in the challenge. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and they've chosen, big surprise, Jimbo for both as well. What a nail biter. See you later, love ya, bye.
On the note, hi ugly. It's me, Buslet Johansson, and welcome back to Hot or Rot. And we've got some interesting things to cover today, including the most recent arrest of Jaymes, aka Tyra Sanchez, some Twitter drama between Cynthia Lee Fontaine and Charlie XCX. Did not have that one on my bingo card. And finally, we'll end with a quick breakdown of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star Season 8, Episode 10, the one about the letter L, where our queens were challenged to give makeovers to our lesbian sisters. And first up, the arrest. So, as reported by Entertainment Weekly in an article by Joey Nolfi, Jaymes Ross, aka formerly known as, but currently resurrecting for a limited period of time, Tyra Sanchez, has been arrested again, but this time for protesting their first arrest, which occurred several months ago. And concerning that first arrest, EW originally reported Tyra, whose real name is Jaymes William Ross, was arrested on May 17th at 5:26 p.m. after reporting officer Jay responded to a minor vehicle crash. The partially redacted report does not provide further details on the interaction, but indicated that the 35-year-old was charged with resisting an officer without violence and simple assault on an officer and was later taken to the Bradford County Jail. And concerning the more recent arrest, the article from EW reads, Ross was arrested Thursday after publicly protesting his initial May 17 arrest for allegedly resisting arrest after a car accident. And in the article is a quote from the chief of police who told EW, "We've arrested Jaymes William Ross. He came out and was in his little outfit and he had the police sign, hanging it up and showing and dancing. He was in a little G-string with a black bra on. It was still within the freedom of speech category. The problem we had was it was in an intersection within a construction zone, but it wasn't really causing a traffic problem, but it became an issue when Ross went home and returned after strapping on a big old item under his tights. He comes back on the road and starts shaking it, and that's when people started stopping and cussing at him and causing a traffic problem. It was bad from there on," says Johnson, adding that Ross will be booked on one charge for breach of peace. And concerning what Jaymes, aka Tyra, has said about the situation, EW did also get an email from them where they report they wrote, "A drag queen is wrongfully arrested. The drag queen protests. The charges are dropped. Drag queen is cleared, and now a week later, new charges of exposure of organs because the drag queen protested in drag get real." And so what the outcome of all of this will be, there's no way to know yet, but I'll keep a close eye on the situation, and in the meantime, of course, wish Jaymes, aka Tyra, only the best. And next we've got another, what I can only describe as a bizarre situation. The fight between Cynthia Lee Fontaine and Charlie XCX. And for some quick context here, I'll be talking about an Instagram account 360_brat, which is an account I believe owned and actually operated by Charlie herself, where she shares insider or behind the scenes information with fans who have been able to gain access to this account. Anyways, it was on this account where she was doing a Q&A on her Instagram story, and a fan asked Charlie for her thoughts on Feed the Beast, the new album by Kim Petras. And to this question, Charlie responded, "I haven't listened yet, but I did read the Pitchfork review, which I felt was interesting." The Pitchfork review, by the way, gave the album a 4.3 and ended with these thoughts. "Online and in interviews, she's funny and smart, clearly a master of the subtle irony that Stan Twitter adores, but there is such a thing, perhaps, as wanting mainstream fame too much. so much that you'll let all your edge get sanded away. So not exactly a glowing review, but back to what Charlie said. I love Kim and I think she's exceptionally talented. I've seen her work, I've seen her write, and I've seen her natural instinct. It's very good. I think she's in an interesting spot as an artist right now. The way I see it is that she's in a phase where commercial success is more important than wholeheartedly following her artistic instinct. Perhaps? And I've been in that phase before, so that's why I think I can recognize when someone else is there too. I think it's a crucial phase that some of us need to experience to further access our own core and learn the lesson that our own voices are the most powerful and convicted in the room, despite all the additional voices that have opinions that are always circling around. And these thoughts from Charlie about Kim and her new album Feed the Beast and its pitchfork review were shared on Twitter, where Cynthia Lee Fontaine chimed into the conversation, writing, "So haven't heard it yet, and she decided to make a comment based on someone's review. Cringe." And then about 10 days later, on July 7th, Charlie responded to Cynthia writing, "No, I chose to comment not on another person's review, but on my experience of Kim as an artist whom I've collaborated with many times. Artists are so much more than singular albums. Great artists generate culture and conversation that transcends music. I am giving my thoughts on Kim's current position as an artist in 2023 through the lens of my own personal experiences. Don't try your with me." And it was to this that Cynthia responded, "Don't you dare trying to teach me how artistry works. I'm aware how it works, but the music business and culture interaction derives not just only on comments between colleagues, but also your own criteria, point of view, and personal expertise. Do better, ignorant." And Kim Chi there responded to Cynthia writing, "The music business is under the chat," with a gif of her on her roller skates from season 9. But Cynthia wasn't done there. She later added a couple more thoughts to this Twitter thread, writing, "Do not judge the book by its cover. Leave you with that. Bye." Boom. And then after apparently dealing with backlash from Charlie's fans, Cynthia later wrote on Twitter in a separated thread, "Not the Carlita XXXXX minus brain and talent trying to read me for some POV she shared it was wrong. This person needs to touch some grass. Also, I learned this from my grandmother. Don't judge a book by its cover. Do better. Hashtag trash. Hashtag she thinks is mothering. Hashtag mother who." And I don't know, y'all. I need some water. I'm certainly not here to pick sides in this Twitter beef, but the whole thing does feel like a misunderstanding of a misunderstanding. Because from the jump, the tweet that Cynthia originally responded to concerning this whole situation was sort of misrepresenting what was actually happening in the screenshots they shared, where they wrote, "Charlie XCX shares her thoughts on Feed the Beast." And as we read, and as we saw Charlie point out, Charlie was not sharing her thoughts on Feed the Beast. She was sharing her thoughts on Kim as an artist and where she is in the industry, given Charlie's perspective and having been there herself in the past. But anyways, this certainly was a strange situation, and that's how it all fell out. And hopefully behind the scenes, these two can make up or not. They probably don't care to based on this interaction. I don't know. That's not my problem, and that's neither here nor there. But really, that was the last thing I expected to see go down on Twitter this past week. Like, wild. Anyways, let's go ahead and jump into the most recent episode of All Stars 8. Our queens were challenged to give makeovers to some of the L's, the L words, the lesbians of the LGBTQIA2+, etc., etc. And first up, we've got Jessica Wilde, who's paired with Lisa, a self-admitted Shire cat lady, with the obvious challenge being that Jessica will need to find the wild side to make her part of the wild family. And these two have a really great relatable moment in the workroom together where they're discussing being bullied in high school for just being themselves, which transitions to Lisa talking about rejecting dresses ever since she was a child and her mom would force her into them. But she's happy to say that she's now here on Drag Race on her own accord and ready to explore that feminine side a little bit and see what the drag fantasy has to offer. And this look, this makeover pair, is giving me a little Gaga, a little McQueen, a little Gaga and McQueen. The style is very much leaning into that Jessica Wilde glam rock fantasy that she likes to tap into. I think the only critique you could give this makeover is the one the judges gave them about Kitty's shoes being not necessarily matching with the outfit or Jessica as a sister pair. But I will also point out these makeover partners are people who don't necessarily wear heels all the time, and I'm guessing this was more of a comfort-based choice for Kitty rather than a stylistic one on Jessica's behalf. Anyway, this look is hot. Next we got Jimbo, who's partnered up with lesbian Amanda Faye. In the workroom, we learn Amanda has struggled a lot with the societal beauty standard and has spent a lot of time trying to keep people's attention off of her, but is here at Drag Race to find out if she can figure out how to embrace the idea of drawing attention to herself. And the ironic thing about being partnered with Jimbo is if there's one queen on this stage who is gonna help you draw some attention to yourself, it's Jimbo. But it's not necessarily in the way that Amanda is interested in exploring. Because we see in the workroom Jimbo showing Amanda some of the, what I think were supposed to be Mickey Mouse callback outfits to her Canada's Drag Race Season 1 entrance looks. And she is not having it at all. But Jimbo can sense how her partner is feeling, and instead of going for the crazy Mickey Mouse clown look, she opts for a more sensible little black dress for both her and Sissy Delicious. I think Jimbo's makeup and hair transferred beautifully to her face, and these two absolutely look like drag sisters. And yes, the obvious critique here is that these little black dresses don't say much about Jimbo's greater drag aesthetic and the clownery that she participates in, but I thought it was a really beautiful moment that Jimbo was able to acknowledge how Sissy was feeling when she was putting her into drag and opted for the look that ultimately made Sissy feel more comfortable and empowered while on stage. So did I want more? Yes, of course, but at least Sissy felt sassy, and that's hot. Oh, and that's comedy. And next up, Condoleezza Muse, who ends up with Ange as her makeover partner, who describes herself as butch and proud. However, because of her butch and proud identity, she finds herself nervous to embrace her feminine side here on Drag Race. It's something she says she spent her whole life pushing away, but hopes to find a new comfort with it and ultimately herself as a person. And it was really great to watch these two connect in the workroom because Kandy tells us that her mother is actually lesbian and butch and proud, just like Ange. So needless to say, these two got along perfectly, and their runway looks were phenomenal. They come out in these 60s color-blocked pastel pinks, white, and greens, and both Kandy and her partner look so beautiful here. And I love how easy it is to see that Kandy had a clear vision of what she wanted to do on the runway with her makeover partner, and 100% executed on that vision. I love the updos with the bows and the hair, and everything she did was absolutely flawless on this runway, and absolutely hot. Plus, she was able to instill that Kandy Muse confidence in her partner, which is, I think, a really big struggle for makeover partners in general. And that, I think, has a lot less to do with each queen in the competition's ability to instill confidence in somebody, and more to do with that person's actual personal comfortability of being on stage in front of cameras with big crazy lights in front of a judging panel, knowing that what they're doing is going to be seen by an international audience. Like, most of the makeover partners they pull for these things are not even local community theater stage performers, okay? Much less people ready for a full choreographed lip sync in front of all the things I just said, right? Like, this is a very foreign experience. So I think it was really great to just see these three different makeover partners have fun in the episode and clearly enjoy the drag experience. But I don't think it's totally fair to judge the queen's performance in the episode based on like the lip sync that their partners gave, because again, that is just a totally different thing, which is why I also didn't include a discussion of their lip sync performances in my ratings today. But our win does go to Kandy Muse, rightly so, purely I think based on the makeover that she gave. It was the cleanest, most polished look, and I mean, girl, you can't knock it. Which brings us to the Kandy versus Priyanka lip sync, and I did react to this lip sync over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to exclusive videos like those reactions, and you can join by clicking the link in the description of my video. See you there. But before we see this lip sync, we do hear Ru announce that if Kandy loses the lip sync and the choice to send somebody home falls on the two queens who were in the bottom this week, and there is a tie, that the responsibility for sending somebody home will fall back on the winner of this week, which is a lot of words to say. Kandy's going to have the decision of elimination tonight no matter what, because obviously Jimbo and Jessica won't be voting for themselves, right? Right. So this lip sync was really fun, I think, in a lot of different ways. Priyanka is a wild performer. Like, she will just be doing all kinds of random stuff on stage. And like, sometimes it makes sense and sometimes it doesn't, but it's always fun. And Kandy, I think, gave a really stellar lip sync to this song, which for me personally made more sense given the song. And I actually would have given the win to Kandy here. But Ru gives the win to Priyanka, which then enacts the special rules of Jimbo and Jessica didn't vote for themselves, so Kandy's gonna have to pull out the lipstick. And Kandy comes back and pulls out the lipstick and reveals that she has not voted for Jimbo, but for Jessica. And this really did gag me a little bit for sure, because girl, we have had so much drama this season about specifically the elimination possibility of Kandy Muse sending Jimbo home if she saw Jimbo in the bottom. You know, remember all that stuff with Heidi and what Heidi said that Kandy said that Alexis said she heard but then said she didn't hear? That was hashed out back and forth in many different ways in many different places. But all that is to say, I thought Kandy would be sending Jimbo home because she was the bigger competition. 4 wins. Can you imagine having that opportunity and not doing it? Gaggeroni macaroni. That's the gag of the season, honey. But yeah, Kandy chooses to eliminate Jessica, and I was personally happy to see this decision, not because she was sending Jessica home. I honestly think it's a travesty that we're doing a final 2 and not a final 3, especially given how great these 3 have done throughout the entire competition. It just feels wrong to send Jessica home. But I was happy to see this happen solely because this really has felt like Jimbo's season in a lot of different ways, and all of her wins now against all of Kandy's wins, I think will make for a much more interesting finale because it really is so close and these queens have done so great, and I'm excited to see what happens. And now for my final thoughts. Honestly, the only thing I wanted more of this episode was Zooey Deschanel. Who's that girl? It's Jess. And finally, as for my hottest hots in the episode, I'm going to give my hottest makeover to Kandy and Cookie Muse. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and this week they've chosen Kandy and Cookie. See you later. Love ya. Bye. Hierarchy. It's me, Busliano Ronaldo, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today, we'll be reviewing episode 11 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8. Our queens are back again to perform in the Fame Games Variety Extravaganza, hosted by our top 2, Kandy Muse and Jimbo. A challenge that is to be considered by the fans when casting their votes for the winner of the Fame Games, along with each eliminated queen's runway every single week and their social media activity, whatever that means. But that's not all, because y'all wanted a twist, eh? Okay. We also find out from RuPaul this week that the top 2 winners of this week's Fame Games Variety Extravaganza will be lip-syncing for the chance to randomly multiply their fan votes by a multiplier of 2, 3, or 5. But as it turns out, none of this multiplier nonsense even really matters because the whole voting system is a bogus sham, in my opinion. But we'll be discussing that rigor at the end of today's video after we break down each queen's performance in the Fame Games Variety Extravaganza. And first up this evening, a little trip to the Silicon Hills of 9021 Ho. It's Monica Beverly Hillz. And girl, if there is one thing she brought to this competition, it is that mug. She looks beautiful in this number tonight. And as far as what she did for her number, this was a standard Ru Girl Bitch track where she kind of just brags about being the it girl, the number 1, the girl with the mug that not a soul can clock. And I think the song is amusing for what it is, the lyrics are memorable, and I had fun overall with her performance. But this wasn't like the most exciting thing we've ever seen on the Drag Race stage, especially considering we have seen, at this point, hundreds of It Girl tracks on the Drag Race main stage for variety show extravaganzas. And there's only so many of these tracks that I can take anymore. I think she needed to bring just a little bit more pep to her step in this number. I'm gonna give this like a 2 flame hot. And next up, we've got Naysha Lopez, who is looking gorgeous as usual. I love the getup, I love the costume, and I love the culture of what she brought to the stage in a flamenco style dance. I also want to compliment her on how ambitious this was, because this is a wild dance to pull off, from the feet to the face to the entire body, and it's extremely technical and tight dancing. And Naysha here is wearing a platform high heel, which of course limits her movement, and I think she kind of went a little too much form over function here, because I wouldn't have minded seeing her in a smaller danceable heel if it meant she could have had a little more movement in her dancing, because it did come off a little bit stiff. She was only able to hit some of the like bigger dance steps in the these high heels. So I give this like a 2.5 flame warming up. And next up, there's always time for a breakdown. It's the Mrs. Kasha Davis. This was wild. Okay, on a serious note, I do want to say I appreciate the courage and tenacity of what she did in fighting bigotry on the main stage, and having people that will verbally and visually stand up for the downtrodden and disenfranchised is something we 100% need more of in this world. But on a comedic note, I laughed so hard. Like, it was so funny. And I honestly don't know how much of this was self-aware versus unself-aware, which is another layer of what made it so funny. She comes out in a white angelic smock surrounded by the pink bobbed pit crew, which then rips off during her breakdown to a bodysuit of rainbow tassels where she starts rapping or singing over a metal track. Like, this was camp. It was camp, and it was wildly entertaining, even if at some level it felt like the Drag Race main stage equivalent of asking for thoughts and prayers. But I loved every second of it, and this performance was hot. And next up, we take a cool, refreshing dip into the waters of Darienne Lake, who in tonight's variety show gives us a veritable buffet of what Darienne Lake has to offer. Beauty, stand-up with lots of great misdirect comedy, and some motivational speaking, which doesn't really sound like it would all work together as well as it did. But guess what, Mimi? It did. And I think it does take a special type of talent to inject your personal story into a medium that is widely palatable and funny to a large audience. This performance was hot. And next up, oh God, I don't know if I can do this again. That should have been her talent. Fine the squeak. Anyways, Jaymes Mansfield hits main stage and she does a performance about these right here. And her performance is mostly, I would say, a burlesque style performance, but with only one reveal to these. But mostly the performance was just about her running around on stage showing off these and being silly and dumb. And in all of its dumbness, it was a lot of fun. I've got to say though, it was kind of funny watching her on stage talk about how big these are when we've been watching Jimbo prance around on this same very stage all season in some of these that are like 10 or 100 times larger. But that point aside, I think what she did was successful and interestingly on trend with what is very successful in these variety shows more and more. Stuff that is stupid, pointless, and not taking itself too seriously. This performance was hot. And next up, give me a K-A-H. Wait, I can't spell. It's Kahanna Montrese. And she tonight taps into her cheer talent that she's held in her back pocket for many years. And overall, I think Kahanna did a great job bringing some high pep energy to the stage. The standing backflip that she did on the mat was perfectly executed, at least from my perspective as somebody who can't even put my left foot in and get it back out when I'm doing the hokey pokey. But it was fun to watch. I will say though, I couldn't help but want more gymnastics, like maybe an intro somersault or a cartwheel going out. I don't know, like just one more thing to really seal the deal of I am a gymnastic cheer queen. But again, as someone who doesn't do a lot of gymnastics, I'm not so sure how much of what I'm asking or looking for is actually realistic versus an expectation that I have set because I've watched way too much Bring It On. So I'm gonna give her performance a 3 flame hot. And next up, the LaLa experience. And girl, I was shocked at the emptiness of the stage and the plainness of her outfit when everything was starting. Because everyone else pretty much had some crazy set design, confetti explosions, flashing lights, and she was like, I'm gonna give you me, the stage, and the LaLa experience. And girl, that's all she needed to give because what needed to be gave was gave. What needed to be given was gave. What needed to be given was gove. But on a serious note, if you're gonna do an It Girl track, this is how it needs to be done. The dancing, the choreo, and the track itself with her vocals that she was lip syncing to was actually really good as well. Like the whole package was just complete and she needed not one prop, not one rhinestone, not one piece of glitter to keep my 100% unadulterated attention. And for those reasons, this performance is a 5 flame hot. And next up, let's take a little trip to the Big Apple Orchard and visit Miss Alexis Michelle, who this episode comes into the workroom and immediately just starts apologizing and talking to LaLa, saying how she wants to take full responsibility for her elimination. And I'm like, girl, whose responsibility else would it have been? You're the one that sent her home. Of course you need to take full responsibility. And then after that proceeds to spend every other confessional and talking head moment discussing with LaLa Ri about how down bad she is for her very own LaLa Ri experience. I'm like, girl, I don't know if LaLa is experiencing what you're experiencing, but I'm entertained, so thank you for that. But anyways, concerning her apple, both of her apples, her variety show performance was essentially a Broadway style, well, off-Broadway style campy musical burlesque number where she was the apple tree singing about getting a good old shakedown so that her apples would come out of the branches. I was impressed by this performance overall, and it got better as it went on because I think in the beginning she was struggling a little bit with her vocals and the backing track, but actually as the backing track got less and less and she was more and more a cappella, she sounded better and more in control of the stage and what she was saying and how she was doing what she was doing. You know what they say, an apple a day keeps the rots away. This was hot. And next up, Jessica Wild, who I was really surprised to see come out and for her, a relatively flat wig, but then it all starts making sense as she is dancing and whipping that hair, which ultimately culminates in what I can only describe as a tornado of hair whipping. And girl, she's gonna be wearing a neck brace for the next 3 weeks, but damn does she look good on that stage doing what she was doing. She kind of reminds me of that scene in Showgirls where Nomi is in the water. If you know the one, then you know the one. But Jessica is always fun to watch, and I've gotta say, she this entire season demonstrated how she has perfectly captured and packaged the wild, funny, chaotic, and charismatic person that she is, and this was a great note for her to go out on. This performance was hot. And finally, let's discuss our top 2 all-stars of the competition, Kandy, Muse, and Jimbo, who were excellent hosts tonight. Jimbo made a banana split, using only her God-given whipped cream machines and ice cream, sprinkles, a banana, and even a fork pulled out from various pockets and locations of her outfit. This is one of the most entertaining things of the entire night because it was smart in its irreverence of the use of time she was given. She is somebody who does not take herself or anything she does too seriously, while at the same time applies this extreme level of care and professionalism to her craft. This was hot. And finally, we have Condoleezza Muse, who did an It Girl track and was very much the opposite of what Jimbo gave tonight. Like juxtaposing Jimbo's insanity to Kandy's seriousness and how serious she approaches her drag and performance and dancing and choreo, I think is just really fun. Like there is really nobody else who can feel her fantasy as much as Kandy can feel her fantasy when Kandy's feeling her fantasy. Say that 5 times fast. Or 1 time at all. The only thing that left me scratching my head during Kandy's performance and wondering what the hell is this was the actual vocals that were in the backing track she was lip syncing to. I didn't understand why she used someone else's voice for this very personal It Girl track. I just feel like it would have been easy enough for her to record the vocals herself, but I don't know, maybe she was just too booked, blessed, and busy to do it. Who can ever be sure? This performance was hot. And so at the end of it all, Rupaul selects LaLa Ri and Jaymes Mansfield as the top 2 all-stars of the week, which I think is a pretty agreeable choice from the selection of performances we saw tonight. I absolutely 100% agree with LaLa. I don't think her slot could be debated, but the other slot I think could have been given to somebody like Darienne or maybe even Kasha. I'm probably the only person that laughed at that. There's always time for a breakdown. So LaLa and Jaymes lip sync to Rain on Me by Lady Gaga. I did react to this lip sync as well as the entire variety show over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website, and you can check out exclusive content like that reaction video using the link in the description of this video. See you there. But I'll say this lip sync was honestly pretty fun. Maybe one of the most fun lip syncs that we watched throughout the whole season. And I don't know if that's because I'm just really personally tired of the lip sync assassin format, or if it was just really exciting to once again watch 2 girls lip sync when there was actually something at stake. And like if I had to pick one winner between these 2, I would pick LaLa. But Ru decides this lip sync was worthy of a tie, which is fine, but it did just kind of feel to me like another eye-rolling, overproduced, this was actually pre-planned the entire time overproduction moment from this season, of which there have already been, I think, 1 too many. Like, think about it. Without at least 2 queens getting a multiplier, this whole Fame Games voting thing would have just felt even more unfair and unbalanced than it already is. So Jaymes and LaLa spin the wheel and get a 2 and 3x multiplier respectively. But on the subject of these fan votings, they are, in my opinion, complete bogus. That's just my opinion based on my investigation of the voting website that we are supposed to be voting on to select a Fan Games winner. Let's talk about it. So at the end of the episode, Ru announces that we as fans are to go to queenofthefangames.votenow.tv and cast our votes for which queen we want to be crowned Queen of the Fan Games, who, I'll remind you, will win a cash prize of $60,000. When you visit the URL, you get a page showing each of the 9 Fan Games participants and a button underneath each photo that allows you to cast a vote for them. And when you click vote, you're prompted to log in after first agreeing to some rules, which, by the way, in the fine print state, we can cast 10 votes, or actually 10 votes per login method, email and Facebook, as long as you are, according to the rules, casting these votes yourself and not using some third-party computer program to cast the votes in your place. And this all seems fine and dandy until we actually get back to the login form and try to use it. Because as it turns out, you could literally type any email into this login box, and the box accepts what you type, closes, and lets you start voting. You can type Rupaul at gmail.com. You can type Rupaul's wig at gmail.com. And the website will happily let you cast 10 votes as this person for the queen or queens of your choice. And I'm sure you're thinking, right, well, you can probably type any email you want, but you're gonna have to get a confirmation email to your inbox and click that in order to actually have your votes counted. Right? Like they would do, I don't know, some kind of basic identity verification check to make sure that people are like at least using their own emails or real emails at all to cast these votes, right? No, they're not doing that at all. This voting system is not checking if the entered email addresses are real or fake on any level. You can literally type gibberish into the box, cast your 10 votes, and then do it again and again and again. But the crazier thing is, the system on the back end is actually tracking the votes cast by a given email, because let's say you log out of the page here, sign in again with rupaul@gmail.com, and see that the 10 votes you cast were actually counted somewhere, accounted for, but with, again, no actual verification of those votes being cast by the actual person that owns that email. Like, what is this? And I'll just say, if there is not even a basic level of identity verification checking being done, I think it is highly improbable that this system has any sort of sophisticated mechanism of which to check if a bot is spoofing thousands or even millions of votes into the system, which tells me the system is not being used at all. They just put out a voting box in the middle of the street and wrote, like, cast your vote here. People are throwing ballots in, and then at the end they just opened the hatch at the bottom of the voting box, which goes directly into a blazing bonfire, and Rupaul announces the winner that she wanted to announce of this thing from the outset anyways. And look, all of this would be fine if this were just a silly title, right? But like, this is a silly title and a cash prize of $60,000. That's a lot of money to, I think, have what is, in my opinion, a sham or bogus voting system predicated on the idea that we as fans are supposed to select our favorite winner for this competition, which is already has enough convoluted and crazy rules to, I guess, I don't know, have been obvious it was fake from the outset to begin with. But I'll let y'all decide in the comments below. Is the Fan Games just a poorly thought out and terribly executed disaster, or is it a bogus sham meant to placate the masses? Which one? Let me know. Now it's time for Hottest Hots. Tonight, I'm gonna give my hottest hot in the variety show extravaganza to LaLa Reeve, and I also did ask my patrons to put on their hottest hots for the variety show, and they too voted for the LaLa Reeve experience. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Well, I just got back from the doctor, and he said I'm sitting on a big secret. Shh. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bus Barrymore, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today, we'll be reviewing the finale of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8. And girl, we've got a full house, but empty closet, regrettably, of Queen's finale eleganza runways to review. Plus, we'll be breaking down the final challenge between our final two, Jimbo and Kandy, where they danced and lip-synced to some pre-prepared tracks. And finally, we'll end with some thoughts and prayers on our now deceased season. May her cuckoo rest in peace. And now, in the order of their eliminations, first up, Monica Beverly Hillz, who, by the way, I'm dying to ask the question, if a clock was soaking in the forest and no one was around to hear it, would it still make a sound? But on a serious note, it was actually really fun to watch her soaking clock performance get memed, which at first she wasn't happy with and was saying she was going to delete Twitter. But after everything had the chance to soak and calm back down, she decided to embrace her newfound meme status and is releasing merch and even a Spotify track coming soon. So stay tuned for that. Not a soaking clock. I put these on just so I could do that. But anyways, enough about the memes. Monica Beverly Hillz looks amazing on the runway. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous gown. She has been serving face, she's been serving mugs, she has been serving soaking clocks, and the color is kind of giving me like Grimace goes to the Met Gala in high drag, and I love it. This look is hot. Next up, this kind of looks like a little explosion of hotel duvet covers coming around her neck, and I say that in jest, but also in admiration of how beautiful this gown is. I really love seeing her in a monochromatic silver, which I feel is very different for her look catalog that a lot of times puts her like in a black hair and darker looks. And I think these brighter colors really just are making her pop tonight. She looks absolutely gorgeous, and this look is hot. Next up, there's always time for a mocktail kindness and a breakdown. And Mrs. Kasha's look is interesting tonight. She is, as she says, reaching into this vaudevillian look inspired by her grandmother. And getting the backstory on the style reference for this look does help me enjoy it a little more, but I would have liked to have seen this updated. Plus, I'm not a huge fan of the 3 different clashing patterns. I just think this look would have been a little stronger if she had picked one pattern, but what do I know? I'm dressed like a pinup goth biker chick, because why the hell not? I don't think the look is bad. I just think it's not necessarily existing in a style arena that I'm participating in. So I'm gonna give this look a soft rock. And next up, let's take a dip into the cool, refreshing waters of Darienne Lake. Shh. Who's Last All-Stars runway is giving me a little bit of Poison Ivy Spider. Oh my god, flashbacks to Joey J's Poison Ivy bag. Not that. Anyways, just give me Poison Ivy meets like a Black Widow Spider with like a little bit of Shigo from Impossible all wrapped up into one. And I really loved this outfit when she first hit the runway and had the one reveal moment, but I didn't love when that second piece came off because it kind of just turned into mess of web and green that was hard for my eyes to focus on. So when she had the outer pieces on, absolutely loved it. Hot. Without those, warming up, not a soaking clock. And next up, what happens in the Mansfield stays in the Mansfield. Am I right? It's Jaymes Mansfield. And this look, this little orange creamsicle Vegas showgirl fantasy that she's giving us, totally out of left field for Jaymes, but also at the same time, very much in the vein of, I think, what her style is and can reach. And I'll say it, I think this is the best runway that she has ever worn. I mean, there's been like 3, but this is the best runway she has ever worn, which I think is very safe to say because she was open about her struggle with some of the fit of her outfits due to a recent weight loss, and she didn't necessarily get to serve the full fantasy she wanted to serve, but she has 100% made up for all of that tonight, and I am gooped and gagged. This look is hot. Aren't you glad I didn't say rot? And next up, she's in full bloom. It's Kahanna Montrese, who hits the runway in this mysterious little cape with sunflowers and a really beautiful sharp headpiece that first was making me think like Statue of Liberty, and then she opens the cape and reveals the Sacred Heart of Virgin Mary, wearing what she describes as ancestral garb. And the crazy thing is it's one of those looks where it is 1 inch, a couple inches, I think, away from being an absolute train wreck. But the couple of inches of placements in the way, all of the insanity and everything happening in this look with the mirrors, the jewels, the sequins, the expose of skin, and like every detail of this was paid the proper amount of attention. Plus, in signature Kahanna Montrese fashion, she's giving us a show. The cape is not just a cape, but it's like a winged moment that spreads out, and it was just so gorgeous. I heard the buzz and the bees say this look is hot. And next up, the experience we have all been waiting for. It's Miss LaLa Ri. And firstly, I will say this gown is gorgeous. This gown is giving me American Beauty movie poster cover with like the roses all around the girl, and she looks so beautiful in this. I was really, really stunned by the gown itself, the construction, the presentation of silhouette. She's giving rich, she's giving opulence, she's giving, we took a trip to the botanical gardens and first we stopped at the Kahanna Montrese Sunflower Station, and we're now at the LaLa Ri Rose Experience, somewhere we know Alexis is dying to go. Girl, she wants that LaLa Ri Rosebud experience. I don't think she's gonna get it though. And I could just stand here and say nice things about everybody, which I will, but I also know that y'all come here for a little bit of critique sometimes, and you want to hear some opinions, and I do have an opinion about the hair. I don't like it. There is so much going on with this gown, and then the hair feels kind of like an afterthought. It's more to me about the volume of what's happening up here versus what's happening down there. But what do I know? Haven't washed this wig since I bought it. And it shows. Ooh, don't look at the kitchen. Ooh, don't look at the lace. She's a dirty girl. You can take a girl out of the dirt, but you can't take the dirt out of the girl. Anyways, this look is hot. But stay tuned for my final critique on everything Fame Games related. Next up, we've got, is it her? Is she the drama? It's Alexis Michelle. Girl, you know, she smelled the rosebud. She said, I gotta go right after LaLa Ri. So, the gowns on these queens, I am actually suspecting, looking back on some of these looks, that they were given a budget for this, or all the queens just really went all out for this. I mean, these are expensive gowns. You can tell based on the construction, the placement, for example, on Alexis, when she turns around and you see like the lace in the corsetry perfectly swirling into this like tulip of tulle skirt on the bottom. This is an immaculate, like true red carpet Met Gala drama of a dress. This allowed me, I think, to truly see her full vision for this old time Hollywood starlet that her drag character exists in. This is her full fantasy, and the confidence in her face, like she is radiating positivity, happiness. This has to be one of the finest gowns that has ever walked the RuPaul's Drag Race runway. I'm not exaggerating. I was stunned when I saw this. This look was hot. Next up, I love that queen. It's Jessica Wilde. And firstly, can I just say that watching her in this finale made me so sad, like I missed her so much. And I think it was really wrong of them to cut her from the final 3 experience that I think she deserved. Because out of all the queens in this competition, she undoubtedly is the one who exhibited the most growth and control of who she is as a performer. Even though she only had 1 win when we got to her elimination, it did feel like she had more. Because let's not forget, she arguably could have shared 1 or 2 of the wins that Jimbo got for the acting and skit challenges. And the bottom placements she had were mostly by default. The 2 at the end were just because of the small amount of contestants left and the fact that she didn't win those challenges. And then the Snatch game, which, as we've heard from some of the queens, is maybe not where she should have placed. Remember, this was the episode Heidi left, and Kahanna actually did say in a Roscoe's that Jessica did a lot better than what they showed in the edit.
It was several girls made a comment. Had Heidi stayed, the bottom possibly would have been different.
We don't know that, but what the energy was giving, I definitely thought that that's what it was going to be. And we all thought Jessica was safe that episode, but it threw everything off because I'm like, I knew I was going home and I was fully prepared.
And the runway look that she served tonight was a beautiful, beautiful pink dress. Very RuPaul Glamazon of her, actually, and I think she very much is taking some notes from the 80s glam era of fashion that she does frequently tap into. And she's giving very hot pink Barbie in a hairband, which I love. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. This look is hot, hot, hot. Just wait until I release my track for the Barbie movie. Nikki, Charlie, and Ice Spice are gonna be shaking. Next up, Kandy, Condoleezza, Muse. And she, as a final 2 participant tonight, got to do a runway as well as the choreographed lip sync challenge thing. But I do think it's first worth reviewing her time on this season, which I think was very much demonstrating a lot of growth from season 13. That said, I don't think she won any challenges that I wouldn't have expected her to win based on what we know as her talents as a queen, of which she had 2. The first of which was the Joan Crawford Rusical, where she did a stellar job, gave the performance that needed to be gave, and her other win this season being the Lesbian Makeover, which very much felt in her alley. She is an excellent makeup artist. But beyond the numbers, I think it was more interesting to see Kandy approach this season much in the same way she approached season 13. She's very serious about her drag and her performance on Drag Race, and it shows through and through. I'm gonna talk about Kandy and Jimbo's challenge together right here. I hated this challenge, and not because I don't think the queens did a good job doing what they did. I think they did, actually, but I am not a fan of these pre-prepared vocals and planned out choreography by other people type of performances. And I feel this way because we're here in the final 2, which is like a first. And this really should be our final 2's moment to make their everlasting mark on RuPaul's Drag Race with a feature on one of RuPaul's songs. Or, I don't know, like at least the chance to record their own track, right? So all of that was a rot. Actual performances, though, that Kandy and Jimbo gave, I would give hots to both. Jimbo was, I think, very much able to work in her campiness and silliness into the choreography of the performance, which kind of had these lyrics about being different and a clown. And she got to wear a callback to her original entrance look from Canada's Drag Race, which is like an inversed in color version of it. So that was a great full circle moment to have with her. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, we had Kandy, who's very much at home and comfortable in these type of choreographed performances. The track, again, I mean, what was this about? It was like, pay me in cash cash, pay me in credit. It was like, don't pay me in clothes. I don't know what that was about. I don't know why we did that, but I'm not buying it. I'm not paying for it. But now with that challenge out of the way, let's talk about Kandy's runway. Kandy's very much giving us the Camp Eleganza version of Big Bird from Sesame Street. I'll say the gown moves great. It looks expensive, and I love the feathered texture that is creating the gown part of the gown. But again, I wasn't loving the finger wave hair here, and it's really not because it's finger waves. It's again about the balance. I need some more drama up here, not just like one little feather, but I want like a full plumed extravaganza of feathers to match the plumage of the dress. That's all. But I would give this look a hop. And finally, oh wow, it's Jimbo. And spoiler alert, but congratulations are in order. Jimbo is our new reigning queen. And oh my God, I could not be happier with the outcome of this episode, and so proud. I can't cry on cue, but I would if I could. I'm so proud. This was full circle for me because Canada's Drag Race Season 1 was one of the first seasons I ever reviewed on my channel. And it's actually one of like my lost reviewed seasons that I had to remove along with season 12 because of clips from the show and copyright issues with YouTube and the publisher, etc., etc. But those are, by the way, available on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where you can, yes, see the lost videos of Bussy Queen's channel and also get exclusive access to things like my reactions to every episode of RuPaul's Drag Race that I'm currently reviewing, as well as things like early access to my main YouTube channel videos and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there! But we'll revisit her crowning in just a minute. Let's first talk about her runway, which was, oh my God, a beautiful and interesting fashion-forward capstone on the fashion, the elevated, campy, draggy, insane in the membrane fashion that is Jimbo. In this look, she is taking us to the streets of hell. And Warhol, or Warhol if you're nasty. And it was hard for me to see exactly all the different pieces and parts of what made up the print on this gown, but I can make out Marilyn, an eye, maybe like the all-seeing eye, and I think what is a logo from one of her shows that she has done, but actually not being able to see all of the details on that first glance on the runway is what makes prints and outfits like this actually work, because I don't really want to be reading somebody's runway, because ultimately I think art is more interesting when the eye of the art beholder can have some personal interpretation and find meaning in it without being told what they're supposed to see. Anyways, this look is great, not only because of the silhouette, the colors, and the references that are built into it, but also how she has incorporated the new elements of who Jimbo is and how she approaches her drag. Her subversive yet professional and high-end, expensive-looking drag. And of course now, iconic oversized chest accessories, which I'll point out she managed to make work without wearing a plate today. Great illusion. Because what you see isn't always the truth. Oh my God, everything is coming full circle today. Anyways, this look is hot. And now let's break down the Fame Games. And oh, the Fame Games, what a twisted web we weave. I'll just say the Fame Games in its current iteration should never happen like this again. I do not think it was executed well, and I don't think the fan reaction was good because of how sloppy everything was handled. But then again, they did get us talking and me making videos about it and content about it, so who really won? Both of us. But the Fame Games as a whole left a bad taste in, I think, pretty much everyone's mouth because, firstly, everything was too complicated. Like, originally we were told that the Fame Games were basically an unaired runways competition, but then as we neared the finale, we found out that, oh, this variety show thing is also gonna be factored in somehow to the Fame Games fan evaluation. Which brings up the next major issue with this mini competition, which is all the twists. And girl, there were more twists than a can of Sprite. The first being the amount of emphasis placed on the returning queens variety show extravaganzas. Like having the two top all-stars of the variety show win a chance to multiply their fan votes was really just fourth wall breaking, right? Because immediately at that point, you're like, oh, nothing else matters except these two queens, which was the other weird twist. Like, why did we need to have the queens spin a wheel and give them a random chance at getting a multiplier of 2, 3, or 5? Like, was it not just enough to give the two winners an equal amount of multiplied votes over everybody else? No, because they wanted to make it very obvious who was going to win, of course. It was, in my cursory evaluation and opinion, a sham, a mirage, a ghost in the system. And after all of this Fame Gains nonsense happened, it was very clear, to me at least, that the whole thing was really just a PR stunt, and it worked. It was a reality TV show the whole time. Anyways, though, of our Fame Games competition, we do have a winner, and that is LaLa Ri, which shouldn't surprise anyone that watched the variety show episode. It was very obvious what was going to happen, and even more obvious when we saw what was going on with the voting system. But the crazy thing is, looking back at this mini competition as what it was originally billed as, a best unaired runway package competition, I probably never would have guessed that LaLa Ri, the inaugural winner of the Golden Boot Award, was going to win this. But no shade intended, and because this kind of did turn into a best of the variety show win, it was 100% and absolutely deserved. But now into our final two lip sync between Jimbo and Kandy, which was honestly, I think, top 3 in the lip syncs for this season. These two queens wanted it badly, and they both did good in their very different own draggy ways. Because like concerning Jimbo, someone who has won 1 lip sync across her 3 Drag Race franchises, we know that she does struggle a bit with more intense choreo and giving really serious performances. Comedy's her sweet spot, and she was smart here to implement comedy in several different ways with, you know, her assets, the reveals to those assets, the telephone moments, and the confetti at the end. Like, this was all very much in the Jimbo clownery realm, and I love how she had a new little twist and surprise at every turn. Concerning Kandy though, she entered this lip sync very much in her comfort zone. This is not an area where she struggles at all. I've really gotta compliment and commend her intense passion, fire, and drive and will and desire to want to win this lip sync. And if you watch my reaction on Patreon, you'll see that I actually got goosebumps watching Kandy lip sync. I really thought she did that good. That said though, I'm glad that the lip sync was not billed or sold as a lip sync for the crown, which was, I think, always a really silly concept to begin with, because the idea of a lip sync for a crown completely negates the fact that who you're seeing perform on stage just spent the prior X number of weeks competing to get to that spot. Instead, this lip sync was advertised as part of what RuPaul will consider, along with the prior 11 weeks of competition in order to pick a winner, which basically translates to, as long as Jimbo doesn't royally mess up this lip sync, she's gonna get crowned. And sure, I think not billing this as a lip sync for the crown here or in the future does take away a little bit from the drama of the moment. However, it feels more fair overall. And indeed, with this lip sync, Jimbo secures the crown of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 8. And wow, what a legacy to leave on this franchise, taking into consideration, of course, not only her 4 challenge wins here in this season, but every other time she did well in the episodes and made us laugh at every turn and was stellar TV, but also her time on UK versus the World and her time on Canada's Drag Race. She is now a legendary and unique status holder. Oh my god, what a deserving winner. And there were plenty of memorable Jimbo moments this season, but I'll never forget her Shirley Temple Snatch game, or her roast of Carson as Joan Rivers, or of course on the physical side, her commitment to pushing drag and her appearance to the absolute conceivable limits. And that, I think, is truly what makes Jimbo so special. She's just not afraid to be her 100% authentic self. So again, congratulations to this icon, this star, this absolute unit of charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent, Jimbo. And finally, for our runway hottest haunts this episode, across every runway we saw tonight, I would give it to Jimbo. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest haunt this week, and they've chosen Kahanna Montrese. Lastly, I want to say thanks so much to you for watching this video and following along with my Hot or Out reviews of All Stars 8. And don't forget, you can access exclusive content like my reaction videos only on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. See you there. See you later. Love ya. Bye. Does it even matter anymore? There's like literally aliens in our backyards now, just watching. Anyways, welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be sipping a little bit of tea about the finale as spilled by Naysha at the most recent Roscoe's. And then we'll be going through all the unaired runways from the season in order to crown a queen of Hot or Rot Unaired Runways Bracket Tournament Extravaganza. A title, of course, that means absolutely nothing, but I hope this video can help showcase and spread some love to the eliminated queens from All Stars 8 by showing off their unaired runways. And first up, a little tea. So, at the Roscoe's viewing party for the finale, Naysha was sharing some behind the scenes information about the lip sync between the final 2, Jimbo and Kandy. The last minute, one of the producers, who she actually names, comes up to Kandy and Jimbo and tells them that they're gonna be switching the final lip sync from You in a Funk to Milkshake by Keyless.
So we knew which song it was gonna be, whatever, and they've been preparing with this song. And all of a sudden, this producer, her name is Mandy, she comes up to Jimbo and Kandy and says, "Hey ladies, we're gonna change the final song. It's gonna be Milkshake."
Milkshake.
Who turned in Milkshake as a song that represents their drag. Kandy, she saw the music that Jimbo had turned in and that she turned in Milkshake as one of her songs.
Naysha says that Kandy absolutely refuses in this moment to accept this last minute swap and even goes as far as threatening to leave the competition so as to not give the show a proper finale.
So Kandy says, call my mother right now, screaming at the top of her lungs to call her mom. She was going home. You want to crown Jimbo, then you crown Jimbo, but you ain't gonna have a finale. You and da-da-da. She goes off.
So in result, we saw a lip sync between Jimbo and Kandy to Do You Wanna Funk and Not Milkshake. But that's not all the shady shenanigans that the producers tried to pull in the finale. Naysha also said in one of the takes for Kandy's finale performances, she had a sort of slip where she may have twisted her ankle a bit, which we didn't see in the finale, likely because Kandy apparently wasn't willing to give a confessional talking head moment talking about the twisted ankle.
She has like a little slip and she sprains her ankle. She rides through it, she's good. And then they're in the confessional and they're like, hey Kandy, tell us about that. You kind of slipped and sprained your ankle. She's like, what are you talking about? I didn't sprain my ankle. I didn't hurt myself. I don't know what you're talking about. It was like, you are not gonna get me. At that point, they couldn't even use it.
And both of these things I think are great examples of Drag Race being reality TV first, competition second. And Kandy has seemingly acknowledged this on Twitter by changing her name to The Producer. I didn't said anything else about this. Oh, and the other fun tea about the season that was sort of announced after the fact on social media was both Jimbo and Kandy are going to be getting their very own WoW Presents solo shows, aka exactly what the winner of the UK Drag Race season gets. Like, I still can't believe they're not giving out prize money for that. Like, we're over here in the US throwing out $200,000. And also, by the way, yeah, here's a little show that you can have on the side extra as a treat. But now onto the bracket. So I randomly filled our 32 entry bracket today on bracketfights.com. And usually we've just got little Instagram photos to slot into here, but a lot of these looks actually walked the runway in the Untucked episodes. So we've got some really great up close and personal B-roll to look at as well today. And first up in our randomly generated bracket, we've got Monica in her legendary look versus Darienne Lake in her snow bunny runway. And Monica's look is giving melted cheese dress and skirt with a cow print hat and gloves. And I really love how punny and campy, yet also fashion forward, she has applied this brief. Definitely a hot look. And Darienne's look is a lot of concept, but I don't think a lot of execution. She has approached this snow bunny look with the inappropriate to say in YouTube videos type of snow. She's got a clear credit card on top of her head, blades dripping down on the, I guess, rabbit fur jacket. This is a little more edgy. It's pushing the boundary. I'm actually surprised they showed this on the episode. I think the look overall though feels a little costumey. Anyways, I'm gonna give this a rot and give Monica this round. Next up we got Naysha's Reveal Yourself versus Monica's Fruity Patootie from the supermarket ball. And Naysha's look, being the reveal look, is in like 3 or 4 different parts here. At first it's like black and white Corella coat, which reveals to a cutesy little black and white chevron cocktail dress that then reveals to a giant black and white polka dot extravaganza. And I do like the different ways in which she has incorporated black and white throughout this look in the different patterns. And I love all the different style areas that she's managed to incorporate into one look. It was ambitious, and I also do think that it paid off. And Monica said when life gives you lemons, make a lemon tree. Literally the lemon tree. Growing up that thing in the back there, just... I really didn't expect so many of her Unaired looks to be so campy, but they're also fashionable. Definitely a hot look. I've got to go with Monica here. And next up, the battle of Monica and Naysha continues. We've got Monica in her Miss Blank runway, which she applied as Miss Sunlight on the Skin. I suppose interpreting the different colors of heat in red, yellow, and orange on this dress, which looks very much like that classic Tina Turner dress that we've seen queens on the show recreate and wear in different ways, as well as Rupaul herself back in the day. But her look here is not maybe as hot as the sun. I'd give this like a warming up. I don't love the sash. And Naysha's here is for the legendary category, where she's wearing a dress made of mesh illusion, with of course some milk spilled all over her dress. Oops. Complete with little cookies covering up the naughty bits. And I love that look. I really, really am enjoying the camp and also this very serious high drag that she is serving in that. And I don't drink dairy, but Naysha's making me reconsider. Her look is definitely hot. I'm gonna give it to her this round. And next we've got round 3 of Monica versus Naysha. This is Naysha's Night of 1,000 Grace Jones look, where here she's wearing a look inspired by the 2009 Hurricane Tour. And I think what Naysha did here is a nice homage to Grace's look and does look good on her. The one thing that is screaming at me though are those ankle boots. Oof, I don't like those. They really really cut that look off. So I would give the look overall warming up. And Monica's look, on the other hand, wow, she looks so hot for being so icy cold. This is her snow bunny look, and yes, it's 100% giving après, what's it called? Après ski? I googled it, après ski. She's very giving après ski, but like the après ski. Girl, she's ready to party in this, and it is hot. Definitely gonna give it to Monica. Next up, we got Darienne Lake in her Grace Jones homage from a 1983 look versus Miss Kasha Davis Snow Bunny. This is such an easy, quick decision for me. I love Grace Jones, I love her fashion, and I think Darienne did an excellent homage here. Plus, the look looks great on her. The color blocking is cool, the silhouette, the shapes, amazing. Kasha Davis, I'm not loving this. This is giving teeny bopper in the 80s meets 2000s. I don't love that bright summery yellow color, even if I do kind of appreciate the silly camp factor of, you know, yellow snow. Plus with the flat sparkly Ugg boot on the runway, I can't. Darienne gets this round. And next up we have Monica in her neck gala look, which I did have to censor parts of because, girl, it is fully netted. Full net fantasy. She looks amazing in this. It's very 90s, fashion runway, underground club, and love it, definitely hot. Naysha's look, also very hot though. I've gotta say, this is her snow bunny look and she is just dripping in crystals, which I think do have a really good impact when you kind of see her turn the corner on the stage. But the final pieces of how some of that look was put together, I'm not loving on closer inspection because the areas where there are no snow in this outfit just make me wish there was more of that tinsel. Plus, I think for as interesting as the wig is with the lace or whatever is happening there, it's just a little too frumpy up there. So overall, I rot, and I'm gonna give this round to Monica. Next, we've got Kahanna's Snow Bunny versus Monica's Grace Jones. And Kahanna's Snow Bunny is fabulous. I expected no less from her to be giving a full show in even the unaired categories. This is beautiful. She's not dressed as a snowflake, she is the boom boom snowflake. This little fairy princess here gets a hot. Monica's look I think feels a little unfinished. I gotta say the actual look that this was inspired by is a little plain, I think, for the Grace Jones standard. And when you see Grace in it, what really makes it pop is the crazy headpiece creating that head silhouette. And Monica did leave that piece out, which kind of just leaves us in like a getting into your nightie, here's my boudoir outfit. And it's pretty for what it is, but I do think that some of the textures and the fabrics look a little cheap for this runway, so I would give this look a rot, and this round goes to Kahanna. Next up, we've got the only unaired Heidi look in the entire bracket, because remember, she did leave the competition, and therefore also left the Fame Games, which meant she did not get to showcase her looks on the runway. But this look is one she shared with everybody on social media, and it says, stay hydrated, I think in reference to her soft, I can't whistle with my teeth, soft and supple ad from her original season where she was making the lotion to say hydrated. I get it, I see what she's doing here, and I think it's a really cute look. I'm not sure which category it was supposed to be for. The caption she wrote on this referenced the reveal yourself category. I don't see a reveal, but I do like what I see. I love this idea, it's very campy, it's very silly, fashionable, hot look. Mrs. Kasha Davis over here, giving us a little camp cringe. This is our Miss Blank look, and she did Miss Ariana Grandma. The pun is there, the look is there. This would be Ariana Grande in drag as a grandma, and she looked great. And nothing wrong here, I would give this a safe hot, but Heidi's look is a lot more inventive, so she gets this round. Now finishing out the left side of the bracket, we've got Monica's Cheese versus Monica's Fruity Patootie. I'm gonna go with the cheese look. The Naysha's Legendary versus Monica's Snow Bunny. Legendary for sure, girl. Need some cookies. Darienne's Grace Jones versus Monica's Net look. I gotta go with the Grace Jones look. Here we've got Kahanna's Snowflake versus Heidi's lotion bottle. And honestly, I think the lotion bottle is gonna win for me here. We have to laugh. Okay, Naysha's Cookies versus Monica's Cheese. Gonna go with Naysha's Cookies. Now Darienne's Grace Jones versus the lotion bottle. Miss Darienne gets it. This look was so good. Darienne's Grace Jones versus Naysha's Cookies is a little bit of a tougher decision to win the left side of the bracket. Congratulations, Darienne, you win the left side. Let's see who you're gonna be up against on the right. We've got Monica's Reveal Yourself versus James's Snow Bunny. And this is a quick decision for me, but let's talk about it. Monica's is very much cartoon superhero, super villain kind of vibes. Starts off in a hood. It reveals to a really cute little warrior dress and boots. I mean, fashion, 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 and each piece I think is executed so well. Definitely a hot look from her and possibly one of my favorites in her entire package. James's though, this look is not for me. This is 10 different ideas all stuffed into one. She's giving Queen of Hearts meets Frozen meets I don't even know what I'm looking at. It looks like she like wrapped a nightgown on the bottom of her outfit. Jaymes is a rock. Gonna go with Monica here. And next up we've got Kasha's As the World Turns versus LaLa Ri's Snow Bunny look. I remember when I was watching the episode thinking that a lot of these looks needed to be a little more inventive because there were so many various obvious executions of, oh look, here's a normal look, but when I turn around, there's a piece missing. And I just wanted a little bit more. And I think the look that she's wearing is cute, but I don't think it's anything like super special or different, but it is like a safe, hot look for her. She looks good. And LaLa's look is beautiful. She for sure is giving some Frozen vibes. And this Snow Bunny has turned into a little snow princess. This looks absolutely hot, and LaLa takes this round. Next up, we got James's Miss Blank, which she did Miss Queen of the Ring, and Naysha's Fruity Patootie. James's look here, I love. This is campy. This is like a little Dolly Parton and giving the 80s kind of princess vibes as well. Really, really cute for her. And inventive. We haven't seen wrestling on the Drag Race main stage since what, season 4? Ding, ding, ding. This look is hot. And Naysha's look is okay for me. She's in basically a crystallized watermelon bodysuit, which I think is okay. I don't think that it says a lot for the Drag Race runway or is an inventive enough silhouette. So actually we'd give this watermelon a rot and give the round to Jaymes. And next we've got Kasha Davis and Darienne, both in their Reveal Yourself looks. Kasha's is great. It's Cruella, and her reveal is in several many parts. It's a giant jacket to a floor-length gown. And I would have maybe liked to have seen each reveal have more than just the black and white color blocking, but overall I'm gonna give this a safe hot. And Darienne's look I'm really excited about. First, she's the blushing bride. And this is a pretty little wedding gown for Darienne, love the veil. And girl, this is pretty, but when it actually flips into the reverse, which is Lady of the Night in this vampy glampy gorgeous black gown, like this is a gorgeous, gorgeous gown. I love the tulle. I love the crystals, the pearlescent stuff. I mean, really, really beautiful on her. Amazing silhouette. She looks great. This looks absolutely hot. Darienne gets this round. Next we've got Kasha Davis and her Grace Jones homage from the 2009 Hollywood Bowl. And this look is pretty faithfully recreated from the Grace Jones original. As you can tell, the material Kasha has constructed her dress out of is not quite as expensive looking as Grace's, but I think she was still able to capture the excitement with all the texture and folding and cutting. And plus when she turns around, it gets even more interesting. Definitely a hot look, and it's up against Monica looking absolutely drop dead gorgeous in her As the World Turns vintage 1920s gown. Oh my God, this is so gorgeous. Like, this is a gorgeous photo, right? But even on the runway, she looked worth $1 million, $10 million. Beautiful, stunning, gorgeous. Definitely gotta give it to Monica here. I mean, drop dead gorgeous. Next we got Naysha versus Naysha in her As the World Turns and Miss Blank Queen runway. And her As the World Turns runway was fabulous too. Level of detail put into the shaping and silhouette of this gown, the bodice piece, the skirt. Like, this look is just as beautiful and stunning in the still photograph here as it was on the runway. And you know, yes, it was a pretty gown. Turn around, see what's going on. But it's done to such a fine level, you know, that I really just don't mind that. You know, it's like Monica's gorgeous. And her other look, she did Miss Shady Queen, where she is coming out as a traditional pageant queen, like maybe the runway brief called for, with the twist that she's got all these like shady Drag Race quotes on the cape piece. And my personal opinion is I don't love a bunch of words on a runway. I feel like it's kind of annoying to have to read so much. And I would have liked to have seen her take this category somewhere artistic that would have left a little more into our fan interpretation. So I'm gonna give this to her As the World Turn looks. And the final pairing on this right side is actually a bye week, as it were, for Darienne's Miss Shapen, Miss Blank look. And this is so great. I love this. So fashion, camp, interesting, visually stunning, and inventive take on this category. I think the most inventive, even given the queens that were still in the competition. This was a missed mark for a lot of them, but Darienne hit it. Absolutely a hot look. All right, now filling out the right side of our bracket, we've got LaLa Ri's Elsa and Anna Frozen little princess gown versus Monica's superhero reveal. Monica. Then Jaymes versus Darienne's wedding. I loved mostly the second part of Darienne's, go with that. And here we've got a battle of the buns between Naysha and Monica. Tough, really, really tough here, but I'm gonna give it to Monica. This was such a Gorgeous, gorgeous gown. Then Monica's Superhero versus Darienne's Wedding. Gonna go with Darienne's Wedding again. Then Monica's 1920s Vintage versus Darienne's very fashion forward and out of left field interesting look over here, Misshapen. I love what that look does and says about her as a queen. But I think from an artistic perspective is how I'm gonna judge this. And I'm gonna give this little option here to Darienne as well. And Darienne's Wedding versus Misshapen. I'm gonna give it to Misshapen. And we have Darienne versus Darienne. I'm kind of a Darienne stan, and I'm gonna give it to, I guess, her Grace Jones look. Yeah, that's the bracket. Grace Jones wins. Darienne wins. And I love that Darienne won this because she had a lot of really good looks, both on the season and on the unaired part of the season. And I think she should be really proud of her fashion package that she brought to the show. But let me know what y'all are thinking about this bracket and tell me in the comments what decisions you would have made had you have been in control of my computer today. See you later. Love ya. Bye.